Juan Montoya at the Brickyard dominating the Indy 500, and Matt Kenseth tooling his way to the checkers at the Coke 600, overcoming another strong run by rookie mate Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's Kenseth who returns to the site of his first Winston Cup start. Remember, the Wisconsin native filled in for the injured Bill Elliott and wheeled the 94 to a fifth-place finish back in the fall of '98. Now, the Monster Mile is not very forgiving to drivers, a place that hasn't yielded a win to a first-timer since Jody Ridley back in 1981. Now, our Jeff Taylor is standing by live in Dover, and Jeff, chances are pretty good we won't see a first-time winner in victory lane today.
Sean, you're exactly right. Chances are very slim we'll see a first-time winner, but the chances are very good we could see Dale Earnhardt Jr. or Matt Kenseth in victory lane before it's all said and done. Both drivers were so strong here during their Busch careers. Dale Earnhardt Jr. winning here last year, and it was here back in 1998 that Matt Kenseth made his first Cup start when he subbed for Bill Elliott.
Dover's always been one of my favorite racetracks for sure. We've always done fairly well here in the past, but that doesn't guarantee success when you come back, that's for sure. So it's a fun place to race at. It's a real cool racetrack, and I'm looking forward to it.
It's just like the Busch Series. We might not be competing for first place in points here in the Winston Cup, but we're competing for the rookie title. And there's little bragging rights, who's ahead of who in points and things like that, so we have fun with that.
One rookie who has not had it so easy this weekend at the Monster Mile is Dave Blaney. He wrecked his primary car during qualifying on Friday, then wrecked a backup car during Saturday's happy hour. He will roll off dead last this afternoon in his third car of the weekend. Starting in front of Dave Blaney will be Bill Elliott. He qualified on the outside of the front row, but he too had problems. He wrecked his primary car during the morning practice on Saturday.
Well, the only thing I'm not happy with having to go to the back and start all over again, but you know, I don't know if this car is as consistent as the car I had this morning, but I'm sure these guys will get it that way. I mean, they've been awful good when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, and see what that McDonald's Taurus will do.
In order for Elliott to get to the front, he'll have to deal with Rusty Wallace. He will start on the pole for the fourth time in the 2000 season, and he has an impressive record at Dover. 3 victories, 10 top 5s, and 17 top 10 finishes.
I sit back and think about it. Every time I go to Dover, I go, man, we're going to win that race, and I feel great about it. This is the car I won Bristol with. I'm real excited about my chances here. I think we'll run good.
Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart roll off 9th and 16th this afternoon. Both were strong here at the Monster Mile last season, especially Bobby Labonte, who started this race from the pole and came home with his first win of the '99 season.
I do like coming here. We've had a great record with Joe Gibbs racing. Even, you know, when I drove for Bill Davis when we first started off racing, this was one of our better tracks. It's a tough racetrack. It's physically demanding and mentally demanding.
I just think we had really good setups here, and you know, you gotta feel comfortable at the track, and it's one that I felt comfortable with. So not sure what the secret is. We just have really good driving cars here, and we both feel really comfortable here.
Now, one car to keep an eye on this afternoon is the 43 STP Pontiac. John Andretti is still suffering from some injuries he sustained at Lowe's Motor Speedway. Yesterday during happy hour, Kyle Petty, who did not qualify for today's race, got in the car, practiced most of happy hour. The team's pretty pleased with the way the car stands right now, and there's a very good chance that we will see Kyle Petty in the 43 car at the first caution. Sean, I'm going to send it back to the studio.
All right, thank you. Jeff Taylor live in Dover for us this morning. All right, now let's check out the lineup for today's MBNA 400 that you can see right here on TNN Sports following race day. 3 of the last 5 races at Dover have been won from the pole. That bodes very well for Rusty Wallace. He grabs his 4th pole of the season. Bill Elliott will have to push Big Max from the back of the field. Crash, he's starting the backup car. Joe Nemechek, not front row Joe, he'll roll off 10th. Kenny Irwin, his best start of the year, will roll off in the 11th spot for Felix Sabates. And there you see Kevin LePage will follow Jeff Gordon. Stacy Compton, a rookie. Sometimes we seem to forget him. He's qualified for all 13 races. He'll roll off 21st today. Dave Blaney goes to the back of the field. He crashed, as Jeff said. How about Dale Earnhardt? Papa will roll off 30th. Ken Schrader in the Pontiac, John Andretti, hurting. Maybe we'll see Kyle Petty. Darrell Waltrip got in on time. Provisionals, you see Texas Terry Labonte, 5th straight start of 30th or worse. He is struggling. Bobby Hamilton. Other provisionals, you see Dave Marcus just got into the field. DNQs, Kyle Petty, his woes continue, and Carl Long. Just taking the green this race day. When we come back, we'll head to the land of beer and brats, where the Kart FedEx stars are set to tackle the famed Mile Oval at the Milwaukee State Fairgrounds. The qualifying report at race day return. Race day brought to you by Mopar, Chrysler Corporation Parts, and the Chrysler Plymouth Dodge Jeep and Eagle dealers who sell and install them. And by Castrol Syntec, the active lubricant. And by Pfizer Men's Health, tune up for life.
for these vehicles and yours. That's the Mopar difference. Brains, guts, heart.
We get them checked by a doctor regularly.
Shouldn't you?
Hi, I'm Bobby Labonte.
Rusty Wallace.
And I'm Mark Martin, and we've teamed up with Pfizer to promote men's health.
Guys, you got to take care of your cardiovascular health, your mental health, and even your sexual health.
So get to your doctor, or get a free health screening at a race this season. And fellas, tune up for life.
DeWalt's convertible system, the latest thing in cordless. 24 volts, never out of juice. The Delta 10-inch compound miter saw cuts angles on top of angles. I'll see you on Father's Day. Milwaukee's latest. This thing could cut a house down. I love these tools.
So where do you find them? At Lowe's, the moment they're available and at a guaranteed low price. Why buy anywhere else? Lowe's, improving home improvement.
The scent of exhilaration from Aquavelva. Also in skin conditioning gel with aloe and vitamin E for sensitive skin.
Our weekly brain teaser for you. Time for our Mopar trivia question. Juan Montoya heading to Milwaukee this weekend with the Indy 500 crown in tow. Our question, how many drivers have done the Indy Milwaukee sweep in the modern era? The answer a little later on in race day. While the Winston Cup Series has been a buzz the past couple of weeks here in Charlotte after two rookies swept up all the loot in the Winston and the Coca-Cola 600, a veteran's return making news this weekend in Dover. Kyle Petty is back at the track for the first time since his young son Adam was killed in New Hampshire last month. Kyle raced the 45 Sprint Chevy in yesterday's Busch race, but failed to qualify for today's Winston Cup effort. Now back on Friday, Kyle Petty talked to the media for the first time since the tragedy. Our Steve Burns is live in Dover this morning with the latest. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, Sean, you know, it was an emotional Kyle Petty that addressed the media here early Friday morning. As you said, speaking for the first time since the tragic passing of his son Adam 3 weeks ago at Loudon.
This is what we have always done as a family. My grandfather did it. My father did it. I've done it. Adam did it. You know, this is what we do. And, you know, we look at ourselves in a lot of ways like a bunch of farmers. You know, if just because something goes bad or something goes wrong, you don't quit. You know, coming in here last night and just rolling through the front gate of the racetrack and knowing that Adam wasn't here was pretty hard. I'll say that. And I didn't take it too good last night because, like I said, like I told Patty, being at the racetrack on Thursday nights was our time, was mine and Adam's time, because he had been here to inspection and he had a lay of the land. We'd go to dinner and do stuff. But anyhow, I don't think the emotion of getting back in the car and getting in his car is going to be that bad. You know, we used to joke about being a father and son and best friend. But it was a lot truer, and I think we were.
Barry Dodson was Kyle Petty's crew chief 5 years ago when Kyle won his last race here, and very tragically, you lost both of your children in an automobile accident. I know Kyle comforted you. Were you able to return the favor?
We certainly tried, Steve. We spent most of Sunday before the funeral on Monday and some time Monday and a little bit of time here at the racetrack, more time with Richard, I believe. And Kyle's a different but yet unique individual, and he's hard to get to, and he's hiding a lot of pain, and I know that, but he's the way more people ought to be. It's such a loss to see. I mean, I didn't get to see Adam every day, and now I find myself missing him every day, and I know what Kyle's going through, and Patty, and Austin, and Gummy, and you know, she wrote me the sweetest letter, Montgomery Lee, when Trey Antilla died, and I still have that. And I promised her the other week I'd write her one, and it's not that I haven't had the time to sit down and do it. I got to figure out what to say because you certainly couldn't top hers. But it's just a lot of people say, you know, you learn how to deal with the death of a child, and you don't learn how to deal with it. I think you search for a way to deal with it every day when you get up that you never find. And I know Jan and I go through that. And with Adam being so close, we're actually in the family, and it really hit close to home for us. And I wake up now and I think about Trey and Tia every day. I wake up now thinking about, you know, worrying about Kyle. He's such a good friend. It was such a pleasure to see him and Adam's Busch car go out and have such a great run for Sprint and PCS. And they cut a tire late in the race, and there had to be some emotion in there. But to show just how strong he could be for that race team, you know, I certainly had a tear in my eye when I saw that car go around. And he had an awesome run. And you know, it's bad that John Andretti's hurt right now. But, you know, God does some good things. And I think God's got Kyle in the 43 car today because the people in the garage here at the racetrack want Kyle to be here. And it's never the same, but you just, like I say, you just keep searching. I feel so bad for him.
All right, well, Barry, thank you very much for your strength and dignity as well. Thank you. Back to you, Sean.
All right, thanks, Steve Byrne. Just a tough situation. All right. The key to cracking a cold one in the Miller Lite 225 later this afternoon is a good starting spot, so time is of the essence in Cartland, which is also the land of beer this weekend in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Last year, Paul Tracy covered himself in suds. Now he's hoping to cover the field in qualifying. So get out your stopwatches for the action. Let's check out qualifying from the old fairgrounds yesterday. A tricky track to get around. Drivers say you have to be loose to be fast. Jimmy Vasser must have been real fast until he loses control of his target machine, pounds the turn forward wall hard. He's all right. We'll have to go to a backup, his X car. As we said, Paul Tracy, the defending champ. Obviously, the Canadian knows how to get around this oval. Tracy wheeling his team, Cool Green Renard, to the 6th starting spot. They're coming off his first win of the year. Gilles DeFerrin trying to give Roger Penske win number 101 today. DeFerrin putting the Marlboro colors on the provisional pole for a short while. DeFerrin clocking his way around just under 21 seconds. Good for the 4th starting spot. Fastest in the morning practice session yesterday was another Canadian, Patrick Carpentier. He was the last car to make a lap around the famed mile. Carpentier getting as loose as it can without spinning. Makes a great save. Motors on to the 3rd starting spot for today's 225 laps. Leaving the front row open for last year's top 2 combatants. Dario Franchitti and Juan Montoya separated by just 0.06 of a second in qualifying. Franchitti running a lap of 20.954 seconds.
You know, the qualifying positions we've had this year have been terrible. We seem to have made mistakes in qualifying all the time, and you know, we haven't got the car right, or I've made a mistake, you know, and it's nice to finally be up there and to be starting the other front.
That leaves reigning Indy 500 champ to lead the field of green today. We're talking Juan Montoya putting a little wing back into the car after seeing his teammate Jimmy Vasser smack the wall, but it's still good enough for the pole.
The second lap, you know, I went a lot quicker through 1 and 2. 3 and 4, I just tried to same that the lap before, but I still went a bit faster, so you always want more.
All right, here's how they'll take the green today. Montoya, Andretti has to go to a backup car. He crashed during practice. Jimmy Vasser wrecked. He'll go to the back of the field. Shinji Nakano, Derek Walker's effort will roll off 20th. There you see the remaining 3 drivers. Plenty more to come when race day Motors On. We'll rewind today. Check out yesterday's 200-lapper for the Busch regulars at the Monster Mile. Another hard-hitting affair on the track they call White Lightning. The story when race day returns.
Mopar. Great parts for these vehicles and yours. That's the Mopar difference.
I'm Rusty Wallace for the new Goodyear Eagle #1 NASCAR tire. The only tire with the official NASCAR logo. Its aggressive tread design gives you traction for responsive acceleration and cornering. You get Eagle performance NASCAR style. Only from Goodyear.
Saturday nights in June, TNN is going to take you to the races. You'll see the stars shine bright when they battle under the lights, featuring the NASCAR Busch Grand National Series, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws, and the American Speed Association. It's fireworks that last till July. Don't miss Saturday night at the races. A prime-time race every Saturday night in June. It all starts June 10th on TNN Sports.
Final practice times for the Winston Cuppers yesterday at Dover. Front row Joe on the point. Texas Terry, Jerry Nadeau, Hendrick cars fast in happy hour. Look for them to rock and roll today. Yesterday, the concrete high banks at Dover playing host to the Busch Grand National Stars, who are still trying to shake their way out of the shadows of the Big Meanie Brothers. Of course, we're talking about the Winston Cup invaders each week. Although yesterday, a welcome sight to have Winston Cup driver Kyle Petty back, wheeling the sprint number 45 for his fallen son Adam, the first time since the young Petty's untimely passing. Roll the highlights and an emotional day, as you might expect for the Pettys. Kyle getting behind the wheel of that Busch car, a Busch car for the first time in many years. The Monster Mile gobbling up some of the competitors early. Rookie Ron Hornaday loses the number 3 Napa Chevy, starting a melee. Mark Green, Pruitt, Ashton Lewis among those caught up in the accident. Everyone's okay, just some bruised ego. Just 32 laps in, a rare sight. Mark Martin on pit road with the hood up. Carburetor troubles. The team getting him out, no problem, keeping him on the lead lap. Andy Santerre crashed, the field coming in for a pit. Kyle Petty hits David Green's tire carrier. No injuries, just the tire on the lips. Hey, got to give some props out to Kevin Harvick, the pole sitter. The Deuce pulling the field around early and often yesterday. Harvick, though, would finish 6th. Dover dominator Matt Kenseth having some troubles. His 17 Chevy in the spin cycle after losing a cover of his tire. Matty riding the ship, sailing to a 3rd place finish. Now, under 50 to go. You know who, Mark Martin out in front. Even with all those troubles, but Jason Keller giving the veteran a major headache. With Cedrin Chevy after the point. 16 laps to go. Petty forced to come in. Gives up a top 10 spot. Tire going down. Tough luck for everyone involved in that effort. Petty finished 26th. But in the end, it is Jason Keller holding off Mark Martin to win the MBNA 200 yesterday.
It was a great day, and I've been close here a couple times, and to get one here, and like that, to pass Mark Martin and to really do what we needed to do there, it was just an awesome day for us.
All right, here's how the top 10 looked when they crossed the line at Dover yesterday. Jason Keller, first Super Speedway win. Kevin Harvick, the pole sitter. Magic Shoes in a top 10. How about the points? Green leads by 134 over Todd Bodine. Matty Kenseth, 2 wins, still in 3rd. Ron Hornaday rounds out the top 5. The NHRA blew into the Windy City this weekend. Route 66 Raceway hosting the Prestone Nationals and a pair of all-star races for the Pro Stock Truck and Car Stars. Gary Scelzi was seeing stars after Friday qualifying. The Big Red Winston Dragster trying to get into the show when a tire lets go at the far end. Takes out the wing, and from that point, Gary just on for the ride. Scelzi would have to go to a backup car, qualified 3rd. Hurricane Corey paced the top fuelers when qualifying wrapped up on Saturday. McClanathan pushed his MBNA Dragster to the quickest time of the year under the new 90% nitro rules, 4.547 seconds. Also the personal best for Corey Mack. John Force goes for career win number 86 today from the top of the funny car ladder. If he gets it, Force will break Bob Glidden's record for career wins that has stood since 1995. Force's 4.851 second pass, a new track record, his speed over 312 miles an hour. Ron Krishner waited until his final qualifying pass to grab the number 1 spot in Pro Stock, his 6.8-second run down the quarter mile, bumping Troy Coughlin from the number 1 spot. And as we mentioned earlier, the Joliet track hosting the Holly Dominator duel for the door slammers and the flatbedders in Pro Stock. Jake Coughlin knocked off brother Troy to take his 2nd duel in a row. The Coughlin brothers dispatching of Warren and Kurt Johnson en route to the final. And Randy Daniels was the best of the 8 truck field. He faced his regular Sunday rival, Bob Pinella Jr., to take the win. The finals of the Prestone Route 66 Nationals later today from Joliet. Well, it's time to pay the bills here on race day as we take a break. Don't forget to check out our website, www.tnnracing.com, for all the fan scan and webcast excitement from today's MBNA 400 at Dover. Log on and listen to your favorite drivers. Free fan scan right here, tnnracing.com.
Cool cars. Cool boots.
Introducing the next generation of Red Wings with Comfort Force. Red Wing Shoes, proud sponsor of Petty Enterprises Racing.
When it comes to getting the right parts fast and easy, guys who know their way around under the hood always turn to their best friend, wrenchhead.com, the place to buy auto parts online. Go to wrenchhead.com now to enter the Father's Day 400 sweepstakes and win Dad a trip for two to the big race in Daytona July 1st. Plus, lots more. With wrenchhead.com, getting the right part is a snack. Wrenchhead.com. Are you a wrenchhead?
Radio communications are provided by Racing Radios. For all of your radio communications needs as well as scanners, call on Racing Radios at 1-800-669-1522. Mack Trucks are furnished by Clement Chevy Mack Sales. For all your truck and tractor needs, call Clement at 1-800-369-MACK.
Hi, Jeff Burton for LA West Luxury Vehicles. First in quality and the only choice for the Burtons.
LA West Luxury Vehicles, available nationwide from select Ford dealers. Call us at 1-800-786-VANS.
Now for the answer to our Mopar trivia question. We asked you earlier, how many drivers have gotten a victory lane at Indy and Milwaukee in back-to-back weeks? The answer, 4. Most recently, Al Unser Jr. in 1994. Well, after a week off, the beating and banging of the Truck Series makes its way to the upper Northwest, Evergreen Speedway outside Seattle. 3 of the past 5 winners at Evergreen no longer on the Truck Series, leaving the door wide open for Jack Sprague, who has a win and 2 seconds in the last 3 races in Seattle. Sprague starts this one from the outside of row number 1. Joe Ruttman tightened his right fender. Hey, it didn't take long for the truckers to live up to their rough and tumble reputation. Steve Grissom sideways into the grass on lap 2. Prescott and McDonald on the binders. Tight quarters on pit road. Under a caution for a Jim Englebright spin, Rick Crawford almost getting a piece of Rick Pirelli's crewman. Everyone's all right. Closing in on halfway when Ryan McGlynn's world turns upside down, and Houston with a tap from behind sends McGlynn hard into the wall, barrel rolls the 00 Chevy. He's all right. Sprague's run of good luck at Evergreen seemingly running out on lap 128 when a flat right tire has to pit under green. Jack goes down a lap. 50 laps to go now. Randy Tolsma is showing some muscle in the Super Guard Dodge. Randy trying to end a 64-race winless drought. Dennis Setzer breaks into the top 3 with 40 to go. And that's after wrecking his primary truck and starting in the back of the pack. 10 to go. Incredibly, Sprague is back in the picture, reeling in the leaders from behind, taking 6 from Biffle. He's by Setzer for 3rd, and with just 2 to go when Jack makes contact with Brendan Gaughan. Caution comes out, setting up a green-white checker dash to the finish. Tolsma, Ruttman pit for tires. Sprague on the restart takes the lead. Tolsma 4th, the fresh rubber. Not good enough for the lead for Tolsma. He goes on to win, does Jack Sprague. There you see Corelli, a good finish for him in his comeback, and Brian Refner in the top 10. Jack Sprague leads the points. We have to pause for the cause here on race day, but as we go to break, a look at what's racing ahead on television this coming week. A busy racing Saturday here on TNN next week. BGN, ASA, World of Outlaws from Bristol. As always, race day next Sunday. We'll be right back.
Mopar. Great parts for these vehicles and yours. That's the Mopar difference. Brains. Guts. Heart.
We get them checked by a doctor regularly.
Shouldn't you?
Hi, I'm Bobby Labonte.
Rusty Wallace.
And I'm Mark Martin, and we've teamed up with Pfizer to promote men's health.
Guys, you got to take care of your cardiovascular health, your mental health, and even your sexual health.
So get to your doctor, or get a free health screening at a race this season. And fellas, tune up for life.
Once upon a time, choosing paint was simple. Every color you picked was just right. Today at Lowe's, choosing the best paint is simple once again with American Tradition. So advanced, it shows you complete color themes. So durable inside and out, it's warranted for life. All at a guaranteed low price. The paint you've been waiting for is here. American Tradition. Only at Lowe's. Improving home improvement.
Bobby, didn't Tony say not to touch his Chef Boyardee?
Yeah, but he eats it all the time, and he had a great season.
Yeah, but so did you.
So just think how good I'll be if I eat it. Besides, he won't miss any. Hey, Tony.
Chef Boyardee. Real food, real fast.
Ice Sport, the scent of exhilaration from Aquavelva. Also in skin conditioning gel with aloe and vitamin E for sensitive skin.
Before we leave, let's get the buzz. Jeff Taylor in Dover.
Sean, after weeks of speculation of who the fourth Dodge team might be in the year 2001, it will be announced next week at Michigan that fourth team will be Melling Racing and driver Stacy Compton. Now here's Steve Burns.
Jeff, Kenny Wallace has a great starting position here in Dover, but he and the Andy Petrie Racing team got some bad news. Seems they tested at Michigan earlier and had another driver, Jim Sauter, testing with them. They did some drafting. NASCAR says you can't do that, and they penalized them one testing session.
All right, Steve, the IHRA drag racers north of the border. Check out some of the qualifiers heading into today's elimination. Some top speeds, Fred Hahn's run and Pro Mod Quick Pass, IHRA Pro Mod History Fastest. Well, that's all the time we have for race day this morning. We'll be back next Sunday with previews from all over the country. Rick Benjamin will be back. Until then, I'm Sean Pagano. For everybody here at Race Day, have a good night.
Race Day is brought to you by Mopar, Chrysler Corporation Parts, and the Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, Jeep, and Eagle dealers who sell and install them. And by Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR, CART, IRL, NHRA, ASA, and World of Outlaws. Remember to call Featherlight for all your trailer and motor coach needs at 800-800-1230. You for all race fan families. Introducing the Simpson Child Car Safety Seat, available soon at these racing places. For more information, visit our website at www.simpsonraceproducts.com.
Gore Vidal's Billy the Kid, Tuesday at 8, 7 Central on the TNN Sofa Cinema.
I don't know, it's just so...
We're not sure about the whole flame thing.
The flames are a safety feature. Scenario. Let's say you're about to pump out that Bambino. Honk. You're on your way to the hospital? Bam. You get stuck in traffic. The flames intimidate the other cars right out of the way. Plus, it's a major chick magnet.
The ASA AC Delco Series, June 11th at 11 Eastern on TNN.
They think I'm trying to burn you here?
Turtle Wax, Grizzly Grill Guards, Rancho Shocks, gas cans. Advance Auto Parts carries more parts than any other store, including one you won't find anywhere else.
We need some help. We need a lot of help.
Advance Auto Parts. The best part is our people.
I need to do something about my weight. Nutrisystem.com. Hello?
Sign here, please.
Nutrisystem.com with 21 delicious meal plans and 7 snacks for less than $50 a week. Delivered right to your door.
Hi.
Hi.
Go to Nutrisystem.com for your free membership or call 1-800-411-DIET.
Following is a special presentation of TNN Sports. As spring turns to summer, it's time for the NASCAR Winston Cup Series to get down to serious business. The heat is on. Young faces are pulling surprises left and right. Between Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Matt Kenseth, it's been more than a month since a veteran has won. And one veteran makes his return this weekend as he endures the toughest of times. We preview the MBNA Platinum 400 next.
The Monster Mile has already claimed a couple of early victims. Bill Elliott qualifies second on Friday. He crashed his primary car on Saturday. Bill Elliott has a backup car for Sunday. Bill Elliott's not sure he can get that car to handle before Monday. And what about Dave Blaney? He crashed through his first round of qualifying, qualified second round, then he crashed his backup car yesterday afternoon happy hour. Now he's got to go to the second backup car. Both Elliott and Blaney will start in the back of the pack. Here's Steve Burns.
Thanks very much, Glenn. Rusty Wallace starts the number 2 car from the pole position, the 4th time that he's done so. Now his challenge is to win his 4th race on this concrete mile, and Rusty Wallace loves concrete. The last time Rusty and this car ran on concrete was at Bristol. They won that race. Since that time, this car's been sitting at the shop, taking it easy, ready for another shot at some concrete, Ralph.
Dover is a racetrack where what is not the norm is the norm. Take qualifying, for example. Kenny Wallace will start third. Kenny Irwin, Wally Dallenbach, and Brett Bodine will start 11th, 12th, and 13th. Four drivers that don't normally start at the front of the field will have a good shot at the lead early on here today at the Monster Mile. Stay tuned as TNN brings you all the excitement of Dover Downs and the Monster Mile next.
The Monster Mile, Dover Downs International Speedway in Delaware. Beautiful 70-degree temperatures, and we are set to go racing as the NASCAR Winston Cup teams come to challenge one of the most demanding one-mile layouts in all of America. Glad you're with us on TNN Sports. Hi, everybody. I'm Eli Gold. Welcome to our first state, the state of Delaware, and welcome to Dover Downs International Speedway. Already you've heard of some of the stories we'll be talking about today. The other big story this weekend, the return of Kyle Petty to the racetrack. He was here yesterday, ran in the top 5, and finally finished 26th in his son Adam Petty's race car. Adam, as well you know, passing away back on May the 12th. Regretfully, Kyle was unable to qualify his own machine for today's NASCAR Winston Cup race. However, with rib injuries continuing to bother John Andretti in the STP car, Kyle Petty has tested the machine. He is expected to take over for John as this afternoon continues. But the weekend here in Delaware got underway with an emotional moment in the infield press center when on Friday morning, Kyle sat down and spent a few moments with the assembled media.
We used to joke about being the father and son and best friend. But it was a lot truer, and I think we were, and I think Austin and I, and Montgomery Lee and Patty and all of us are in the same way. So I think that was, I don't know, we tried to do that because we felt like that was more important than the racing stuff. Racing's important, but that was, your family was a lot more important.
Certainly, time heals all, but it has been a very, very emotional weekend here at Dover Downs International Speedway. Hall of Famer Buddy Baker and Dr. Dick Berggren join us on the telecast this weekend as per usual. One thing about Dover is the fact that if you can predict something is if you're going to get in trouble, you're not going to do it by yourself, right, Buddy?
Pretty much so. The racetrack itself, those straightaways are banked 9 degrees, and when something happens in front of you, you have one choice. And it better be the right one or you're caught up in somebody else's wreck.
And the turns are banked 24 degrees, so anybody that clobbers the wall in one of those corners, chances are good he's going to come down in front of the pack. And they run awful tight together here. It can be a big wreck.
The way the track narrows is so very difficult to deal with.
Well, it is. And what happens is the cars go up, and as they start back across the racetrack, you just get everybody caught up in it.
So that's just part of the problem you have to deal with here at that racetrack. You see the horse track on the inside and the 1-mile super speedway around the outside. Now, let me test your NASCAR trivia, folks. What happened on June 2nd, 1991? Give up? That's the last time Kenny Schrader won a NASCAR Winston Cup race. And it was here at Dover. Maybe he can repeat today, Ralph. He certainly do.
Well, that's what we were just talking about, Eli. He was telling me he's got a good car. Problem is, it's too far back at the beginning of the line. Kenny, this racetrack is one that doesn't tend to have favorites. It's a racetrack where a lot of different names have found their way to victory lane. You did it yourself. Why is that at this place?
Well, your car's really got a handle here, and you got to like those all-day races. And it's a little different now with only 400 miles versus 500. But your car doesn't handle here, man, you're in a little bit of trouble.
Well, he's going to find out what it's like to try to win it from 31st today, Eli.
Man has always run well here at Dover. If not winning, then certainly coming home in the top 10. Maybe again we'll talk with Schrader later. When we come back, the rookie battle. That's next.
for a shine you can't stop looking at? Wet Tire Shine and A to Z Wheel Cleaner from Eagle One.
You've been a burger lover your whole life, but you're about to stray. Take a look at this new spicy chicken sandwich from Burger King. Spicy marinated chicken with a crispy, spicy coating, topped with a very spicy mayo. Feeling guilty? It's not really cheating, if the burger never finds out. Got the urge?
Buy any large sandwich value meal and get a free medium frozen Coca-Cola.
Hey, boys, I'm lost. I'm looking for Franklin Street exit. I'm going around for an hour. Come on.
Want more power? Try Valvoline SimPower Complete Fuel System Treatment. Cleans your entire fuel system with advanced synthetic technology.
Pep Boys, get your motor running savings, and that means 35,000-mile tires in 9 sizes, 4 for $99. 70,000-mile tires, 4 for $169. Deals like this are worth getting ripped up for.
Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
For everyone who'd rather do it themselves, we make the rugged, dependable Wagner Power Painter with power, control, and versatility like never before. If it needs painting, staining, or sealing, the choice is easy. Get a Wagner and get it done.
Just down Highway 13 from Dover Downs is the Dover Air Force Base, home to the C-5 cargo transport plane. That is the largest aircraft in the free world. How big is it? Well, it's tough to tell in those pictures, but fully 1/2 of the field in today's race, 21 cars, could fit comfortably on board that C-5. It's a massive, massive flying machine. Hey, I'm big on dates today. What happened on April the 30th of this year? Do you remember? That is the last time a veteran won a NASCAR Winston Cup race. Jeremy Mayfield in California. What is this sport coming to?
It's coming to the rookies is what it's coming to. The rookies just flat put it on the veterans in the month of May, and that has put enormous pressure on the veterans, especially the guys who've been around a long time, haven't won, the guys who have been around a long time and haven't won in a long time. Hey, if the kids can do it, these guys who've been around a while, they're going to have to do it too. They're under a lot of pressure today.
Glenn Jarrett is ready to pick up the story trackside. Glenn?
There's seldom been more buzz about a driver than there is surrounding Dale Earnhardt Jr. these days. The only driver with more than one win this year, he also claimed victory in the Winston, passing Dale Jarrett with 2 laps to go and going on to the win. Then last week in the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte, Dale Jr. appeared on his way to another win. He clearly had the best car throughout most of the race. He pitted late with the lead, but came out in 6th position, and he could improve to no better than 4th in a race that earlier appeared to be his. And I'm standing next to Dale Jr. He's waiting to get introduced here before the crowd. I talked to Tony Urey Sr. a little bit this morning, Dale, and he said you guys were chasing it a little bit yesterday in happy hour.
Yeah, early in the morning we had the car pretty good. Then that happy hour practice in the evening, we never really got a good handle on the car, but we made some changes, took some chances. We got nothing to lose, and we'll see what we get here today. It's all a learning experience this year, so we're taking an opportunity to learn as much as we can.
And I tell you what, they're learning pretty quick. This guy drives the wheels off of it, Steve Burns.
Well, Glenn, you're right. Now, Dale Earnhardt Jr. might be getting a lot of the publicity, but Matt Kenseth is doing pretty fair himself. He's ahead of Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the points, and he picked up his first career win last week. It was just his 18th career start.
Here he comes. Winston Cup win, #1 in the Coca-Cola 600 for Wisconsin's Matt Kenseth.
Matt Kenseth scored Winston Cup victory #1 last weekend at Charlotte, stealing the limelight from his red-hot rookie counterpart, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Today, Kenseth returns to the track where on one magical weekend, he dramatically staked his claim to NASCAR stardom.
Matt Kenseth wins for the 3rd time.
Kenseth won the Busch race and made his Winston Cup debut the next day. Matt was filling in for Bill Elliott, who was attending his father's funeral.
Look at this. He's taking 2nd place.
Matt Kenseth.
Kenseth drove the number 94 car to a 6th place finish and at one point challenged for the lead.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I mean, Dover's always been a real fun place for me, and actually in Winston Cup car, I was so surprised because it's even more fun than racing a Busch car there. So it's always been one of my favorite places, and it'll always be special to me for running my first Winston Cup race there. And it was just a lot of fun. There wasn't really any pressure, and we just went out and did all the things that we normally do.
Some drivers openly dread the twice-yearly visit to the treacherous Monster Mile. But Matt Kenseth seems to have tamed the monster.
Dover is actually one of my favorite tracks to go to. I like all the tracks with high banks and the faster tracks, but Dover is just, for me, it's always been a lot of fun. I don't always have the best finishes there if you look over my record, but we've had an awful lot of good runs there, led some laps, and have been in contention a lot.
Oh, there they go. Both of them into the wall.
Last September, Kenseth and Earnhardt Jr. had this tangle while they were battling for the Busch Series title. A battle we're likely to see for a long time.
Oh yeah, I mean he's been making it tough. I mean he's been running so good over here in the Winston Cup Series already. I haven't been able to keep up every week, but you know, hopefully we get closer to him and you know, battle with him, you know, for rookie of the year like we did last couple of years for the Busch Championships.
And Matt Kenseth with us. Now, Matt, when I talked to you Friday after qualifying, you're kind of cranky. You feel better now right before the race?
Kind of cranky, yeah. We were terrible on Friday, but Rob and everybody on the Dwelt team did a good job of trying to figure out what was wrong with this car, and got it running pretty good. We got up to 26th re-qualifying yesterday and was pretty happy with it at happy hour. So, you know, hopefully we have a clean race here and, you know, can pick our way to the front and, you know, hopefully we can be up there in the top 10 toward the end of the race.
Best of luck to you, Matt.
Thanks a lot.
Now, visually, as far as the stats are concerned, there's the comparison. And despite the fact that Dale Earnhardt Jr. has a couple of victories, Kenseth, because of consistency, leads the NASCAR Ray Bestis Rookie of the Year battle by 5 points. Another driver who's been making his fair share of headlines this year drives that machine. Jerry Nadeau at Charlotte for the last couple of weekends. Good performances despite the finishing numbers. And I think, Ralph, it's fair to say that team is showing what they had hoped to show, and that's consistent improvement.
That's exactly right, Eli. This team is becoming fast, and faster every week. Many people are asking, who in the world is Jerry Nadeau? He won twice at Charlotte, taking a qualifying race and advancing to the Winston by winning the No Bull Sprint. Nadeau backed up that performance by having the best car in the first half of the 600 last Sunday night in Charlotte. He passed both Earnhardts in one move and led 115 laps before the motor in his Chevy let go, leading to an undeserved 38th place finish. Well, Jerry, a lot of people are saying, who are you? But a lot of people are also saying, not are you going to win, but when are you going to win? How much pressure is that putting on you?
I don't think the pressure's there. I mean, I think what's nice about this is we have good race cars, and I think it makes it easier for the driver knowing that you got good stuff. So, you know, a lot of people are wondering, man, how do you handle all that pressure around Hendrick Motorsports? To be honest, I think it's made my life a lot easier. But other than that, I mean, it's just great. I mean, knowing that you have good cars, it just gives you that extra incentive just to go out there and show what you can do.
Let's hope Dale doesn't bump you like that during the race. Hey, Eli, guess what? The last time the 25 car won right here at this racetrack, Kenny Schrader was driving 1991. Maybe Jerry Nadeau can get his first race win here.
Nobody would be surprised, no doubt about that. When we come back, Bobby Labonte and Ward Burton. An interesting battle for the NASCAR Winston Cup point lead. That's next.
Imagine a place that understands you'd rather be doing anything on Saturday other than fixing your faucet. A place that knows you can't spend half the weekend shopping for your weekend projects. True Value. For the jobs you do most and look forward to least. Because the sooner you get done, the sooner you can get back to this thing called your life. True Value. Health is just around the corner.
Dale Jarrett here with a very special offer. A new CD of all my favorite tracks. Immerse yourself in one of my personal favorites, the melodic grandeur of Daytona International Speedway. The dulcet tones of Lowe's Motor Speedway. Set your spirits soaring to the sounds of California Speedway. Of course, these performances are better live. But bring your Visa card, because at these tracks you can't buy tickets with an American Express card.
Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be.
This is my favorite part.
I like new things, especially when they get old.
Like keeping things around? Good news. Introducing Valvoline Max Life, the first motor oil formulated for higher mileage engines. MaxLife conditions use seals to help prevent leaks and helps keep your high-mileage engine performing for a long, long time.
Son, another 100,000 miles and this baby will be yours.
Mark, they're professionals. They will take care of her.
I know, but she's my baby. What if they can't help her?
Mr. Stevenson, we've got that new starter in your car. She's ready.
Auto Value. We've got what you need.
Stealing cars is wrong. Hello, lady. But the way they do it...
You want to go for a ride?
Oh, yeah. Feels so right. Gone. 60 seconds. Rated PG-13. Starts June 9th.
Saturday nights in June, TNN is going to take you to the races. You'll see the stars shine bright when they battle under the lights, featuring the NASCAR Busch Grand National Series, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws, and the American Speed Association. It's fireworks that'll last till July. Don't miss Saturday night at the races, a prime-time race every Saturday night in June. It all starts June 10th on TNN Sports.
Make no mistake about it, spring is gone and summer is here to stay. And the heat is one of the biggest obstacles that both driver and machine must overcome. This scene will become more and more common as the summer wears on. The driver gets out of the car at the end of a long race and is fatigued, exhausted, dehydrated, or worse. Some drivers may have to be taken out of the car before the race is over to get medical attention. So what can the teams do to keep their drivers cool? Well, one of the things that they might do is sit them over here in the shade with me. Thank you, Stacy. You look in that little spot right there. Thank you. With a cold cup of water and a nice young lady, this is Stacy here, to mop my brow. Don't go away, I'm going to need you later. Seriously, the weather here today has improved dramatically. Friday afternoon, it was in the middle to high 90s, very high humidity. Today, we're expecting a high only in the mid-70s, low humidity. So this is not going to be too bad a day on them. But trust me, this place has a way of fooling the drivers. It got hotter yesterday than we thought it would. Could be the same thing today. We'll keep an eye on the heat factor down here, let you know what the track temperature is, let you know what the temperature is in the pits. Here's Eli.
There's another way to keep cool. Get a ride down in your race. I'm not so sure about old Glenn Jarrett. The boy scares me sometimes. How about these numbers? 8 out of the 12 races we've already seen this year, Bobby Labonte has had a top 10 finish. And how about Ward Burton? Only once all year has he failed to finish in the top 15. That's what's going to win you championships in this business.
You know, Eli, the consistency of the guys that are in the top 5, even the top 10 right now, if you finish 37th, 38th, you may never get back up to the top 10. They don't fall out like they used to. Consistency, that will get you the championship.
That's a good point. Let's follow up on this point championship battle. Here's Ralph.
Winston Cup points leader Bobby Labonte might be the favorite today in Dover. After all, he is the defending winner in this event, stretching his fuel mileage and winning the MBNA Platinum 400 last June. One of 5 wins in 1999 for Bobby Labonte. This year, his only win came in the season's second race at Rockingham, but he has been consistently among the top 5. Last Sunday at Charlotte, Labonte started slowly but steadily climbed through the field for a second-place finish to Matt Kenseth. Bobby joins us now. Last year, you did so great on fuel mileage here, but I talked to your crew earlier this morning. They say you guys have picked up about 25 horsepower or so from last year, and that could hurt your fuel mileage here today. Is that game out the window?
Well, I mean, it just depends on the situation. I mean, we'll have to play it by ear as we go, and, you know, we could still be getting good gas mileage compared to some other guys, and if it works out at the right time, at the right place like it did last year, you know, it might work out for us. You know, we were kind of running like 5th or 6th, or probably 7th or 8th, I guess, and we came in and pitted. You know, we weren't running fast enough to win, but we were running fast enough to stay in the lead lap and do the fuel mileage thing. It could happen again today. It just depends on what everybody else is doing, too.
Eli, let's take a look at the point standings for Bobby Labonte, who is the points leader in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. You see Mark Martin, Dale Earnhardt, and Jeff Burton are 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Ward Burton is 2nd, and Steve, he is 54 points behind Bobby.
Well, Ralph, it may not be a surprise that Bobby Labonte's leading the points, but who could have guessed Ward Burton would stand 2nd through the first third of the season? He got his first win in almost 5 years in March at Darlington, and that got him started. Problems like this practice crash in Texas have been relatively rare. More common are runs like last Sunday in the 600, struggling early, but fighting back and claiming a top 15 finish. Award at this point last year, you were 9th in the points. This year, you're 2nd, but I checked the stats. 12 starts here at Dover, just one top 10. Do you feel like you're improving here?
Man, I wish you hadn't told me that. We've had a lot of good cars here. We've had some times that just some circumstances happened we couldn't control, but we worked really hard in Caterpillar Pontiac yesterday, and we're finding a little bit of inconsistency with tires. We tried to get a lot of tires to match, and we worked on the cars with what tires that we think will be matching today. So we guessed a little bit, we changed the car, but I think a lot of people in the same boat.
All right, man. Best of luck today.
Okay, thanks a bunch.
Let's go back upstairs.
Thanks. Hey, folks, quick reminder, you can ride along today with Bobby Labonte and Ward Burton and Mark Martin by going online at tnnracing.com. You can experience today's race from multiple in-car views and listen in to the radio scanner talk. That's tnnracing.com, your free online garage pass to the MBNA Platinum 400. Dick Berggren and the Dawn Patrol, as soon as we come back to Dover.
Pep Boys, get your motor running savings, and that means 35,000-mile tires in 9 sizes, 4 for $99. 70,000-mile tires, 4 for $169. Deals like this are worth getting ripped up for.
Pep Boys, cars like us, people love us. Whatever life throws your way, you gotta be ready. No sweat, you've got new Speed Stick Clear Stick Antiperspirant. Unlike gels, new Clear Stick goes on dry to keep you dry. And dry, clearly, is the whole idea. New Speed Stick Clear Stick.
Shoulder pads, knee pads. Now there's a new pad to keep you in the game. Boom! Tough Actin Tenactin Sports Wipes. Get to those hard-to-reach places with the only leading brand that's so tough it prevents athlete's foot. Wipe out athlete's foot. New Tenactin Sports Wipes.
Pre-race activities continuing here at the Monster Mile at Dover Downs International Speedway in Delaware. We close in on the start of the MBNA Platinum 400. Early this morning, the alarm clock went off in the room next door to me at the hotel. That's where Dick Berggren was spending the weekend. And I said to myself, it can mean only one thing. It's time for the Dawn Patrol. Here's Dick.
Crews stormed the garage gate when it opened at 7. These guys were here before 6. Bill Elliott's crew is struggling with a backup car. They demolished their primary car in practice. A gear change this morning. Other than that, pretty much normal maintenance. The 5 car with Terry Labonte, he says this is the best race car he's ever had here at Dover. The 28, Ricky Rudd, he's a 4-time winner here. Virtually no change in that car today. Dale Earnhardt is delighted with his race car. Crew chief Kevin Hamlin says he doesn't know why, doesn't think the car is as fast as maybe it should be. Mark Martin in the 6. This is the same car that won here last fall. Won the fall before as well. Virtually no change on this car. Just normal routine maintenance. All eyes are on the number 18. Bobby Labonte, he won last spring with this same car. Normal maintenance, no major changes today. Goodyear has a new tire here. The question is, which of these teams is going to best figure out how to get the most mileage out of it?
Dick did point out that the other team that did make some changes this morning, a couple of spring changes for Jeff Gordon and the DuPont team. Everything else seemed to be pretty much routine. The green flag here at Dover, just 16 minutes away on TNN Sports.
You've been a burger lover your whole life, but you're about to stray. Take a look at this new spicy chicken sandwich from Burger King. Spicy, marinated chicken with a crispy, spicy coating, topped with a very spicy mayo. Feeling guilty? It's not really cheating, if the burger never finds out. Got the urge?
Buy any large sandwich value meal and get a free medium frozen Coca-Cola.
There it is. Let's go.
On the left.
Want to get the coolest stuff in the world? Go to Miller's Get the Goods online auction. Find tons of cool stuff. Plus a chance to help a charity. Details at millergetthegoods.com and wherever you buy Miller Lite.
Don't wait up.
Welcome back, everybody. Down there on the racetrack and on the pit lane, all the teams now lining up It's about time for the national anthem. And joining us here at the Monster Mile today, Sony Records recording artist, Danny Lee.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming through proud stripes and bright stars, through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reckless, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
When we come back, the command to fire the engines for the MBNA Platinum 400.
MBNA Platinum 400, next on TNN. Saturday nights in June, TNN is going to take you to the races. You'll see the stars shine bright when they battle under the lights, featuring the NASCAR Busch Grand National Series, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws, and the American Speed Association. It's fireworks that'll last till July. Don't miss Saturday night at the races, a prime-time race every Saturday night in June. It all starts June 10th on TNN Sports.
Are you still using the same old internet service, the one that's always giving you a busy signal, that always makes you wait, wait, wait? Wouldn't it be great to go online at a high speed? You can do that now with high-speed cable modem internet access from GS Communications. Take the fastest ride to the internet with GS Cyclone. Call GS Communications today at 1-800-486-6822 to get on the fastest track to the internet with GS Cyclone.
Once was an Aussie named Erwin, woo, who fancied crocs, snakes, and vermin. Now, he's got a week to show off his technique. Did you see that? Great stuff of staying outside the croc instead of in one.
This is gonna be great.
Backed by popular demand, it's Croc Week.
I'm pumped.
7 nights of outrageous adventure. Outrageous! With all new, never-before-seen footage. Coming in June, only on Animal Planet. Don't miss it.
Following is a special presentation of TNN Sports. It's the hottest ticket around. It's a carnival, a traveling road show for children of all ages. It's a volcano of color and sound ready to erupt. It's NASCAR from Dover Downs in Delaware.
Tony Stewart visited Victory Lane 3 times last year and raised the bar for this year's rookie class. However, with only 12 races gone, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has cleared that bar and is the only 2-time winner on the Winston Cup circuit. Charlotte's annual May Madness looked like Rookie Appreciation Week, with Jr. winning Winston Cup's All-Star event and Matt Kempton grabbing his first Cup win in the circuit's longest race. The youth and exuberance of the younger drivers that have invaded NASCAR's Winston Cup division have brought us some new styles and some bold moves. But as Glenn Jarrett will tell you, sometimes it's the old age and treachery that can actually be the fastest way around Dover.
Bill Elliott won the first 2 segments of the Winston and ran strong in the 600 until he was sidelined with mechanical problems. Dale Earnhardt is showing championship consistency with more top 10s than anyone else on the circuit and a victory in Atlanta. Mark Martin sits 3rd in Winston Cup points and was tops at Martinsville in April. Dale Jarrett strives to repeat last year's success. He started the year with his 3rd Daytona 500 win. Rusty Wallace knows where victory lane is at Dover and won at the other high bank concrete track in March. The old dogs howled loudly here Friday afternoon at Dover in qualifying. Rusty Wallace claimed his 4th career pole here at Dover, his 4th of the year. Mark Martin, who won the race here at Dover last fall, will start in 4th position. But the monster bit back to Bill Elliott, who qualified 2nd. He crashed his primary car in practice Saturday morning, had to go to a backup. He'll start in the rear of the field.
Dover's monster is a thirsty one, and success here is often measured in ounces. It's simple. The more times you visit this place, the less likely you are to visit this place. Silky, smooth drivers with calibrated right feet fare better. But beyond gas mileage is survival. There is no room for error at the Monster Mile. One mistake triggers a cascade of broken sheet metal. If you leave the straight and narrow here, you're going to hit something. And if you hit something on this racetrack, you're going to hit it hard. If a place ever lived up to its nickname, it's Dover. 400 laps of scary action here on the Monster Mile.
You have the best seat in the house for the 13th race of the 2000 NASCAR Winston Cup season. The MBNA Platinum 400 from Dover Downs set to unfold here on TNN Sports. Earlier this weekend, Bill Elliott, after qualifying 2nd, ran into the wall during Saturday practice, a backup car. He'll be starting at the back of the field today. Kyle Petty returning to racing for the first time since the passing of his son Adam. Regretfully, he could not qualify for the NASCAR Winston Cup race. He did drive Adam's Sprint Chevrolet yesterday. He was in the top 5 until he made a late pit stop. But then later in the day still, Kyle got on board the King's car. He'll sub for John Andretti today. And there you see Dave Blaney. 3 cars he's already used this weekend. It's a tough, tough way to say hello to the Monster Mile. Now we go trackside. The Vice President of Auto Racing here at Dover Downs International Speedway is Melvin Joseph.
Mr. Rollins was a charismatic leader whose energy, vision, and enthusiasm provided inspiration to all of us at Dover Downs through more than 30 years of his early struggles and the eventual success. He loved NASCAR and cared greatly about everyone in the sport, especially the loyal fans of Dover Downs. We would like for you to please rise and take a moment of silence to honor the memory of these 3 men who meant so much to the sport we love, and to ask you to keep them all 3 in your prayers. We thank you. And now for the words that you've been waiting to hear for this weekend, Mr. Melvin Joseph, Vice President of Motorsports here at Dover Downs.
Gentlemen, start those engines.
And with the command from Melvin Joseph, we welcome you back to Dover Downs International Speedway. A magnificent day for racing. Eli Gold, the whole TNN Sports team, welcoming you to our coverage of the MBNA Platinum 400. 400 laps, 400 miles on a concrete layout. High banked it is. Buddy Baker, as a Hall of Fame racer, you have run here many times. The pluses and the minuses of concrete versus the old asphalt.
Well, it's really not a comparison because of white surface. The heat does not stay in it, where the blacktop it just absorbs, and the more heat you get in it, it gets greasy. Asphalt, it's not ideal, but the pavement that we have here, it does not change. The crew chiefs love it. Drivers sometimes don't like it because you run so fast here.
Now, making the tour through the garage this morning, there's one thing that we all found out, and Dick Berggren, the editor of Speedway Illustrated magazine, you know it also. Everybody today seems to think they have a good shot at winning.
Yeah, there is no clear favorite for today's race, and as I've toured the garage this weekend and talked to the top drivers and the crew chiefs, they have told me man after man, yeah, we've got a great car, but it's no better than 10, 15 others. You got a favorite in Winston Cup? Stick around. Today may be his lucky day.
And we're so glad you're with us. We are coming right back. The dropping of the green flag, and we're going racing. We're live at the Monster Mile, Dover Downs International Speedway in Delaware. The MBNA Platinum 400 next.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one straight at 200 miles an hour. That gets sap the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline motor oil. The same unique formulation you can get for your car. Technically speaking, Havoline... That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Okay, ma'am. You claim Jeff Burton led you to believe the Exide Select battery was only for race cars?
That's right, Your Honor.
And Mr. Burton?
Not guilty, Your Honor. All I said was the Exide 99 team needs a tough, reliable battery out on the track.
Hey, I need a reliable battery, too.
Yeah. But, Your Honor,
That's enough.
The Exide Select battery. It's not just for race cars.
Award for the plaintiff.
Well, folks, everything will be decided today.
If you want to win in today's highly competitive environment, you can't afford to go it alone.
It looks like the red team is a well-oiled machine.
It takes teamwork and training to get to the finish line. Just like it takes teamwork and training to build quality cars and trucks on the assembly line. UAWGM. Assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins.
TNN Sports live coverage of the MBNA Platinum 400 is being brought to you by Havoline Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. By Exide NASCAR Select, the official automotive battery of NASCAR. And by UAW GM, assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins. Jam-packed every time they add 8, 9, 10,000 more seats. The fans just line up to buy those tickets, and you can see what Dover Downs has grown to in all these years of racing. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for today's event. The Big K starting grid changing for the better. Those two guys, Rusty Wallace and Bill Elliott, though Elliott has moved to the back, going to the backup car. Those two gentlemen with 7 career wins here at Dover Downs between them over the years. Matter of fact, buddy, half of all of the Dover wins here have come from the top 3 starting spots.
And the reason for that, you can get in so much trouble here in the back of the pack. If anything happens, if you're back there, you have to come through it. So it takes its toll.
There you see Michael Waltrip, Tony Stewart, who was 4th and 2nd here in the 2 races a season ago. Jeff Gordon, a 3-time Dover winner. Jeffrey Bodine, this is his 36th start at the Monster Mile. Matt Kenseth, he was quickest in second round Bud Pole qualifying.
Yeah, it took them a while to get that car dialed in, but they've got it running well now.
Dale Earnhardt, best starting spot for him in the last 7 visits to Dover. John Andretti's got those tender ribs. That's why Kyle Petty's standing by to sub, and this is not the racetrack to show off with tender anything, is it?
No, it is not, because, I mean, in the corners here, you run 180 miles an hour down the straightaway here, and you don't back off a whole lot in the corner.
And they see Dave Marcus, the 43rd starter in today's MBNA Platinum 400. Now, what is this racetrack all about? Well, statistically, it reads 1 mile around. And there you see the banking, but you never really get a chance to rest, do you?
No, you don't. And the racing groove itself is right around the bottom of the racetrack. And if you get up in the gray part of the racetrack, the whiter part up on this part up in here, you're in big trouble. You have to watch yourself very careful at the start of the race here. There's a lot of debris on the top side of the racetrack also.
Just prior to starting, I want to mention why the track was observing a moment of silence before the command to fire the engines. You may or may not remember our NASCAR Busch Series telecast from Nashville earlier this year. We talked on that telecast about the fact that John Rollins had passed away, the founding father of Dover Downs International Speedway, and this is the first race at this speedway since his passing. So he, and the memory of Adam Petty also being talked about in that moment of silence. There, of course, Kyle Petty, who he had a super run going yesterday in the Sprint Chevy until that late pit stop, and, of course, the King. It'll be neat to see Kyle get into the King's car later today, won't it? Folks, cinch up the seatbelts. Here we go, 400 laps on TNN Sports. Yesterday in the Busch Series race, the second groove came in about 50 laps in, and a lot of these drivers are already taking advantage of the groove that the Busch guys built for them yesterday.
They are doing that, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. has already moved up in the second spot. He got by Mark Martin, who did not have a great start. He's going backwards.
So is Kenny Wallace in the 55 car. He started up front. He's done nothing but move toward the back since the green flag.
Ricky Rudd in that black and orange number 28 battling Mark Martin. That's for 5th. We ride with Bobby Labonte behind them.
I got to tell you, a lot of these cars are starting very, very loose in the back. You can see the cars moving around quite a bit. The reason for that, the longer you run, the tighter the car gets, meaning that right front gets hot and you start pushing up the racetrack. So you have to give away handling right at the first to have a better car on the long run.
Ricky Rudd, whoa, working over Mark Martin, who has to save that car going down the back straightaway in a 3. Scary moment for Mark Martin. We've got caution, problems on the back straightaway. The leader is Rusty Wallace. He has taken the caution. There is Mike Bliss's machine from earlier this year that Rick Mast took over driving midway through the season. And Rick Mast, who has done well at this racetrack in the past, does not have a good start in the Conseco machine.
Eli, I guarantee you, he went head on into the wall. That car is almost directly bobbed off on the nose there. Not much of an angle where he hit the wall. That was a hard lick.
So Rick Mast bringing out the first caution flag in the Conseco Pontiac. Poor old A.J. Foyt. He's not had the best of the success. You'll notice we see Rick now putting down the net. Took a while to put the net down. And for those of you who don't know, many of you do, that net coming down at the driver's side window there lets the NASCAR officials know that I'm okay. Watch this deal before with Rudd and Martin.
There's contact between Ricky Rudd and Mark Martin, and that may have triggered the incident that happened on the back straightaway.
He almost lost it. What a great job of driving on the part of Mark Martin to hang on to that thing.
And the caution out on the 5th lap.
Boy, Rick Mast has had a tough time. He had food poisoning in Charlotte.
And doesn't feel a whole heck of a lot better here today in Dover. Back in a moment.
There's nothing going on here tonight. Ever notice if you rub your eyes for a while, you start to see little stars and stuff? You see?
No, I don't see anything.
You gotta rub harder.
Red dots, okay? Is that what I'm... This is great.
Wait. You see it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I got flashes.
Whoa. I see blurry blobs. 2 of them.
Ooh, lightning.
It's like a French painting.
Big night out.
Tiny amoebas marching together.
Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
It's on me, guys.
Thanks.
See, that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
You want to go for a ride?
Oh, yes. Warning, this ride may be too intense. For anyone with a weak heart.
Don't look at me, I'm a man.
Faint pulse.
Here's where it gets tricky.
Or a low tolerance for speed.
Suspect southbound, 140 miles an hour.
Nicholas Cage. Gone in 60 seconds.
Are you all right? Because you just drove through a wall.
Rated PG-13. Starts June 9th.
It's not just a new sign. It's a promise, a guarantee. It's a new Midas. You'll know it when you first drive in. You'll appreciate it for as long as you own your car. Expanded new services, a new lineup of genuine Midas parts, guaranteed for a lifetime nationwide. Even if the part wears out. We're more than mufflers. We're a new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
For cars with over 75,000 miles, life has just begun. Introducing Valvoline Max Life Motor Oil.
For everyone who'd rather do it themselves, we make the rugged, dependable Wagner Power Painter with power, control, and versatility like never before. If it needs painting, staining, or sealing, the choice is easy. Get a Wagner and get it done.
There is the king, Richard Petty. And there is John Andretti, who during the pit stop seconds ago on lap number 6, climbed from the race car. And Kyle Petty, for the first time since 1981, gets aboard his dad's race car. Kyle said it was at Riverside, California back in 81. Then he said maybe it was 82, but I think it's 81, that Kyle got into the 43 and Richard got into the 42 as they had attempted to try and make some swaps to get one of the cars, if not both, on the Winner's Circle program, one of the NASCAR incentive programs. So this is not a first, but it's been a long time since it happened before.
Well, what happened right there is they spent a lot of time getting driver change made, so they had to come in and change the tires on the 43, and he's ready to go now.
That is Kyle's seat that's in that race car rather than John Andretti's seat. This was a planned change. John drove those first few laps with a lot of padding between himself and the seat.
Now, again, the reason we're under caution was a spin by Rick Mast off turn 2.
Okay, we have these two cars right there. That's Rick Mast, the second one there. As they start under the tunnel back there, they make contact right there. Rick Mast goes into the inside wall very hard there. Steve Park continues on.
It's never good when the straightaway gets longer out of your front windshield. Here's what Dale Jarrett saw. You see, when the one car bounced off the wall, that's what happened.
That's the good part about replays there. I did not see Steve Park hit the outside wall.
Oh, and there, that time you saw the 25 Nadu get punched there with Elliott Sadler.
Yeah, but that was after they looked up and saw the wreck in front of them. Everybody started checking up, and there was contact there.
So the replay shows exactly what happened. Meanwhile, let's check in with Glenn Jarrett.
And standing beside of John Andretti. John, it's always tough to get out of your race car, but you got a pretty good relief driver there.
I got a great relief driver. I don't know if I could have gotten out if it wasn't for Kyle, but Kyle's so good at Dover. He's so good at so many places. What a great thing. I want to thank Carolina Panthers and Mr. Richardson, the owner there, for letting me come over there. And in Michigan, I'll be all the way.
Well, you heard it there. I was going to ask him that question, but he read my mind, which is like reading a dime store novel.
Kyle Petty won here from 37th starting position in 1995. Back to green.
Jerry Nadu going a lap down there from the accident he had on the back straightaway. They worked on it just a little bit long there. He's going a lap down.
That was the third pit stop he had made on each of laps 6, 7, and 9.
Look at Little E. Oh, Earnhardt Jr. I don't call him Little E. Earnhardt Jr., though, takes the lead, and the crowd's going crazy again.
I'll tell you, when they introduced him just a little while ago, more applause was heard for this kid than any other driver. The crowd just loves Earnhardt Jr.
So Dale Earnhardt Jr. takes the lead. Mike Skinner second. Mayfield gets around Rusty Wallace to pick up third, and Ricky Rudd giving a nudge to Rusty as he nudged Mark Martin earlier.
The way Ricky Rudd's driving right now, I think he's telling himself, I've gone long enough without a win this year. He loves this racetrack, and he told me if he could turn it around, this would be the place.
He's had more success here than any other racetrack. 4 wins, 4 poles at Dover. This is very definitely Ricky Rudd's best place, and he's got a great car for this weekend.
And he's been running here since '76 as Mike Skinner blows right by Dale Earnhardt Jr. And we have the third different leader of the MBNA Platinum 400 as Mike Skinner takes over the top spot. You know, we talked to guys like Nadeau on the pre-race show and so on. Well, Skinner is certainly due. And yesterday on the telecast of the NASCAR Busch Series race, his crew chief Larry McReynolds joining us here in the booth, and he said, "You're pretty good."
You know what, though? This is the first time Skinner has ever led a lap at Dover in Winston Cup competition. But back in '97, this same race, he scored his first ever career top 10 here in this event.
I know for a fact the 31 car started out with less grip in the back of the car, knowing that it was going to tighten up as they go along. And you can tell right now he's favoring the high side of the racetrack, trying to keep from putting too much pressure on the tires early in. Earnhardt Jr. closed right back in on him, but both of them right now breaking away from everyone else.
You saw the leaders go by Bobby Hamilton moments ago in the Kodak machine. He went into the pit lane for service back on lap number 6 and has not gotten up to speed. Caution. Caution is on the
turn 1. It's a 25.
Turn 1 on the bottom. Having a lot of problems here today.
Look at the damage on the left corner there.
Got the wall a little bit there.
You heard some of the communication on Jerry's radio there.
But it's a great day.
Hey, is the radiator knocked out ever? Yeah, it wasn't one of those great days. Involved in that first problem at lap 5. Now the spin here.
No, it might have got back in on the left front. What do you think, Jerry? I'm coming in. Might as well go in the garage and fix this thing. It's tore up pretty good.
Okay, guys, let's go to the garage. We're getting everything to the garage right quick so we fix it.
So you hear the team strategy. Let's go to the garage and fix it. Glenn, they finished 30th and 16th here last year, and certainly no better today.
No, Eli, he's got a lot of problems. I was just going to try to get an update in on. He made so many pit stops earlier on there during the Rick Mast caution. They were trying to reset the toe in, and they changed right side tires, and then all this happened. So Jerry is definitely on a downer. You know, like we said, he had such a great car last week. They're loading the stuff up now, going to the garage area. They are going to try to get him back in, but obviously he'll be many, many, many laps down.
His best finish of the year, 13th at the California Speedway back on April the 30th. As the fans remember Adam Petty here at Dover.
This is John Force, 9-time World Funny Car Champion. This is the Fram air filter with new Triad fiber technology. John Force knows a thing or two about dirt. The Fram Triad air filter traps up to 48% more dirt. So, what happens when you put the two of them together? Presto changeo. The new Fram Triad air filter. Pay a little more now, or pay a lot later.
You know, NASCAR's been a part of my family for almost 30 years. First of all, I got in this business because I'm a race fan. I went to race as a little kid. I'm going to miss the people. I'm going to miss hanging out in the garage with the guys, the camaraderie, that bumping and grinding that we do on Sunday. The fans, the drivers, the crews, it's just a way of life. For 40 years, I've gotten up on Sunday, put my helmet on, and raced. I'm really going to miss it.
You've been a burger lover your whole life, but you're about to stray. Take a look at this new spicy chicken sandwich from Burger King. Spicy, marinated chicken with a crispy, spicy coating, topped with a very spicy mayo. Feeling guilty? It's not really cheating, if the burger never finds out. Got the urge?
Buy any large sandwich value meal and get a free medium frozen Coca-Cola.
Mark, they're professionals. They will take care of her.
I know, but she's my baby. What if they can't help her?
Mr. Stevenson, we've got that new starter in your car. She's ready.
Auto Value. We've got what you need.
Hey, folks, next Thursday night, there's more arena football here on TNN. See if the Houston Thunder Bears can shoot down the high-flying Iowa Barnstormers. Iowa quarterback Aaron Garcia has been throwing to wide receiver Mike Horacek at a record-setting pace. Don't miss all the hard hits from the barn in Des Moines. Thursday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific, right here on TNN Sports. Should be a good one, a battle in the Central Division of the Arena Football League. In the garage area, Steve and Rick Mast.
Thanks, Eli. Rick, I just saw your car come by. Heavy damage to the front end. Are you okay, and can you get back out?
Yeah, I'm fine. No, the car is demolished. You know, it's a shame. Team Conseco car. I mean, we're starting to turn the thing around. We showed it in Charlotte. We showed it all weekend here. Everybody knew we had a car to contend with. I knew that. And we get taken out so early. I mean, just trying to play it cautious, be easy. And with that stupid yellow car that causes a wreck every single other week. I mean, it seems like every other week that yellow car is in the middle of some wreck. You know, and I was going by him and he lost it or whatever happened, you know, and he come across the racetrack and hit me. But you know what? It's Dover. Things like that happen. I mean, we all screw up. That's just part of our game. But it's just frustrating to me right now because, you know, this team has worked so hard to get this thing turned around, and it is turned around. It's back on the right road now. And if we could just got through today, you know, I think a lot of people have saw that today because really this is the best car today I've had in a couple years at Dover. And, you know, as Buddy knows, I run pretty good at Dover. So we'll get him, I guess, at Michigan.
Tough day at the office for Rick Mast.
It is just that. So he is in the garage area. So too Jerry Nadeau, who had hoped to have a great day today in front of so many of the fans of his home area. He's from Danbury, Connecticut, but not to be.
Well, Nadeau's had a horrible time, but going back to Rick Mast's statement, I hired him because he ran and won the Busch race here one time and put him in my car when I was a car owner instead of a driver, and he did us a great job.
Let's get an update on the 6 machine, Mark Martin's team. Ralph?
Well, Eli, you noticed he fell back right away at the beginning of the race, and he radioed in and said, Jimmy, I can't hold on to it. That was to his crew chief, Jimmy Fennick. They came in, they put on 4 tires and 2 rounds of bite, trying to get that car to handle. The same problem has happened for Rusty Wallace. He had a tremendous amount of buildup on the right rear of his tire and could not get the car to handle. He as well slipped back. They don't feel like they have a problem, but a lot of the drivers are radioing in saying that this racetrack is very dirty at the start of the race today. As you noticed, Eli, when we came in earlier today from the parking area, a lot of the people are able to cross over the racetrack, and they dragged in a lot of dirt. And a lot of the drivers are saying there's a lot of dirty buildup on top of the cement, and it's going to take a little while to work that off and get these tires to really adhere to the racetrack.
Well, we are now 20 laps into the 400-miler here at Dover Downs. A lot of guys on the move. Look at Wally Dallenbach, started 12th, now running 6th. Back in a moment.
When it comes to getting the right parts fast and easy, guys who know their way around under the hood always turn to their best friend, wrenchhead.com, the place to buy auto parts online. Go to wrenchhead.com now to enter the Father's Day 400 sweepstakes and win Dad a trip for 2 to the big race in Daytona July 1st. Plus lots more. With wrenchhead.com, getting the right part is a snack. Wrenchhead.com. Are you a wrenchhead?
This is the Firebird Trans Am. And it's very hungry. The muscle car lives. Firebird Trans Am by Pontiac.
This week on Saturday night at the races, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws challenge the famed half-mile at Bristol. It's the Channel Lot Challenge at Bristol. Saturday at 9 Eastern on TNN. Saturday night at the races.
Is it bad to be bold? No. Outrageous. Ooh. Or out and out brilliant?
Think about it.
If it's a sin to be original, we confess. It's what we do best. The most acclaimed award-winning original series, the best boxing, and huge Hollywood hits are right here, only on HBO.
I think you'd like it.
Call now.
My father's favorite joke about our expansion project is that he's going to build it and I'm going to pay for it.
While this is said in jest, there is truth behind it. My future depends on my dealings with you, our friends, customers, and neighbors. You are valuable to us, and we respect your needs and desires. That's why this new construction project includes 30 service bays, 2 of which are specially designed for quick service, lube, oil, filter, and 16-point checkup to be done at any time with no appointment necessary.
Hey, did you know that Delaware was the first state, and Dover has been the state capital for a couple of hundred years now. There's a very, very large historic district in the heart of downtown Dover, and up to 3 miles from where we sit here at Dover Downs International Speedway. You see that computer address, tnnracing.com? You want to take your web browser and head there right now, because you can ride along with Bobby Labonte and Ward Burton and Mark Martin by going online at tnnracing.com. We've got all the multiple in-car views that you'd like. Also, the radio scanner talk from the driver to the crew members. That's tnnracing.com. It is absolutely free, a free online garage pass here at the MBNA Platinum 400. Back downstairs, Steve.
Eli, Jerry Nadeau had an awesome run at Charlotte, but it looks like it's not going to be as well today. Crew working furiously on the Michael Holligan car. Jerry, what happened?
I'm not really sure in the beginning. I know a car wrecked on the backstretch, and I don't know if I got in oil or if I got hit from behind, but my car just took off to the wall, and we hurt the right side pretty good. We come in, we fixed it, but obviously something was hitting in the left rear, and it cut the tire down and got in the wall in the front stretch. I hate it for the guys. We had an awesome car yesterday in happy hour, and we're not able to show it today.
Let's go back to Green Flag Racing, Eli.
All right, Steve, thank you. As Mike Skinner will lead them. You see that orange machine, the Kodak car. Lap down is Bobby Hamilton. Everybody else on the lead lap. "24 degrees of banking. The track narrows by 10 feet, and the banking drops to 9 degrees on the straightaway. And the track widens out, and the banking builds. And then you shoot right back out onto the straightaway."
Oh, boy. Speaking of shooting, Junior looks like he's driving a boat, not a car. Look at this kid go.
Right to the bottom of the racetrack there, side by side, as they come off turn 2. Jeremy Mayfield in third.
We've seen a ton of that in the middle of the backstretch all afternoon. All afternoon, heck, we're only 25 laps in.
Look at Jeremy Mayfield in 12th there. He has really got it turned up, and just behind him, Ricky Rudd has moved up into contention also.
Nice shot by Skinner, protected his position, hung on to the lead.
They're running this track like it's Martinsville.
They're also running it like it's about lap 398.
Yeah, instead of lap 25. Watch it again. Earnhardt Jr. in the red machine. Skinner, the race leader. Pardon
Hello.
I think that might have started somewhere else, because that looked like a little payback there. Just to let him know I can hit back.
Somewhere else, like Rockingham or something. Nah, you never know, but that was quite a little... so we've seen a lot of that today. Ricky Rudd a few times early in the race. Middle of the back straightaway doing the same thing.
Well, that second corner, if a guy's got his leg in it, when he starts coming out of the second corner, sometimes the car will just pick up a push, and if he doesn't lift, he'll just push right out toward the wall. It's hard to lift when you're going for the lead.
We're with Rudd looking back towards Bobby Labonte, 4th and 5th place.
And just behind him, I cannot believe how good Wally Dallenbach's running. He is flying around this racetrack. He's up to 6th already. We need to give him a call, because he has had a bad year. He's driving the 75 there.
Wally Dallenbach. He has had a very interesting career. He has done everything in road racing. He's a road ace, certainly. And the old IMSA days, the old International Motorsports Association, and all sorts of different sanctioning bodies. This has just been a situation here where at times he's not had the equipment, hasn't had the opportunity, but Wally's a quality racer.
He is that, and he almost won at Watkins Glen. Had a second-place finish there when Bill Davis was Pontiac just a few years back.
He's got a quality engine under the hood of that number 75 car as well. He's got Yates power this year, and this is a horsepower track for sure. He's got a handle, but it helps a ton to have a lot of motor, and he's got it.
You see your favorites going by, and if your favorite is the man with the golden arches on the hood, that's Bill Elliott from starting shotgun in the field. He's now up to 30th place, so he has picked up 13 positions thus far. There are folks who have moved up distressing is that to a driver? Obviously, buddy, I know it's upsetting when you have to go to a backup car, but habitually, how off is a backup from your primary car?
Well, it's exactly what you said. That is a backup car. That's not your best car. A lot of people say, well, it's just as good. Well, if it was, you would have it up here. And when you go around a backup car, a little balance here, a little balance there is not just the same as your best car. So right now, he's running very well. And perhaps that setup he had to put him on the outside pole will work today for that car also. It does not look like it's really a hindrance to him at all.
I never forget the time that Cale at Atlanta went through a bunch of race cars, went down the road on the interstate, on highways 19 and 41 there in Georgia, got his show car out of the shopping center, brought it to the racetrack, ran it, and won at Atlanta. I'll never forget that.
Al Unser did the same thing at Indianapolis, hauled the show car out of a hotel lobby and wound up winning the Indianapolis 500.
You brought up a good thing there, but I will tell you about Cale Yarborough. He could have run fourth on a Flynn bicycle. He's pretty tough.
That's a pretty tough battle right there as well. Blaney in the 93. His father, Dave Blaney's father, 60 years old, 14 starts this year in dirt cars. He's won 7 of them.
Wow. Remarkable. And again, if you're just joining us, Blaney, with whom we're riding now, and looking back towards Elliott Sadler, this is the 3rd car that Blaney has had to use here this weekend. Lost the first 2 in accidents. They have to send back to the shop to bring another machine up from the Bill Davis racing operation.
And if you want to know who got inside as they do right at the first part of the race, that tape will tell you a little something on the 21.
Elliott Sadler. There you see the spread from first to second. Second place battle evaporates as Mayfield grabs it away from Dale Earnhardt Jr. They are running 1 2/10 seconds behind the race leader, Mike Skinner.
Mayfield still operating without his crew chief, Peter Suspenzo, who was suspended for a fuel violation. Next week, he'll be back, so.
We're live at Dover Downs International Speedway in Delaware in the early stages of an always grueling 400 miler.
Hi, I'm Doug Peterson. I'm the Home Depot instructor. I do that full-time. I teach the kids on the weekend. I teach the parents on the weekend. All the Home Depots have classes. This is service. This is what it's all about. Yeah, what's the good of having over 50,000 items if you don't know how to use them? That's my job. I show you how to use them. It starts when you come in. Everybody says, what are you doing? What's your project? If somebody shows you how to do it, it gives you the confidence that you say, well, I can do that. So come see us. We've got everything.
Having chicken.
Try new McCormick flavor medleys.
Oh. We're having chicken.
Watch how McCormick flavors any meal.
Oh, meatloaf.
Oh,
Loaf.
Tantalize the taste of everything you cook. Look in the spice aisle for new McCormick flavor medleys. The same old meals will never be the same.
You know what the heck that means?
What?
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue from Dover Downs International Speedway in Delaware. That is Mike Skinner. Took over the race lead from Dale Earnhardt Jr. at lap number 12, and between then and now, lap 40, he has pulled away to the margin you see on the screen. 1 1/3 seconds. It's amazing once a guy gets free and clear. We're seeing the same thing now with second place Jeremy Mayfield. Once he got around, caution. There's
27 car.
Everybody manages to get around.
Mike
Bliss, making his very first visit ever to Dover Downs in competition, brings out the caution. He did test here back on May the 16th. But this is the first time he has been here in competition, and Mike Bliss brings out the 3rd caution flag of the day.
Let me tell you, Skinner's spotter earned his money in that one. I was listening to the radio, and the spotter just hollered at him, back it down, he's right in front of you, and Skinner did exactly the right thing. Save that car.
So Mike Skinner continues as the race leader. There you see Mike Bliss already sideways.
And a miracle just happened. Somebody spins at Dover, Delaware, and does not hit anything.
The same Pontiac that Mike drove at Charlotte a weekend ago to a 32nd.
That's Skinner right there, right here, coming right back up on him.
And there you see the spotters up high, and Mike Spotter doing a fine job to alert him as to the problems. So caution for the third time this afternoon here at Dover Downs. Normally we will see a large number of cautions. Sometimes not. It's just been a split thing here. Sometimes we'll have as many as 10 and 13 and 14. Then each of the two races last year, we had only 4 cautions. And we've already had 3 here in the first 42 miles of racing. Skinner, Mayfield, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Top to bottom on the screen. Here's Steve Burns.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. complaining to his crew that the car is just a little bit loose going in and going out. We're going to tighten it up, make a chassis adjustment, 1 turn out of the right rear, and 4 tires. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
And we're down to Jeremy Mayfield. He had the quickest car on the racetrack. They've already changed 4 tires. He's down and away. They actually changed the tires that they were going to put on the car and changed it to another set that was back in the pits. We'll find out why. Here's Ralph.
Well, the biggest change with Mike Skinner's car, Glenn, is that they went, of course, from the scuffs to stickers is what he started the race with scuffs. Now he's got sticker tires on. He didn't want them to make any changes to the car. He was very happy with it. They're pleased with their pit stop.
So pit stops taking place now for most all of the teams. Some teams have elected not to come in here. Included therein was Kyle Petty, who stayed out in the John Andretti car. Remember, they had come in on laps 6, 7, and again on lap 17. So they're on their own little time frame.
And Bobby Labonte had a brake stop. He's already up to second in the 18 car there.
So the caution becomes a break for some as we work the 43rd lap here at Dover Downs on a simply magnificent 70-degree day. Hope you're enjoying. Back in a moment.
Surface contact bearing 190, dive!
Rated at 160 feet, 10 degree down, about big drum, quiet engines back.
A great man. His name is Dave Thomas. Man? No. He must be a god. Wendy's Classic Triple. As close to bliss as a mortal can get.
And remember, Wendy's pickup window is open late, so you can eat great even late.
Whether you drive the family truck or the number 21 Citgo Taurus, when you pull into the pits, your neighborhood Citgo has the fuel you need to fill your tank and keep you going.
Natural, real, the new man's way to lose the gray. Quick, just like that, it's like my natural color's back.
I don't know, it's just so...
We're not sure about the whole flame thing. The flames are a safety feature. Scenario. Let's say you're about to pump out that Bambino. Honk. You're on your way to the hospital? Bam. You get stuck in traffic. The flames intimidate the other cars right out of the way. Plus, it's a major kick magnet.
The ASA AC Delco Series, June 11th at 11 Eastern on TNN.
You think I'm trying to burn you here?
Welcome back. There's Jeff Burton. He has already gone a lap down. He's about to go another couple of laps down. Clearly, you see the crew under the left side of the car. Looks like a transmission problem. We'll get an update from pit road in a moment as we are back to green. A very brief caution after that Mike Bliss spin on lap 42.
Bobby Hamilton in the second place car there. Number 4 is not the second place car. He's a lap down. He's trying to get his lap back to Mike Skinner right now.
Jeremy Mayfield making a bid on Bobby Labonte for second as they come off the corner. Steve, what's the deal with Jeff Burton?
Eli, you were correct in your speculation. The transmission is broken. Jeff Burton cannot get the car out of first gear. He came in here 5th in the points, so this is going to hurt them dramatically. But again, they cannot get the car out of 4th gear. He's going to try and put it in 4th and see if he can get it going.
And folks, know what Buddy had told you on the pre-race show. If you lose a number of positions and have a terrible finish in 1 or 2 races in a year, it can really mess up your entire season because everybody seems to run more often than not so very consistently. And they're taking Burton to the garage as we watch the on-track battles. Watch what happens on the lower right of your screen, too. Mayfield and Elliott before.
Oh, he gets in the back of Elliott as he tries to get in the pits there. But, you know, I was looking at Jeremy Mayfield's front part of his car. It is not injured.
Very little bit of damage.
Tony Stewart's got the same car that ran so well here last year. A bit of a wiggle in it right now, but he led well over 200 laps last year here at Dover. Missed winning because of the fuel mileage, which, by the way, this year is not as good as it was even then.
You know, something's wrong with Earnhardt Jr.'s car. He's losing position after position. He got hung up on the outside, but they're just driving by him on the low side of the racetrack right now.
Kenseth goes by. Rusty Wallace about to go by. That's 8th place. Wally Dallenbach in the 1775. He's running in 9th place. Look who's in the mix, too, behind Jeff Gordon. There's Dale Earnhardt. He's running in 11th. Nobody's letting Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in line.
Wally Dallenbach in the 75 going by, and Jeff Gordon in 24. As they dive down in 3, you see the 3 car there. Dale Earnhardt definitely on the move.
Is there enough room for Earnhardt Jr.? Yes. Gets in line ahead of Wally Dallenbach. That'll be 8th place. 8th place for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Meanwhile, you see his dad right there. Running in 11th now. Started back in 30th. After everything kind of settled down and qualifying was all done, he was a 30th place starter, Earnhardt was. And now he's all the way up to 11th.
Yeah, but you know what? That's not so bad. He does pretty well here at Dover. Top 5's 19 out of 42 starts, more than any other driver. He's led 2,102 laps here. 2,000 miles at Dover, more than anybody else in today's race. So he knows what he's doing here.
And even in again, the battle. And look at Rusty put his hand out the window.
I wonder what that gesture meant.
I don't know. I can tell you this, he wasn't trying his nails.
No, he wasn't.
This is probably, and I've been coming to this racetrack since 1977. This may be in the early stages the most physical Dover I've seen. There goes Mayfield. He'll grab the lead from Skinner.
Mayfield definitely has a great car, and you see the nose of that race car does not have a great deal of damage on it, even though there was contact. I don't see any, as a matter of fact, except right at the left front corner, just right there. The hood buckled just a little bit, should not hurt him at all. Jeff Gordon putting Rusty Wallace another position back.
Keep your eye on Gordon. He is really good here as well. He's led 35% of the laps that have been run in this place since they put concrete down. Gordon, a very definite contender to win the race today, as are both of these men.
Sure. Now let's look at Rusty's hand signal again. Watch his hand after the bump from Earnhardt Jr. Or so you're saying, all right, go ahead, go ahead.
He's just telling him to go to the inside there.
Yeah. Why do you smirk when you say that?
Well, I think Rusty right now definitely maybe have a handling problem because he's actually caught up on the outside. Nobody's giving him a break at all, which they don't here. You see Dale Jarrett now, as Earnhardt clears him, then Dale Jarrett is, oh, no.
Nope, didn't happen that way.
What happened there, look at the 3-car, how loose he is getting up out of the corner there. Dale Earnhardt turning right to go left coming out of the corner there.
So Rusty took advantage, and now Jarrett waiting for an opening if one comes about. And the cap car, that's Ward Burton in the number 22 as we ride with Jarrett in 12th. The leader is Jeremy Mayfield. If you're just tuning in, you'll see the scoring and timing run down there in the upper left-hand corner of the screen.
TJ's got an interesting history at this place. For the longest time, he just couldn't seem to get out of his own way. It was just crash, crash, DNF, DNF. Prior to June 97, he had 5 out of 7 of his races were DNFs. 4 of them were wrecks. But you know what? He figured it out. 5 of his last 7 starts have been top 5s. And one of those was a win in this very same car. This is the Hot Rod Lincoln. This is the car that was built several years ago when some of the guys around the garage thought, wouldn't it be neat if Ford raced a Lincoln? And they put a Lincoln body on this thing. NASCAR took a look at it. Ford took a look at it. And everybody said, I don't think so. So they have rescut it with a Ford. He's running well with it today.
Once again, before, buddy, you were talking about Dale Earnhardt being loose.
Yeah, the back of the car just stepped out, and he was very lucky. Dale Earnhardt, though, we're so used to fighting the wheel back and forth there. But I tell you, anybody but Dale Earnhardt, I'd get excited. That's just customary for him. He'll throw it around a little bit.
Back to live action now with Rusty Wallace running in the 10th spot. Earnhardt in 11th. Dale Jarrett is 12th.
If Dale Jarrett ever gets by these two, he has a great race car. Seems to have great cornering in that car. If he gets by these guys, he'll say, adios.
Coming here when they had about 25 or 30 rows of seats, and that was all.
Yeah, they weren't all full.
And then, yeah, they were not all full, and now this place is just ringed around the whole mile with fans as far as they can build them towards the sky. And again, Rusty and Earnhardt tangle on the back straightaway.
People keep bouncing off Rusty's left rear corner. He's going to have a flat tire.
Ralph, I don't know if you can see that or on the monitor somewhere. We got ourselves a little wrestling going on.
Well, Eli, we're buried in the garage area right now with the 99, and Jeff Burton and Frankie Stoddard is inside the cockpit of the car right next to Jeff Burton. They had pulled out a brand new transmission to change it, and Frankie, the crew chief, was able to get the car out of gear and get the gear to work. So instead of having to change transmissions, they were able to make an adjustment. They've just about bolted everything back together, and they're going to be able to get back underway. This will save them quite a few laps. Even though they've lost a bunch, they will save some by not having to do an entire transmission change.
He is already 22 laps down, Jeff Burton is. There you see Tony Stewart. He's now in 3rd spot. Watch that contact again from moments ago. Live action is in the upper left. And that Earnhardt and Wallace contact there from moments ago.
What happens there is Earnhardt was on the bottom side, and that's what we call aero push, where you're coming off and the air gets under the car and pushes it over into the car on the outside there.
This place just the ultimate roller coaster. Drivers have told me so many times over the years that they feel speed more here at Dover than they do at many, many other racetracks. The guy who's really feeling the speed is that guy. That's Jeremy Mayfield. He is the race leader. What, mustard on your pretzel? A little popcorn? We got it.
They're calling you. The places you want to be. The things you want to do. But you're not going to get there until you finish this stuff. That's why there's True Value. We get you in and out fast with just what you need for the job. Because the sooner you get done, the sooner you can get back to this thing called your life. True Value. Health is just around the corner.
Volunteers, we all have regular jobs. We can be coming from anywhere. We get a call, we need to get to the fire right now.
things that are going through our mind or the hazards we might face so that when we get on scene, we're ready to act.
We need a truck that can handle anything we throw at it.
4 full-size doors gets us in and out quickly. There's 6 people in the cab and there's a ton of room for cargo. Great truck.
During Napa's Win a Free Ride for Life sweepstakes, you can win a 1-year lease each year for the rest of your life. And thousands will win a 1-year AAA membership in Trip Wizard, plus save on hundreds of items. Enter at a participating Napa Auto Parts store today.
Can't get enough peanuts? Get a Payday. Sweet caramel and tons of salty peanuts.
For cars with over 75,000 miles, life has just begun. Introducing Valvoline Max Life Motor Oil.
TNN Sports live coverage of the MBNA Platinum 400 is being brought to you by Napa. Stop by any Napa Auto Parts store in June for the chance to win a new car for life. And by Valvoline Max Life, the first motor oil specially formulated for higher mileage engines. Well, the left front of Scott Pruitt's Tide Ford tells you why we are under caution here at Dover Downs. He came off turn number 4 and has done what countless others have done over the years. He found the wall. Now, Mayfield, Tony Stewart, and Mike Skinner, they're pitting along with most everybody else. Here's Steve Burns.
And Tony Stewart has already had right side tires put on, now going to the left. Don't see any chassis adjustments being made to the number 20 car. Let's check in now with Glenn Jarrett as Tony Stewart leaves.
Well, Jeremy Mayfield has already come and gone. He had 4 tires. The reason I told you a while ago that he had them change the tires that were on the wall to another set. He said the car has been perfect. Do not do anything to tighten it up, so they went to a set that was more neutral. Did the same thing this time. His lap times are awesome. No changes. He's perfect. Here's Ralph.
Well, Mike Skinner came in and made a 1/2 to 3/4 turn to get a little more bite into the car in the left rear. They also took 4 tires on the 31 of Mike Skinner.
So, Mike Skinner and everybody else having made their stops, the reason we are under caution was for this problem Scott Pruitt had off the corner.
Yeah, he just got it high coming off the corner there. Everybody behind him does a great job of missing him. 360 and goes on. A lot of damage to the left front corner of the 32 car of Scott Pruitt, though.
One more look.
I'm not sure he didn't get a little help there.
I'm not sure if Mr. Bliss might not have nudged things along just a tad.
And I know Dave Blaney in the 93 going by on the high side. Please don't make it number 4. He had 3 cars torn up this week. Watch Blaney, you're riding with him. Where do you go, folks?
Nice job, Dave.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm sitting here closing my eyes. So we are under caution. That is your race leader, Elliott Sadler. Under the caution. Yellow flying for the 4th time today.
Dale Jarrett here with a very special offer. A new CD of all my favorite tracks. Immerse yourself in one of my personal favorites, the melodic grandeur of Daytona International Speedway. The dulcet tones of Lowe's Motor Speedway. Set your spirits soaring to the sounds of California Speedway. Of course, these performances are better live. But bring your Visa card, because at these tracks, you can't buy tickets with an American Express card.
Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be.
This is my favorite part.
It's your umbrella, a great escape. Your concert hall. It's your car. Keep it going longer with Midas. New expanded services, more genuine Midas parts, a nationwide lifetime guarantee. Even if a part wears out. We're more than mufflers. We're a new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
This week on Saturday night at the races, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws challenge the famed half-mile at Bristol. It's the Channel Lock Challenge at Bristol. Saturday at 9 Eastern on TMN. Saturday night at the races.
In this unstable world we live in, it's nice to know some things are reliable and secure. Balker Motors, family-owned and operated for over 76 years. Balker Motors, over 29 Chrysler 5-star awards for excellence. Balker Motors, selling Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge cars and trucks. Balker Motors, 4 miles south of Spring Grove, on the hill in Jefferson. Balker Motors, where people are very important.
When you need a new driveway or a driveway repaved, call Henson Paving, your local leader in paving. You've ridden on their work, you just might not have known it. Henson Paving can resurface your existing driveway or build one from the dirt up. All driveways are installed with the same care and attention to quality that we give our biggest contract jobs. When you need paving, think Henson Paving. When you need a driveway, there's only one place to call, Henson Paving. Look for us in the white pages. Henson Paving, making things go smoothly for over 30 years.
Green flag is in the air here at Dover Downs as the caution, the 4th of the afternoon, brought out by Scott Pruitt. Again, a fairly brief yellow flag period. Remember the 4, Bobby Hamilton is not on the lead lap. He is trying to get one of his 2 laps back. The race leader is the 12 of Mayfield. During the commercial break, Elliott Sadler, who had stayed on the racetrack, made a pit stop and relinquished the lead. There's our Midas wall cam showing you the speeds. The new Midas. They're a whole new way to keep this thing going. Go Midas.
You know, Steve Burns, during the break there, told me that they're on Tony Stewart right now to be a little more aggressive coming in and leaving the pit. They feel like they're giving up a little bit, making their pit stop.
33, Joe Nemechek running awfully well here today. There you see the Circuit City telemetry from Joe's car. Realize that both of Andy Petrie's team cars, Nemechek and Kenny Wallace, qualified in the top 10. Now Kenny is backslid to 30th, but Nemechek is hanging right in there in 8th spot.
And 8,800 down the straightaway, I saw just a second ago. 87, right at 88 down the back straightaway. I tell you, when they hit the straightaways, the RPMs just go crazy. And I asked Mark Martin the other day, I said, what do you like to turn your car? And he said, whatever it takes to get the job done.
There you see Mark Martin now with Ward Burton behind him. That will be the 10th and 11th place cars as we ride with Mark.
Burton's struggling with a little bit of a twitch in the middle of the corners here. They changed some springs and shocks around on that thing this morning on the 22 car to try and nail it down. This is not a good place to feel as if your car is twitchy, because when they throw it into the corner here at Dover, they throw it in at a $1.50 plus, and it's a pretty scary ride when the car doesn't grab hold.
We actually run downhill into the corner, and the weight loads to the right side of the car here are enormous. As you start down in the corner, it just rides right on that right front wheel. Then the left rear compresses almost 4 inches.
There's 12th place on your screen, Gordon and Rudd. Wally Donovan back in the mix as he ride with Ricky, trying to grab the spot and doing so against Jeff Gordon. And look who's on the scramble now, too. You saw Bill Elliott back there. Got a quick glimpse of him.
Notice the front valence on Gordon's car there, right on the pavement. There's no room for air to get under that car. They spring them very soft here to get maximum grip.
And Gordon and his boys just signed a brand new contract with DuPont, who will now be with them through year 2005. The exact dollar amount is never released, but Jeff has admitted it's the most lucrative contract in the history of Winston Cup, and we've seen a bunch of them at $10 million a year.
Here comes Pruitt back off the pit lane after the accident of a few moments ago. He is 8 laps down, but now back up to some semblance of full speed. So Scott Pruitt back on the track, meaning only Jerry Nadeau and Rick Mast are in the garage. Jeff Burton having returned 27 laps down. Of course, there you see Mike Skinner, who led earlier in the 31 car. If you're just joining us, he led laps 12 through 54.
And he's running.
And caution in turn 1. We have one car impacting the wall in turn number 1. And we have Ed Berrier driving for Junie Dunleavy in problems there. He's running in 36th position. And the Hills Brothers coffee machine brings out our 5th caution flag of the day. We're at lap number 84.
Boy, he better be thankful they have that rubber tank in there to put the fuel in, because years back that would have been a huge fire in that car right there. The back end of it is crunched completely flat up against the back windshield.
So caution is on the speedway as Ed Berrier puts the Junie Dunleavy machine up into the turn 1 and 2 wall. We're back right after this.
From the leader in ride control technology comes the latest in a long line of innovations. Introducing the revolutionary new Reflex Shock from Monroe. With impact sensor technology that shifts between firm and soft compression in just 12 milliseconds, combining superior comfort with a dramatic reduction in pitch and roll for maximum safety. Experience the new standard in comfort and control with a new Reflex Shock from Monroe.
$10 for lunch? I heard of a guy got a brand new car for that.
Sounds like a Darrell Waltrip story.
Oh, I swear it's true. This guy was at the track. He sees this notice. His brand new hot rod, $10.
No, it's not a misprint. Stop by and see for yourself.
Turns out her husband met this little gal at the track, and he ran off to Tahiti with her. And he told his wife to sell the car and send him the money. Get your kick now. On Route 6.
Now at Kmart.
Make your move, Tony.
Got it, Joe. You know, times like these, I'm glad I'm driving the wide tractor and free. With handling like this and this, I can really turn a race around. On the way to the winner's circle, wider is better. The Wide Track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
You've been a burger lover your whole life, but you're about to stray. Take a look at this new spicy chicken sandwich from Burger King. Spicy marinated chicken with a crispy, spicy coating, topped with a very spicy mayo. Feeling guilty? It's not really cheating, if the burger never finds out. Got the urge?
Buy any large sandwich value meal and get a free medium frozen Coca-Cola.
Welcome back, where the Monster Mile's been devouring a bunch of folks today. First, it was Rick Mast avoiding Steve Park's machine, and he goes spinning. Moments later, Kyle Petty into the King's car to replace the ailing John Andretti, still bothered by those sore ribs. Jerry Nadeau had problems on lap number 15. And it was Mike Bliss who spun in turn 2 on lap number 42. Scott Pruitt had no better luck at the other end of the racetrack as he goes around in traffic and brought out the 4th caution. And now we are working the 5th caution flag of the day after Ed Berrier in his 2nd NASCAR Winston Cup race here at Dover spins and takes his car to the garage area. Another look at what happened to Ed Berrier as he ride with Michael Waltrip. Broke on loose.
Eli, just above the black part of the racetrack there's a tremendous amount of rubber buildup up there. He got in the right side tires on that rubber buildup up there, and he just took off. It's almost like hitting sand in your driveway.
No grip up there at all.
And you know the remarkable thing is, this is basically, even though it's a new surface in concrete over the last number of years, this is still the same old Dover. And when you won the pole here, buddy, some 21 years ago, these guys,
me, huh?
no, these guys on the same basic racetrack are now doing 25, 26 miles an hour faster per lap than what you guys were doing. I mean, it's remarkable what the technology has meant to the sport.
Well, one thing I can tell you, I'm lucky enough to test every once in a while. It's all in the car, I can tell you that, because I can still hang on. And the tires and engineering and everything in these cars is so much advanced from then that you wouldn't believe how good they drive when they're really hooked up.
Folks, don't forget the NASCAR Busch Series boys get set to beat and bang on a short track next weekend. TNN will be heading to the South Boston Speedway in Virginia for the Tex Delis Medique 300. This was a wild race last year, if you might remember, and I dare say we'll see another one just like it. It is this coming Saturday, next Saturday afternoon, 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific, right here on TNN Sports. Should be a good one. Getting set to go green. Mark Martin running back in 10th. Bill Elliott back in 15th. If you are curious as to where those fellas are, and here we go. Robert Presley back in 27.
We'll take a look and see what he turns down the straightaways. We know the last car, Joe Nemechek, that we rode with, 8,800 down the straightaway, about 8,400.
84, 85.
Now, some people like less gear. They don't want to turn the engine real tight, and they feel that they pick up a lot of smoothness in the way they get back in the throttle by not having too much gear.
What did you like when you were here?
I like to run wide open, so I had to put a tall gear in there where I could just ride down in there and get back in the throttle and not break the rear wheel loose.
Closer to the front, 17 Kenseth, riding with Ricky Rudd now in 12th spot. We've got Ward Burton just ahead of him in 11.
Oh boy, Mark just kind of moved down there and kind of shut the door on Burton, but you see it didn't stick. He's trying to make it pass still.
Ran out of racetrack.
Mark in 10th spot, Ward in 11th. Ricky Rudd at 12th, the black number 28 car.
Behind them, Gordon is in 13th.
And we're hearing that Ricky Rudd does not have, can't talk to the crew. Look at this battle for second right now. Of course, that's not for second. The four car there is a lap down, so he just moved over and let these guys go at it.
4 car, Bobby Hamilton being 1 lap down. He had been a couple down and since made up 1.
Every once in a while, you get a look at the first and second turn, and if it looks a little strange to you, that's because they've added an additional 15,000 seats. I almost think you might need oxygen to be able to sit in those things. They are so high up in the air, but what a spectacular view that much before it. There they are, right there, 15,000 new ones. This racetrack every year has added seats for the last 15 years. Next is coming a huge hotel.
Right, 10 stories tall, 520 rooms. They're going to build it outside of turn 3. And 18,000 square foot ballroom and a concert hall. And the obligatory gourmet restaurant. Should be quite something.
Yes, and I'm noticing something else. Matt Kenseth in this yellow car just behind Dale Earnhardt is moving up now. He's running about the same type of race we see him every week. Very patient, but as he does that, he moves forward all day long. Don't count the oh, and I say that, and he pulls over and lets the boss go by. Mark Martin. And for those, I'll explain that. Mark Martin owns part of that car he just passed.
I talked to Kenseth this week and asked him what it was like to now be a Winston Cup winner, and he just sort of shrugged his shoulders and said, it's really pretty nice. Robbie Reiser, I asked him the same sort of thing, and Robbie said, well, you know, we've got to go back to work on the car again and see if we can do it again. These guys are just absolutely nonplussed. Nothing upsets them, nothing bothers them, nothing knocks them off center. It's always next week's race.
Yeah, I called the Robbie Reiser shops on Monday after Kenseth won on Sunday there at Charlotte. And talked to some of the guys as they answered the phone and said, hey, congratulations, how are things today around the shop? Not bad. Doing all right. I said, hello, anybody there?
Yeah. But Matt did say the most pleasing thing about it was to come here to Dover and to have so many of his contemporaries come up and congratulate him. It is a monumental accomplishment to win a Winston Cup race. And you think about the veterans who've been around here for 5 years, 10, 15, and they haven't won yet. And here's Kenseth in his very first full-time year. He is already a winner in such a prestigious race. That's pretty spectacular.
There's Schrader, that yellow M&M's machine. He's running in 25th right now. With Robert Presley around him there, the Jasper car, and Kenny Wallace right behind. Again, we talked to Schrader on the pre-race show, hoping that Kenny could get back to victory lane. His last win was here in June of '91, as has well been documented.
Kevin LePage in the 16 there taking the high line around. You know, I talked to Kenny Schrader about the car they had at the Winston. He said they made a flower vase out of that thing. They put it in the front and they're going to put flowers in it because it was the worst driving race car he'd ever had. And they brought another car to Charlotte and it didn't do much better. They're fighting right now to get everything back underway. He moved into that team and so far it hadn't gelled for him, but I assure you of one thing. Kenny Schrader is a good driver.
Up front, we've got 0.8 of a second for Jeremy Mayfield on Tony Stewart. They are just out there turning some laps right now as we are a quarter of the way in. 100 of 400 miles down in the MBNA Platinum 400.
This is me, and Mom, and Dad, and Sparky. And here's how hot our house was last summer. Until a nice man called Brian came with an air conditioner. He said it has Puron, which will make the planet happy. And soon they're going to stop making the old air conditioners, so it'll save us money, which means more toys for Sparky and maybe a trip around the happy planet.
To see how you can save money, call Brian to the rescue.
I don't know. I got no idea. Oh, you got me on that one. Not a clue. Beats me, buddy. Will? Search me. You're asking me?
Let's face it, nobody knows who's going to win in the NASCAR Busch Series. You won't find more unpredictable, more exciting racing anywhere. The NASCAR Busch Series. This is NASCAR.
Nobody knows.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
There's something about that honey barbecue sauce. Hitting those 3 big strips of crispy chicken. And all that melted Monterey Jack cheese hitting that sauce. And every bite tastes better than the bite before. Oh, baby! Maybe I spend too much time thinking about that new sandwich from KFC. Maybe not.
Get over to KFC for the new Honey Barbecue Crunch Melt. Hurry, it's only here for a short time.
It's that good.
Saturday nights in June, TNN is going to take you to the races. You'll see the stars shine bright when they battle under the lights, featuring the NASCAR Busch Grand National Series, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws, and the American Speed Association. It's fireworks that'll last till July. Don't miss Saturday night at the races, a prime-time race every Saturday night in June. It all starts June 10th on TNN Sports.
Welcome back to Dover Downs, where Tony Stewart has just taken the lead from Jeremy Mayfield. Hey, folks, remember, you can enter TNN's Red Wing Shoes Work Hard, Win Big sweepstakes, and you could be a winner. Just tell us the position of the number 43 STP car at the halfway point in today's race. We're still 100 laps away. If you can win one of 3 grand prize trips to a NASCAR Winston Cup race, it'll be aired here on TNN. Maybe you'll be heading with us to New Hampshire or Pocono. You can also maybe win one grand prize of a Dodge Ram truck. It's easy to participate. Just go to your local Red Wing shoe store for an official entry form. Or you can send your name, address, phone number, and answer on a postcard to the address you saw on the screen seconds ago. Post Office Box 3582, Southbury, Connecticut, 06488. You can even enter online at www.country.com.
Eli, you want to see a great handling car? Watch the 20 car Tony Stewart here as he takes the lead. Jeremy Mayfield goes up the bank. He's right around the bottom and makes the pass with just no effort whatsoever.
Remember that Tony led a total of 224 laps in the 2 races here last year. He finished 4th in the first race, and in the fall he led 97 laps and ended up in 2nd. So the fact that Tony Stewart's out in front driving chassis number 28 out of that shop. That's only run 5 races to date, all on concrete tracks. I guess we shouldn't be surprised that he's doing so well. Glenn, how about Mayfield? Because Stewart just kind of disposed of him real easily.
Yeah, well, the reason the car's running up the racetrack, remember, he told him not to change anything on the car. Well, for some reason, this set of tires is a good bit tighter. The car just doesn't want to turn and stick to the bottom like it did before. So, therefore, that's why he's not able to keep it down. He was trying to take care of the right front tire so it's not to superheat it. That's a big problem that you have here. He's really, really tight off the corner. Here's Ralph.
Well, Glenn, earlier this morning, I spoke to Greg Zipadelli, Tony Stewart's crew chief. I said, how's everything going? He goes, you know, I used to come to the racetrack last year all excited and all pumped up. This year I come in totally nervous. We're just not performing the way we should be, and my stress level is very high. A good run like they're having right now is something this team desperately needed.
So Tony Stewart continues to lead. You see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen the Napa Field standings update. Brought to you by the folks at Napa, who invite you to stop by any Napa store in June for a chance to win a brand new car for life.
Boy, oh boy, Michael Waltrip going a lap down right there. When you have a race car that's handling like Tony Stewart says, this other part of the field right now is in jeopardy of getting lapped because they're not able to handle like he is at the moment.
There's the spread from the 20 Stewart back to the 12 Mayfield.
Now this deep in a run for Stewart to be able to stay that close to the bottom of the racetrack indicates that car is handling extremely well.
There's fourth on back. That's a good battle. Earnhardt Jr., Bobby Labonte, Matt Kenseth, you see using a higher groove.
Yes, he is. Way up the racetrack there, but it seems to be running quite well around the racetrack. Maybe he found something that the car likes. Sometimes you have to change your groove. He's making that second groove work pretty well there as he's working over Bobby Labonte from the right side.
When this track was asphalt, as many of you folks watching at home remember, we saw fellows like Richard Petty and Harry Gant, Morgan Shepherd, win while riding all the way around the outside, the rim of the racetrack.
Harry Gant went to Wilmington and made a left turn. He didn't just run high, he raced right up against the wall.
That's 10th place up for grabs on your screen, and Dale Jarrett's going to lose out big. He can't get back low. Rudd gets by, and he may get back in front of Jeffrey Bodine.
And a big call for Jeffrey Bodine in that group right there, the 60 car. You can remember back in February when he had that horrendous crash, was out most of the season. But he said last week in the 600, he felt great when the race was over. That's good, a good sign. This guy can drive a race car, and he is not coming out of that race car anytime during the year. They said to squash that idea. There was some people talking about he was going to lose his ride, this, that, and the other. It's all fixed. He'll be in that car for the rest of the year.
Tough guy, really tough guys, walking around the garage area with tape on one of his wrists from last week. His wrists do bother him trying to drive these things. They're talking about a softer steering box to help him a little bit with that. Both wrists were pretty badly beaten up in that end-over-end and side-over-side crash at Daytona.
What does a softer steering box mean?
It means it's easier to turn the wheel.
Eli,
basically,
they have a valve in there that goes from almost 0 to like 80 pounds of pressure. And they changed the valve in it, and soft steering is almost, you can't even tell you're turning the wheel. They're so easy.
And how do you like it when you're driving?
I like a little bit of positive feel to the car.
110 pounds.
No.
120 laps in the books of the 400. Might not remember in the old days, they ran 300-mile races here at Dover back in 1969 and in 1970. And they ran 52 500-milers before the races were short to 400 miles just a few years ago. The 4, Bobby Hamilton, still a lap down, got a couple of laps down early. The 11, Brett Bodine, running in 38th. He's 4 laps down. The leader, though, is Tony Stewart. Continuing to show the way. Still early in the MBNA Platinum 400 here in Dover, Delaware.
cool cars. Cool boots.
Introducing the next generation of Red Wings with Comfort Force. Red Wing Shoes, proud sponsor of Petty Enterprises Racing.
What can I do you for, young fella? Just a filter. Just a filter. Did anyone else hear that? Son, you put inferior oil filters in your engine, and it's not long for this world. Look, nothing's more dependable than America's #1 filter, Fram. You'll thank me someday. Ah, youth.
Fram oil filters. Pay a little more now, or pay a lot later. And now Fram's rough-textured Sure Grip top makes changing your filter easier. Brains. Guts. Heart.
We get them checked by a doctor regularly.
Shouldn't you?
Hi, I'm Bobby Labonte.
Rusty Wallace.
And I'm Mark Martin, and we've teamed up with Pfizer to promote men's health.
Guys, you got to take care of your cardiovascular health, your mental health, and even your sexual health.
So get to your doctor, or get a free health screening at a race this season. And fellas, tune up for life.
Whatever life throws your way, you gotta be ready. No sweat. You've got new Speed Stick Clear Stick Antiperspirant. Unlike gels, new Clear Stick goes on dry to keep you dry. And dry, clearly, is the whole idea. New Speed Stick Clear Stick.
For everyone who'd rather do it themselves, we make the rugged, dependable Wagner Power Painter with power, control, and versatility like never before. If it needs painting, staining, or sealing, the choice is easy. Get a Wagner and get it done.
TNN Sports live coverage of the MBNA Platinum 400 is being brought to you by Wagner Power Painters, the easiest way to paint or stain your home. Welcome back, everybody. Tony Stewart continues to lead here at Dover Downs International Speedway. Took the lead at lap 107. They're now at lap 128. And he is closing in on putting some pretty decent teams a lap down. He'll go by Mike Bliss right there, but some of the others are about to go a lap down. Meanwhile, father and son battling for 7th and 8th. Dale Earnhardt gets the better of his son in that exchange.
Yeah, it looks like Dale Earnhardt Jr. is having a real problem staying on the low side of the racetrack. Mark Martin's fixing to put him in another position back as they come off the corner there.
Little surprised we haven't heard more from Mark Martin so far in today's race. He is so good here at Dover. Won the last 3 fall races in a row, 2 of them in this very car, a car they named JR52.
By the way, if you're a fan of Jerry Nadeau, he is back on the racetrack after his early race problems. He is 119 laps down. As you see, Darrell Waltrip's going a lap down. Steve, what about Dale Earnhardt Jr., a solid 8th right now?
Eli, Buddy Baker was exactly right. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has developed a push. I talked to Tony Eury Jr. in the pit crew. Tony said they were very loose in happy hour. They made some adjustments to the car this morning, and they may have overcompensated just a bit here early in the race.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., who led 175 laps last week at Charlotte, yielding right there to Brett Bodine and others. Meanwhile, an update on Mark Martin, Ralph.
Well, Eli, he's suffering from a push. That means when he goes into the corners and turns the wheel, the car just wants to drive straight up the racetrack. He's got the wheel turned to the left, but the car doesn't go that way. So he's fighting a bad push right now with 6-car Mark Martin.
Still a good distance shy of halfway. We've had 5 cautions. As quickly as Jerry Nadeau brought his car back onto the racetrack, he has returned to the garage area, so obviously all the repairs of earlier have not yet been completed.
Well, no push there, is there? Tony Stewart is just running perfectly. Passing high, passing low.
Let's take a look at his line as he goes in the corner. Right now he's going by Wally Dallenbach that we were bragging on, running so well a while ago, and it's because this car is getting tremendous grip. He's able to run anywhere on the racetrack he wants to. Right on the bottom there, the race car is almost on the flat part of the racetrack there as he goes through the corner, about 3 inches up from the bottom of the racetrack. He can do that, or if he has to pass somebody, he can go up and still run. But look how low he can run there, and everybody else is skating up the racetrack.
He is lapped up to 24th place right now. Of course, a lot of lapping here in the last few years. If you remember last spring, only 2 cars finished on the lead lap, Bobby Labonte and Jeff Gordon. And here last fall, if you were with us, only 6 teams finished on the lead lap. And I think most significantly was the fact that 3 of those 6 were Roush cars.
And look who's next.
Henson.
There's Bill Elliott, who is in his backup car. That is not the car that sat on the outside pole. Dale Walker going another lap down.
Now Tony Stewart closing in on Bill Elliott, who had qualified outside of the front row, went to the backup car and started shotgun on the field. Only 22 teams now remain on the lead lap.
Ken Schrader and Boris Set for Federated Auto Parts.
Competition's tough out there. You gotta be smart to stay ahead. These guys could be rocket scientists.
Actually, the expansion of the vehicle population, technical innovations, and parts proliferation have impacted the professional automotive technician to an even greater extent.
What he means is it's important to find a technician who uses top quality parts.
For top quality, name brand parts and professional service you can trust, visit a Federated Car Care Center.
Hey, we're better than rocket scientists. We can actually fix your car.
This is the spicy chicken sandwich from Burger King. A chicken sandwich so undeniably spicy, to give you a closer look would be a cruel tease. Oops. Got the urge. For cars with over 75,000 miles, life has just begun. Introducing Valvoline Max Life Motor Oil.
It's the first championship rodeo of the century. See a star-studded field as the best from the Wrangler Pro Rodeo Tour meet in Las Vegas. Don't miss the MGM Grand Finale next weekend, only on TNN Sports.
When you need a new driveway or a driveway repaved, call Henson Paving, your local leader in paving. You've ridden on their work, you just might not have known it. Henson Paving can resurface your existing driveway or build one from the dirt up. All driveways are installed with the same care and attention to quality that we give our biggest contract jobs. When you need paving, think Henson Paving. When you need a driveway, there's only one place to call, Henson Paving. Look for us in the white pages. Henson Paving, making things go smoothly for over 30 years.
In this unstable world we live in, it's nice to know some things are reliable and secure. Balker Motors, family-owned and operated for over 76 years. Balker Motors, over 29 Chrysler 5-star awards for excellence. Balker Motors, selling Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge cars and trucks. Balker Motors, 4 miles south of Spring Grove, on the hill in Jefferson. Balker Motors, where people are very important.
Tony Stewart had won in practically every open-wheel series before he made his move to NASCAR's Premier Division. His tenacity earned him an incredible 3 wins in his rookie season last year. Of course, Y2K hasn't been quite as forgiving. A little frustrating, actually, but he is still one of the brightest stars on the horizon. And here he is, leading right now by nearly 6 seconds.
And I'll tell you, you talk about a fellow going fast. I was here when the IRL was here, and Tony Stewart was driving 185.204 wide open all the way around this racetrack. 12 cars in
now,
trouble.
Problems for Jeremy Mayfield. Problems for our second-place runner, Jeremy Mayfield. He was 5.5 seconds back. Glenn, he's coming in.
Yeah, Eli's got a flow. Oh, Jeff got a stretch down the front stretch right now, so they'll weigh Jeremy on through. And he has a flat right front tire, Mayfield does. Tough luck for Jeffrey Bodine. He had a great run going. He was the fastest car on the racetrack up until that point.
And you see Jeffrey Bodine's machine. He had just moved into 9th spot. Mayfield never did stop, as Glenn says.
Oh, boy. You can see the car, the rear end's knocked completely over. A lot of damage to that car. I'd say that's it for today.
Coming out. We need to go to the garage.
Eli was having a great run. I don't know what happened there, but he certainly was having a great run.
We got to go to the garage, guys. Let's go to the garage.
The word through Jeffrey Bodine's radio. No way to fix all of that on the pit lane. We were talking, folks, during our commercial break.
Up a little bit, coming out, he just got a little crossed up, got sideways.
Boy, he's putting down a lot of liquids there. You can see the fluids just pouring out from underneath the car.
And here comes Tony Stewart down pit road.
We were just talking during our commercial break, saying we've got to spend some time talking about Jeffrey Bodine. He had moved into the top 9. And no sooner than that, he hits the wall. Meanwhile, pit stop. Steve?
And Tony Stewart comes to the attention of the Greg Zupadelli-led team. We've heard they're not going to make any adjustments to that number 20 car. That's how good it's running. Just 4 tires. What about it, Ralph Shaheen?
Now, here comes Mike Skinner down on pit road. Now, they're going to put 4 tires on this, and they're going to take the 1 round of fight that they put in the car back out of the car. They're fairly happy with the handling of this, but they're going to take that 1 round of fight out of the left rear. Glenn Jarrett?
And Jeremy Mayfield finally makes it around. He was expressing a lot of concern that flat right front tire was going to start shredding and tear the fender apart. They are making a chassis adjustment. They're going to try to loosen the car up. Remember, I told you it had gotten a little tight, and that pushes the right front tire, heats it up, and that's the tire that went flat. They have the 4 tires on. Jeremy is down and away. We're going to take a look at that tire. In fact, it is shredded. It is all the way through.
So that's the story from the pit lane. They have just closed pit road because there has been some oil from Jeffrey Bodine's car as he brought himself down pit road and headed to the garage. He has left a trail of oil behind him. And as a result, they've had to close pit road while they bring out the speedy dry and try and mop things up. Boy, that's a heartbreaker. You see Scott Pruitt there, his car going by. Darrell Waltrip also in the garage area. He went in there. You see the indication that the pit road is closed. That official standing out on the track near the entrance to the pit lane. Now, despite that, you can come in if you want, as Michael Waltrip is doing, but he will have to restart at the back of the longest line of traffic because of pitting in this instance. Let's go back downstairs.
Well, guys, you take a look at the tire that came off the right front of Jeremy Mayfield's car. Michael Cranifus over here taking a look at the other tires. There's still pretty good tread on the tire. There's a Goodyear engineer working on the tire right now to try to figure out what happened. He's checking serial numbers. He's checking sidewall flex, everything. They're just a little concerned that this thing may have worn through. You can see it's on the inside of the tire. That's where it blew out. We don't know if it was cut, if it worn through, if he ran over something on the racetrack or what. But anyway, with the Goodyear guys here, they're checking the air pressure that was put in the tire. Trust me, they will find out what it was. If there was a problem, they will correct it if they can correct it at all. But he was lucky. He was going to lose a lap, and the caution came out.
You know, just looking at the tire, it looked like it had a lot of camber in the right front. That helps it turn, but I will tell you something else. It will wear out the inside of that right front tire when you do that.
Under caution for the 6th time as Elliott Sadler looks through the windshield. Watch the 60 car.
Oh, the back end just stepped out on him, and there he goes into the inside wall.
Boy, that was a violent step out. It wasn't just a slide, it was snap.
No way to save it.
No, and no warning that was going to do that either.
Well, Jeffrey Bodine, a veteran who even used to run modifieds here and used to hold the track record in a modified, apparently done for now.
A new generation, a new today. Got the new man's way to lose the gray. I'm a Grecian man. Fast and easy, I'm on track. It's like my natural color's back. Grecian man. No flashy woman's look, no way. The new man's way to lose the gray.
You know, NASCAR's been a part of my family for almost 30 years. First of all, I got in this business because I'm a race fan. I went to race as a little kid. I'm going to miss the people. I'm going to miss hanging out in the garage with the guys, the camaraderie, that bumping and grinding that we do on Sunday. The fans, the drivers, the crews, it's just a way of life. For 40 years, I've gotten up on Sunday, put my helmet on, and raced. I'm really going to miss it.
You know, times like these, I think about the Wide Track Grand Prix. Its speed-sensitive steering gives you road gripping control in even the tightest corners. Now you can get 0.9% APR financing on any new 2000 Wide Track Grand Prix. The Wide Track Grand Prix. Wider is better. By Pontiac.
You know, this place reminds me of a guy I knew named Julius.
Another Del Waltrip story.
Oh, really? Really. This guy, he was in the junkyard one day, kicking around, and he found a rocket booster. So he says, I'm going to set myself a land speed record. Now, he got that thing up to speed. He hit the switch. He took off into outer space.
So whatever happened to him?
He came down out here somewhere.
Get out of here.
On Route 66.
Kmart.
CNN Sports continuing coverage of the MBNA Platinum 400 is being brought to you by Wide Track Pontiac Grand Prix, proud sponsor of the U.S. Olympic team. And by Big Kmart, changing for the better.
Welcome back to the Monster Mile here in Dover, Delaware. We're under caution. Jeffrey Bonine has just climbed out of his crashed race car. Jeffrey, what happened?
Well, I was lapping a floor car on the outside off turn 4. Being really careful up there. Just squeeze the gas down a little bit, and it jumped sideways. And you get sideways off turn 4, you're going to hit something, and we hit the inside wall. It's really a shame. I apologize to everyone because the car was so darn good. We really moved up and really just driving easy. And for our third race back, I thought we were doing really good, but panned up this way isn't good.
Steve Burns? Thanks, Ralph. Buddy Baker a moment ago in the commercial said he wanted to see what the tires look like on the 20 car. Well, here they are. You can take a look. They've written down numbers. They're checking tire temperatures, measuring the air pressure. Scott Deal, who works with this crew, said, hey, you tell Buddy this car's handling so good even he could drive it.
Okay, guys, we're back in Jeremy Mayfield's pits. The Goodyear engineer has left here. He told them to go up on the air pressure on the tire a little bit. You can see how once they bring the tire in, they mark how much tread is left on it. Now, one thing that I did see on Ricky Rudd, this is Jeremy Mayfield's, but they've already taken Rudd's tires away. His tire on the inside of his right front had worn about 3/8 of an inch more than the outside of the car, which means that they have the tire laid over more camber in the tire. So that could be that they're going to have to adjust air pressure and camber on these cars to keep these tires right. The speeds that they run here at Dover now are so fast, there's so much grip through the turns that they really wear these tires out, and they want them to wear as evenly as possible. Jeremy Mayfield's were not, and Ricky Rudd's were not. They don't foresee a problem per se right now, but they're just telling them to go up on the air pressure to try to prevent a possible problem.
See problems there for Robert Presley as he has stopped here on the main straightaway. They have also, as you can clearly tell, reopened the pit lane. Robert Presley's reaching around and finds something maybe in the wiring harness or one of the switches. Something is not right. The car just stopped. Tough feeling. Hey, folks, we got a break. You know me. I was the Winston Cup Rookie of the Year in 1985. I am a former USAC Silver Crown National Champion, and my last Winston Cup win was here at Dover in June of 1991.
I know.
You know me. But Buddy's ineligible.
Whether you drive your family around the neighborhood or the number 21 Citgo Taurus around the NASCAR circuit, you make a lot of pit stops along the way. So from Darlington to Detroit, Bristol to Boston, and just about every place in between, you can count on your local Citgo to keep you going. Gas, food, and conversation. Just what you'd expect from a neighbor.
On Monday, it was an eternity away. By Thursday, you could almost taste it. The weekend, filled with possibilities and, oh yeah, projects. Nobody knows where you'd rather be more than True Value. We get you in and out fast with just what you need. Because the sooner you get done, the sooner you can get back to this thing called your life. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
I was about as miserable as I could be. My antacid didn't do the whole job. Then I tried Alka-Seltzer. It just plain worked better.
Only Alka-Seltzer relieves heartburn and pain with medicines to relieve all your symptoms.
And it really works fast.
And only Alka-Seltzer has the effervescent power to speed complete relief.
Alka-Seltzer. It made a believer out of me.
Get better relief. Get Alka-Seltzer.
I love my new Toro personal pace self-propel mower so much, I'm letting my neighbors try it.
Wow, so simple to control. This is unbelievable.
He loves it.
It moves at whatever speed I'm walking, and it's easy backing up, too.
She's hooked.
No speeds to adjust. I want one.
I think they're impressed.
The revolutionary Toro personal pace self-propel mower. It's a whole new way to mow. See Toro's full line of lawn care products at your Toro retailer today.
Sweating like crazy. You got TV cameras all over you. The last thing you want is this white clumpy thing running down your arm.
It's just rude.
We asked some of the hottest pros under the sun to switch antiperspirants.
Green visible solid? What's that?
I would assume it goes on clear, but I'm not sure I believe that.
When your body heats up, Degree Invisible Solid releases extra protection with a clear difference.
Right there. See, there's no white stuff. The harder I work, the harder it works.
No flaking, no funk, no Klingon.
Degree Invisible Solid. Works hard but never shows.
After the match, there's a ton of girls. You gotta be cool.
We are back here at Dover Downs International Speedway in Delaware, working caution for the 6th time after the Jeffrey Bodine accident, coming out of turn number 4. Well, have you figured out exactly who we were talking about as we went to break a short while ago? Yep, you know me. I drive the number 36 M&M's Pontiac, one of the busiest drivers in all of racing. Ken Schrader, you know me, is brought to you by your neighborhood Citgo. There's Kenny circulating under caution here in 26th position. After the pit stops of moments ago, Rusty Wallace, who entered the pit lane at 13th, came out at 9th. So he picked up some 4 positions, but some other guys weren't quite as efficient. Ward Burton came in 10th, went out 15th. And who else? Sterling Marlin. How about Sterling? I haven't talked much about him. He came onto the pit lane in 9th and went out in 16th. So he lost 7 positions during the pit stops of moments ago. We showed you Robert Presley had stopped on the racetrack a bit ago and then had to be pushed down towards the pits in the garage area. Let's get an update.
Eli, we've heard that they may have a battery problem. Crew Chief Ryan Pemberton was sprinting towards the garage here and he stopped. Asked him what was wrong. He shrugged his shoulders. They weren't exactly sure. So they have taken the car to the garage, as you said, to check it out. Glenn Jarrett?
Well, guys, I got to give a call to Dale Earnhardt's pit crew. They have been consistently turning out great pit stops. Every time they have stopped, they have gained positions on the racetrack. Dale had worked his way up to 8th. Prior to that caution flag, he came into the pits 8th. They had a 14.6 second stop, 4 tires and fuel, putting back on the racetrack in 4th position. That is absolutely fabulous pit work, and they've done it every time.
Very much a true team operation. Well, whatever Robert Presley's problems were have been cured quickly enough, and he is back onto the racetrack. They have reopened pit road again. They had closed it for a while. They had to bring the blower out there. There was so much speedy dry. You see the blower just disappearing at the end of the pit lane right there. They had brought it out with a big broom on the front. There was so much speedy dry that they had to put down after Jeff Bodine lost so much oil on the pit road that they have sent him to clean things up. We're closing in on a restart. Robert Presley is cruising along under the caution here at Dover Downs International Speedway. Tony Stewart's the leader over Mike Skinner, Bobby Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, and Matt Kenseth.
Okay, ma'am. You claim Jeff Burton led you to believe the Exide Select battery was only for race cars?
That's right, Your Honor.
And Mr. Burton?
Not guilty, Your Honor. All I said was the Exide 99 team needs a tough, reliable battery out on the track.
Hey, I need a reliable battery, too.
But, Your Honor,
that's enough.
The Exide Select battery. It's not just for race cars.
Award for the plaintiff.
Polaris has sold more automatic ATVs than everyone else combined. And to celebrate building their 1 millionth automatic, they're giving $1 million to someone who buys a new Polaris ATV this year. It could be you.
Buy a new Polaris ATV now with 0 down and payments as low as $48 a month. See your Polaris dealer for contest and finance offer details.
I don't know. I got no idea. Oh, you got me on that one.
Not a clue.
Beats me, buddy.
Will?
Search me. You're asking me?
Let's face it, nobody knows who's going to win in the NASCAR Busch Series. You won't find more unpredictable, more exciting racing anywhere. The NASCAR Busch Series. This is NASCAR.
Nobody knows.
When you combine Reese's Peanut Butter Cups and crispy wafers, the combination is irresistible. Reese Sticks. The crisp you can't resist.
For cars with over 75,000 miles, life has just begun. Introducing Valvoline Max Life Motor Oil.
Getting set to go back to green. There you see the rundown at the moment, brought to you by Valvoline Max Life, the first motor oil specially formulated for higher mileage engines. There's the top 10. Indeed, it's been confirmed that they did swap out batteries on the Robert Presley car, and he is back up to speed. Also, Darrell Waltrip with all sorts of handling problems. Now back on the track, 14 laps down, and we are back underway. After 37 laps of caution all told today, it's getting a little feisty in the corner.
Joined us late. That's Kyle Petty in the number 43. John Andretti out with a rib injury. Kyle substituting today.
Riding with Ricky Rudd now as they go through the corner. Kenny Schrader there in the 36 on the inside.
Kyle's going to move down now and let him go.
Kyle is one lap down in the ST2 Pontiac.
Kyle's getting a little antsy here. Dale Earnhardt on the move right now.
Well, that'll get him wound up, guaranteed. On the break, we heard from the 20 car. Tony Stewart's crew called in and said, we don't know how hard you're running, bud, but your stuff looks good. That means the tires looked good after evaluation.
Bobby Labonte leading the NASCAR Winston Cup points. Currently running in the third spot.
Kind of strange he's leading. He sort of had an up and down year, which it's almost impossible to do well in the points. His last 4 races, Bobby has been 21st, 2nd, 26th, and 2nd.
And that yellow car there, that's Matt Kenseth. He's moved up to 5th already. Mark Martin coming through the corner. That steering wheel was not hardly moving at all.
There's Mike Skinner running well. Solid second, 7/10 of a second behind the leader. How about Skinner's tires, Ralph? We've not heard much in the Lowe's pit today.
Well, Eli, if you or I were driving our personal car and we had some cords showing through on our tire, we'd want to change those tires right away. It's very unsafe. Look at this right here. A little bit of cord showing through on the right front tire of Mike Skinner's car. They're not too concerned about it, believe it or not, because this tire was only about 9 to 10 laps away from being changed anyway at the completion of a full tire run. They say that's okay. Much more than that, however, they would have been in real trouble, or if that much cord had showed up early in a tire run.
Yeah, and it's supposed to improve as you get more rubber on the racetrack, but I would tell you this, when you're on cord like that, it's not like having rubber on the racetrack. It slides a little bit more and makes the problem even more.
This is a new tire that they've got here. The basic construction of it is different in that it is now a continuous belt all the way around the area where the tire meets the wheel. And that gives the drivers a bit better feel. It's also a bit cooler running tire.
But that part you were talking about, the cords, that's nylon. That's nasty.
Yeah, you don't want to see that. No matter what, you don't want to see the cords. Street car or race car, either way.
There's Dale Earnhardt running in the 4th spot right now. Earnhardt is 2 2/10 seconds behind our leader, Tony Stewart. Next on the racetrack, Matt Kenseth. There you see him. He's 2 7/10 seconds back. He's in 5th. Joe Nemechek running in 6th in the number 33 car. He's 2 9/10 seconds behind Tony Stewart. Mark Martin is in 7th, 2.9 behind as we ride with Mark Martin right now. He is in 7th position. Taking you further back, there's Ricky Rudd. He's running in 8th. He is 4.5 seconds behind our race leader, Tony Stewart, who took over the top spot most recently at lap number 107. Rusty Wallace is next on the leaderboard. There are a couple of cars in between, one being Kyle Petty and one being Mike Wallace in the 55. Rusty Wallace there in the number 2 machine running in the 9th spot. And you've got Wally Dallenbach right behind him. Wally is being shown in 22nd. He's a couple of laps back. There's Jeff Gordon. He's running in 10th. He is 6.9 behind the leader. Steve Park is in the 11th spot, car number 1. He too, along with Gordon, running 7 seconds back. There's Dale Jarrett, 7.9 seconds back. He is in 12th, also on the lead lap. Next on the leaderboard is Terry Labonte, who's running 13th, and there is Terry in the number 5 machine. Then Ken Schrader in the 36. He's in 23rd, a couple of laps back. The 22 is Ward Burton. He's running in 14th spot. He is on the lead lap. Ward is 9.1 seconds back of Tony Stewart. And you have the 97. That's Chad Little. Chad's in 24th spot. He's a lap down. Sterling Marlin in the 40 machine. Sterling is in 15th. He's on the lead lap. The 12th is Jeremy Mayfield. He's running in 16th spot. Now, closer to the front. Good scramble going for second as Bobby Labonte has turned up the heat on Mike Skinner.
He has that, and it won't be very long if he keeps running like that. But Joe Gibbs will have first and second. Team cars first and second.
Both those Gibbs cars are Pontiacs. The Pontiac next week in Michigan is going to get a little bit of a different bumper cover, hopefully to give it a little more downforce. The Pontiac teams have complained until now that they are not equal. They don't have as much downforce as either the Fords or the Chevys. They'll get a little more next week, but they look pretty good today, too.
Yeah, that's optional starting next weekend. It becomes mandatory at the end of June. Though certainly most teams will jump right into it and see what it bears.
Well, Eli, they had a wind tunnel test in Georgia at Marietta there, and they found that the Pontiac of all the makes was just a little bit off. So that's the reason they're even considering changing anything, because these types of racetracks, you have so much travel and so much downforce in the corners here that it doesn't show up at the flatter tracks. They really have a hard time if the car is not 100%.
Bobby Labonte recorded his 6th top 5 finish of the season last weekend in Charlotte. Steve, I see you down there with Jimmy Makar and the fellas.
Yeah, and you guys were talking about how the 18 car, Bobby Labonte at the wheel, is making a move to the front. The leaders all pitted on about lap 147, and Tony Stewart's team said that after about 20 or 25 laps, they're even better. They think the only car that can run with them at this point is the 18, their teammate, Bobby Labonte.
Jimmy Makar's brother earlier today from New Jersey. The last holdout of the family has not moved down to Mooresville. He said, I got the family and all the business interests, but he was awfully proud of his brother as he talked this morning.
Eli, one thing everybody out there is aware of, when anything happens like Jeremy Mayfield's tire, when it let go, the crew chiefs get on there and say, you better not abuse that right front tire. So everybody's aware of that, too. But Tony Stewart's tires look great.
There's the Haviland Formula 3 motor oil point recap. Add more life to your car. You check out how your favorites are doing among the high echelon of NASCAR Winston Cup point standings.
High echelon, huh?
Yep. Those two fellas right there, 1 7/10 seconds behind Tony Stewart. As we continue under green after a slow start to the event with 6 cautions. Fans are digging in now to the middle stages of the 400.
Pep Boys announces the Get Your Motor Running savings event with deals throughout the store.
Select 35,000-mile tires, 4 for 99 bucks. Or 70,000-mile tires, 4 for $169. And find great deals on name brand products like these. Your choice, just $1.88 each. But deals like this won't last forever. So hurry to the Pep Boys. Get your motor running savings event.
Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
No. I said sell it. Call them up and ask them to give it all back. Fine. Oh, please don't take those.
In this point-and-click, risk-it-all-on-a.com world,
What's wrong with this phone?
it's nice to know at least one thing doesn't go up and down. Wendy's Super Value Menu.
Hi. Junior bacon cheeseburger, side salad, and a biggie drink.
Because everything is always 99 cents.
Wait a minute. It's on us.
It's there for you. And remember, Wendy's pickup windows open late, so you can eat great. Thanks for stopping. Even late.
He ain't ugly, he's your brother. On the next Roller Jam, the Yak Attack demands a DNA blood test for D'Amato.
Take it with my nurse because I don't trust your old ugly cat.
Roller Jam, Friday at 9, 8 Central on TNN.
The new Encore Movie Channel. Now you'll get recent, big, hit movies. And the new Encore is the only channel that promises you a great movie every night, guaranteed. The new Encore Movie Channel. A great movie every night, guaranteed.
New batteries. Liquid wrench. Autocraft battery cables. AC Delco alternators. Advance Auto Parts carries more parts than any other store, including one you won't find anywhere else.
You know, we can give you a free installation if you like.
Sure.
Advance Auto Parts. The best part is our people.
For LA West luxury vehicles, first in quality and the only choice for the Burtons.
LA West luxury vehicles, available nationwide from select Ford dealers. Call us at 1-800-786-VANS. New for all race fan families, introducing the Simpson Child Car Safety Seat, available soon at these racing places. For more information, visit our website at www.simpsonraceproducts.com.
There's the man off to a Sunday afternoon drive here in the beautiful Delaware countryside. Tony Stewart by 2 1/10. Having things very much his own way right now as he leads the MBNA Platinum 400. Took the lead at lap 107. We are now at lap 186. There's Kenny Irwin, having settled in now for the mid stages of the day. Kenny's being shown in 19th spot, a lap down to our race leader. Saw a little contact a short while ago with Kenny Irwin. Take a look at what happened.
Oh boy, that's Jimmy Spencer too. That is like sticking a stick in a bear's cage there. I don't think he wants to do that many times.
Everybody parted peaceably enough. There's that second place battle. Meanwhile, one car smokes. Michael Waltrip with problems going into turn 3.
Smoke coming out of the wheel wells there. That's pretty bad.
Coming in, Bobby.
Look at the smoke inside the car even. I'd say he's pretty much done today.
Best ever finish at Dover was 5th. Back in...
Let loose off 2, Bobby.
1990, 91. Look at that. No RPM.
Stop it right here. Let us look, Michael.
Yeah, he said it let go on turn 2 over there and quit running.
We are under green. There's no caution. Steve?
Yeah, we've heard Michael Waltrip talking to crew chief Bobby Kennedy, Eli. About 20 laps ago, he started complaining of a bad vibration, and they went to change the ignition box. As it went by, it sounded like it had lost a cylinder, but now they're starting to pack the tools up. It looks like it's done for the day for Michael Waltrip.
Dave Marcus just made a hard left turn onto pit road and almost stacked up half the field behind him. The spotters were all screaming in the radios, watch it, watch it, watch it. I mean, he did that right in front of a whole bunch of people, obviously with tire trouble on his car.
Let's go to Glenn. Well, you're exactly right, Dick. The left front tire is completely shredded and is separated. They've changed the right side. They're coming around to the left side now. They're going to have to pry the car up because it's so low to get the jack under the thing. But the reason he did that is he had to. That left front tire is completely gone. Good piece of driving by Dave to get it in here, and all the other guys to miss it.
Watch what happens right there.
Darrell Waltrip almost got in the back of him in the 66. Everybody did a great job, as Glenn said, though, not to get into him.
Meanwhile, Tony Stewart, the leader, about to put Stacy Compton down a third lap.
Bobby Hamilton right in front of him in the 4 car, already several laps down now. He's had a pretty tough day of it.
Only 19 cars are on the lead lap. Bobby Hamilton going down the third lap. The 11 of Brett Bodine also about set to go a third lap down. If you're just joining us, Rick Mast, Jerry Nadeau, Ed Berrier, and Michael Waltrip, along with Jeffrey Bodine, the drivers done for the day. The number of incidents, 6 caution flags contributing to that attrition list.
Well, this is a bit of deja vu watching Tony Stewart dominate here in the month of June. He did the same thing last year in the same car, led 127 laps, but he got beaten on fuel mileage at the end by his teammate, Bobby Labonte.
Tony Stewart continuing to run awfully well. One guy who is not having quite as strong of a run is Jeff Gordon. Just keeping an eye on him as Stewart just never varies from his line. Yeah, look at the rundown. Gordon's in 17th. You see him? There he is. He was in 10th 8 laps ago. So in the last 8 laps, he has lost 7 positions.
Eli, you just have to be off just a little bit in your handling package. When you go in the corner, if it goes up the hill any at all, you really don't see that much wrong with the car. But he's not getting up out of the corner the way that car usually does. We're used to seeing that car dominate from halfway of a race to the finish. Right now, not able to go like he wants to.
Now, compared to 1999, where at this point he'd already won 3 races, 3 poles. He had 6 top 5s. Interestingly enough, he was in the same point position that he was in at the beginning of today, 8th. And this year he's got 1 win and just 2 top 5s going into this race.
And this has always been a good track, too, if you just want to talk Dover. He's been here for 13 races and has 8 top 10s, including 3 wins. That is the scramble that you see for third. Skinner in the 31, Earnhardt in the 3, Nemechek in the 33, all battling with 17 Kenseth.
And Kenseth in the yellow car. I don't know what's happened to Mike Skinner's car. I don't know whether the wear on the right front tire that we noticed a while ago, they might have told him to ease off a little bit. Earnhardt definitely on the move right now. Skinner sliding back. Bobby Labonte got by him and drove off almost a straightaway in just 5 or 6 laps there.
Oh, man, 3 wide. That doesn't work here.
But you got some veterans involved, and they just hold their lines. Mark Martin watching all of that from 7th.
That's a real traffic jam.
As we are a lap away from halfway here at the Monster Mile. 199 of 400 is Ricky Rudd, running in 7th now. One of the best runs he's had since joining Robert Yates Racing.
And just that little bit of time, Mike Skinner's already back to 8th spot, and you really can't hold the car down on the racetrack anymore.
So halfway home. Halfway home here in the MBNA Platinum 400. As Mike Skinner picks and chooses his way.
You know, it looks like Mike Skinner knows that he had that tire right out on the limit there, and he might be taking it easy just through the half part of this run on this tire, so he'll have something left as it starts to wear down.
And by the way, folks, for those of you who want to enter that TNN Red Wing Shoes Work Hard, Win Big sweepstakes, the Car 43 STP Pontiac at halfway, Kyle Petty driving for John Andretti was 20th. So you need to write that down on your entry, whether you do it in person at one of your local participating Red Wing shoe stores, whether you enter online at country.com, or whether you send it in at P.O. Box 3582, Southbury, Connecticut, Bottom line is 20th place is where the 43 car was halfway through the MBNA Platinum 400. Michael Waltrip in the garage area. Ralph?
Let's find out what happened to him. Michael, what happened to your car?
Something was wrong in the back of it early in the day, Ralph, and they cut the rear chain loose in your pit that holds the rear tire up so they can change tires. That fixed it. I ran about 5 laps and something happened under the hood. So it was lights out for the little Phillips light bulb Chevy, but I was so excited about today. Our car worked well in happy hour yesterday. Thought we'd get a victory in this Nation's Rich Chevy after the way we ran yesterday in the bush race, but the only good thing about a day like today is that bridge they built over there. At least I don't have to wait till it's over to leave, because I'm very disappointed.
So you're telling me you're out of here?
Yes, I'm going to listen intently as I get to the airport and then watch Buddy Baker and those guys tell us all about it on TV.
Thanks for helping us with ratings, Michael.
Michael Waltrip. That crossover bridge that they have now that goes over the back straightaway is the only way in and out of this racetrack. And for years, there was no crossover bridge, and there was no tunnel here because of the water table in the area. They couldn't borrow a tunnel. So once the race was underway, you stayed in the inside. And there you see that crossover bridge. See some of the fans going across right there. That's new about, what, 3-4 years ago, something like that. Maybe a few years back. But that's now the only ingress and egress because there is no walk-through or drive-through tunnel here at the Monster Mile.
Paper truck, Mr. Chang, down at the local deli, sells me morning coffee, wishes me good luck. This is for the people in my neighborhood. They help me through the day and make me feel good. This bus for you, and you, and you, and you. This bus for you.
Still got athlete's foot, wincing from the itching, yearning to stop the burning?
Don't take it anymore.
Cure it to the max. New Desenex Max. It's got a powerful new ingredient others don't have, so it takes fewer applications to cure your athlete's foot. In fact, 1 tube of Desenex Max has more curing power than 3 of these guys. Or these guys.
Athlete's foot, don't take it anymore.
Cure it to the max. New Desenex Max.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one straight at 200 miles an hour. That can zap the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline motor oil. The same unique formulation you can get for your car. Technically speaking, Havoline... That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Why aren't you guys working?
Who's asking about Viagra? Someone you might expect, and also someone that maybe you wouldn't. In fact, you may be surprised at who's talking to their doctors about Viagra. So ask your doctor if a free trial of Viagra is right for you. Who's asking about Viagra? Maybe it should be you.
Hey, folks, TNN kicks off Saturday night at the races with a race every racing fan has been marking on their calendar. The Pennzoil World of Outlaws will be racing at the famed half mile at Bristol, Tennessee. In testing, Sammy Swindell went 155 miles an hour in a little over 13 seconds around Bristol Motor Speedway. Make sure you check it out. The Channel Lock Challenge at Bristol next Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern and Pacific, right here on TNN. As clearly you can see, Jeremy Mayfield has problems, slowed on the racetrack, and he comes into the attention of the Mobil 1 crew. That's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, and a plume of smoke out of the back of the car down the back straightaway, so he definitely has problems.
He will let the crew look it over. They're popping those hood pins. And lots of work as Jeremy goes down a number of laps. Hey, you know what's happening on the racetrack as you watch Tony Stewart? He is getting set to close in on Jeff Gordon and others. Some pretty good cars. He's starting to put them a lap down. see exactly where your favorite is by just checking out that Napa timing and scoring rundown. You can stop by any Napa Auto Parts store in June with a chance to win a new car for life. That's 8th place on your screen.
Yeah, Rusty just got by him just a second ago and moved up. Skinner's just steady going backwards now.
Rusty and his guys thought they were going to have a much better today than they have had. They were 5th in the first practice session, 2nd in the second practice, won the pole for the race. I mean, they have just absolutely been strong until the drop of the green flag. But they still got some time to work on that race car. Some more pit stops to go to adjust that thing and get the chassis right. Certainly there's nothing wrong with the motor. They've just got to get the chassis dialed in to have a shot at this race.
There you see Elliott Sadler about to be placed another lap down. He's already 2 laps in arrears.
Yeah, he's got enough damage to the right front corner, Elliott Sadler does, to make that car a little unstable as far as aerodynamics.
And Stewart is only about a second away from putting Jeff Gordon a lap down. There he puts you another lap. You see Gordon just leaving your screen on the lower right. And here comes Tony Stewart.
Boy, you can tell it will not turn. It's going way up the racetrack there. And the reason for that, there's a lot of damage on that right front corner over there. It's pushed back and the air is picking the nose of the car up.
And they just decided to push Jeremy Mayfield's car to the garage.
There's 36 Schrader. The 8th, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's in 16th spot.
Yes, and the bad news there is just behind them. Tony Stewart's making this. Everybody out there right now, they're pedaling as hard as they can, but he just turns left, right, passes them when he catches them.
Remember the late Neil Bonnet got hooked up here at Dover like this a couple of times. He just started mowing everybody down. When you hit it, boy, you're tough.
I remember Benny Parsons one time crashing his car, and it rolled the nose of the car up a little bit and put more downforce on the front of the car, and he just wore everybody out. Wasn't even in the show until he wrecked the car a little bit, and it really made it better aerodynamically.
Hey, Glenn, was it engine failure for Jeremy?
Yeah, it was something in the engine, Eli. When he came in, it was still running. They raised the hood, and when they did, Jeremy shut the engine off. He never refired it again. There was some oil we saw on the left side, the left bank of the engine, so definitely something internal. He should be done for the day.
So that'll be his first DNF of the year. The first time Jeremy will not finish a race. Look at this here. Stewart's about to put both Earnhardt Jr. and the number 2 point man, Ward Burton, laps down.
Yeah, but one thing I noticed just then, Tony Stewart was coming off the corner over there, and he got back in the throttle and wasn't able to make that run up out of the corner like he's been doing. I don't know whether the car may be getting a little bit loose or what, but he has to get a real good run from the center of the corner to make these passes anymore.
He seems to be able to do that.
He certainly is hanging at the bottom of the racetrack.
Boy, I mean, that when he gets it lined up, it leaves here now.
Jeff Gordon is going to be the next car to go down. Hard to believe, but there we are. Who would ever thunk it?
Scott Pruitt, they're going by right now. Jeff Gordon, he would love to see a caution right now, but certainly he wouldn't want anybody to have to crash to do it. But if there's a little bit of oil or something on the racetrack right now, he would love it.
Gordon running in 15th. We'll have the pictures for you as Tony Stewart continues his march up front.
Gentlemen, a moment of silence in honor of Bob. Bob, a good friend, a good man, whose time had come. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob.
First, get a designated driver. Next, grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
Excuse me, our car broke down. Can anyone give us a ride home?
Back later, guys.
Oh, thanks.
Hello. Can you recommend a good air filter?
Can I recommend a good air filter? Can a duck waddle?
Fram, the only air filter with triad fiber technology. Tiny orange fibers that hold dirt inside their microscopic channels. Up to 48% more dirt than any leading competitor. Take it, use it, live it. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank Fram.
For AM filters, pay a little more now or pay a lot later.
Discover your inner Lewis and Clark. Go RVing. Life's a trip. Visit an RV dealer or call for a free video.
Well done, Demetrius. You have passed the test of fire and the test of great strength. Now, the final test. You must eat a Wendy's Classic Triple with cheese, biggie fries, and a drink. Only the most heroic can finish such a large meal. Nikos, it is too big.
What more can make such a feast?
A great man. His name is Dave Thomas. Man? No. He must be a god. Wendy's Classic Triple. As close to bliss as a mortal can get.
And remember, Wendy's pickup window is open late, so you can eat great even late.
If you can dream in color, come to Ace. Well, you'll find the help to make your dreams come true, because Ace is a place for the helpful hardware folks.
Can't get enough peanuts? Get a payday. Sweet caramel and tons of salty peanuts.
There's the man who's leading the NASCAR Winston Cup MBNA Platinum 400, Tony Stewart. Don't forget, folks, to get all the info you want, a nice bio about Tony and all sorts of statistical information at NASCAR Online before, during, or after the races. Your 24-hour NASCAR Garage Pass at NASCAR.com. 14th place, Steve Park, about to go a lap down.
Eli, Tony Stewart's got something that would aggravate me half to death. The tearaway on the windshield, this plastic thing that you see right on the left-hand corner of the windshield, I'll draw around it here in a second, has to aggravate him because that's exactly where you look out of the windshield to look into the corner.
Yeah, they don't use squeegees to clean the windows anymore. They just tear away that screen, that film.
You can see right there. I mean, that is aggravating to a driver because you look right through there getting ready to go in the corner. The good part, right down low, he has an opening there. So it's not bothering anything, but I'm sure it's aggravating.
Of course, you know, he's used to racing on dirt where sometimes your goggles will fill right up or your face mask will fill right up and dust and all that sort of thing. And he's used to not being able to see perhaps as well as some of the other people who are out here.
That's not too bad for Joe Gibbs, is it? Some teams making pit stops now, particularly after they get lapped. There's Ward Burton coming in at lap number 234. Once you get a lap down, no need staying out there. Come in, get fresh tires.
Yep, and they put a round right in there. That's the track bar. They made an adjustment there on the track bar, the 22, trying to tighten that car up.
These stops taking place under the green. Lap 234, as you see, of the 400 scheduled for this afternoon. Jeff Gordon next to make his stop. Back in a moment.
Pep Boys announces the Get Your Motor Running savings event with store-wide savings, especially at truck headquarters, where you can accessorize with step bars, drill guards, hitches, even Baja wheels. And find great deals on bug shields for $34.88. Well, right now, all these name brand products just 88 cents each. So put your pedal to the metal because deals like this won't last forever. The Pep Boys Get Your Motor Running savings event.
Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
You've been a burger lover your whole life, but you're about to stray. Take a look at this new spicy chicken sandwich from Burger King. Spicy marinated chicken with a crispy, spicy coating, topped with a very spicy mayo. Feeling guilty? It's not really cheating, if the burger never finds out. Got the urge?
Buy any large sandwich value meal and get a free medium frozen Coca-Cola.
For everyone who'd rather do it themselves, we make the rugged, dependable Wagner Power Painter with power, control, and versatility like never before. If it needs painting, staining, or sealing, the choice is easy. Get a Wagner and get it done.
For cars with over 75,000 miles,
life has just begun. Introducing Valvoline Max Life Motor Oil.
What if your car knew you, anticipated your needs, and then reacted to meet them? What if it could help protect you in an accident with sensors that know where your seat's positioned and the severity of the crash, so the front airbags can react to you? What if it went even further? It's time to stop wondering what if. Introducing the new 2000 Ford Taurus with the advanced personal safety system.
TNN Sports live coverage of the MBNA Platinum 400 is being brought to you by Valvoline Max Life, the first motor oil specially formulated for higher mileage engines. And by Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks are built Ford tough. Welcome back, everybody. Tony Stewart continuing on the racetrack. We are, however, seeing pit stops now. You see Rusty Wallace in at lap 240. We've had Wally Dallin back in. Here comes Steve Park. Sterling Marlin is in. Ralph?
Well, Eli, the 31 of Mike Skinner's getting ready to come back in. They just brought him down. He'd been suffering from a really, really bad push, and they had decided they were going to bring him back in at the last minute. He kept going. Rusty Wallace is in, taking on 4 tires and fuel as well, and they're done with his service, and he's back underway.
Other stops that have been made. Scott Pruitt was in at lap 238 along with Ricky Rudd. Joe Nemechek was in at lap 239. Here comes Dale Earnhardt in along with Bobby Hamilton. Kevin LePage making a pit stop. Glenn?
Yeah, Earnhardt has a flat right front tire, guys. Ricky Rudd just came by. He also had a flat right front, so we're seeing some more of that wear. Well, right when they get to the end of things, that's what's happening. They can't run those tires for so long. 4 tires and fuel. We got them in 16.3. Took a little longer that time because of the flat right front.
You see Dale Jarrett in. Lap number 243. Johnny Benson having made a pit stop. Here comes Stacy Compton in. Now here comes Tony Stewart. That'll hand the lead to Bobby Labonte. Bobby Labonte will take over the lead at lap number 244. Steve?
Now remember, Eli, the last 2 times Tony Stewart has pitted, they haven't touched a thing on this race car except to change tires. Looks like it's going to be the same exact thing this time. Gordy Arbiter on the front tire changer. Gerald Shires on the rear tires. Marcus Bonicelli is the jack man. No chassis adjustment. 15.5 seconds for Tony Stewart's pit crew.
So there you see all of those stops having taken place. There is the leader, Bobby Labonte, coming in to make his stop. He will stop at lap 246. Ralph, here's the leader.
Well, Bobby Labonte's crew perched up on top of pit wall. Eli, they're not talking about making any chassis adjustments, just putting 4 tires on this car. The crew worked very hard this week at getting their pit stops better. Sometimes the races and the practicing that needs to be done is not even at the racetrack for practice stop, but pit crew stops. And they worked hard at it this week, and their stops have been in the 15-second range all day long. Let's see if they can crank out another one here. Getting ready to put the 4 tires on. They come around to the left side. No chassis adjustments being made. Bobby throws the water bottle back out. Little trouble with the left front and a 16.4-second stop. So even with a little trouble with that left front, still a pretty good stop.
Mark Martin had taken over the race lead after the pit stop by Bobby Labonte. He'll now come into the attention of Jimmy Fennig and the crew. This is lap 247. There you see the True Value countdown clock. True Value, where help is just around the corner. Let's go to Mark's pit.
Well, Mark Martin's crew servicing his number 6 machine. Doesn't look like any chassis adjustments here either. Just 4 tires of fuel going on. Fuel is done, tires are done, and away he goes. 19 even for the 6.
So things are cycling back around again, and Tony Stewart reassumes the lead once he gets back to the start-finish line. Others making their stops now. Kenny Schrader is in. Also making a pit stop will be Robert Presley. And Tony Stewart, now the leader. Bobby Labonte second. Joe Nemechek third. Dale Earnhardt fourth. Matt Kenseth is fifth. See them take that tearaway right off Robert Presley's windshield. Robert zooms out of pit road within the speed limit. Speed limit's 35, remember.
Okay, he's running along in second gear. Listen to it now. Can't go back up on the racetrack until you enter the back straightaway. Now he'll blend back up, but not over in the racing groove until he gets way down to the corner here. Now he's back in the racing line.
So everybody having cycled around now, and there is the race leader, Tony Stewart, going around Chad Little right there. 15.5. Man, that's quick.
I got to tell you, Tony Stewart just went by Jeff Gordon, and he's already put a half of a turn on him already. That car is absolutely hooked up, and Jeff Gordon's going backwards.
Let's check in with that Tony Stewart team.
Eli, I said when Tony Stewart came in, they didn't make any changes except for tires. That's not entirely true. This is the windshield film that Buddy Baker was talking about. They pull it off by pulling this orange tab. And it's not so much that it was dirty, but it was tattered, and it was annoying to Tony Stewart.
I bet it was. It annoyed him all the way to a 4-second lead.
Yeah, but the one thing, it may not have really aggravated him to the point that it hurt his performance, but anytime you can see that's one of your best things as far as maybe dodging a wreck or something, you'd look through there trying to get by a car, it could cause you a problem.
So things returning to Tony Stewart's way as he goes around Kevin LePage there on the racetrack and has already built up a 2.7-second lead as the guys in video help you enjoy today's race.
During Napa's Win a Free Ride for Life sweepstakes, you can win a one-year lease each year for the rest of your life. And thousands will win a one-year AAA membership in Trip Wizard, plus save on hundreds of items. Enter at a participating Napa Auto Parts store today.
You know, NASCAR's been a part of my family for almost 30 years. First of all, I got in this business because I'm a race fan. I went to races as a little kid. I'm going to miss the people. I'm going to miss hanging out in the garage with the guys, the camaraderie, that bumping and grinding that we do on Sunday. The fans, the drivers, the crews, it's just a way of life. For 40 years, I've gotten up on Sunday, put my helmet on, and raced. I'm really going to miss it.
This week on Saturday night at the races, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws challenge the famed half-mile at Bristol. It's the Channel Lot Challenge at Bristol. Saturday at 9 Eastern on TNN, Saturday night at the races.
Best Automotive Hanover isn't like the rest. Give the people what they want. Low prices, lower payments, highest trade-in value, and superior service after the sale. That's what makes us best. So come to Best Automotive Hanover, where your horse of a different color.
Have it your way at Doc Clunk's, the Hanover area's Lazy Boy headquarters. It's the Lazy Boy Custom Order Sale. Take the guesswork out of custom orders with the high-tech Lazy Boy video catalog. See your furniture selections in full color with over 1,200 fabrics available. You'll be absolutely astounded. Choose a house full, a room full, or just one piece in a dazzling selection of styles and fabrics. Custom orders are exactly as you see them on the exclusive Lazy Boy video catalog at Doc Clunk's, Hanover's Lazy Boy headquarters. Have it your way.
Hey, folks, if you're looking for some action on Friday nights, do just what Buddy Baker does. A full hour of non-stop pandemonium. Tune in to ECW Wrestling. See what happens next. You talk about unpredictable. There is a classic example. Fridays at 8, Eastern and Pacific, a part of TNN's Thrill Zone Friday. There's the scene you saw out behind Dover Downs International. There's the scene on the racetrack, where all of a sudden, Tony Stewart has turned up the heat to such a degree, he's closing in on the 10th place runner, Mike Skinner, to put him a lap down.
This is incredible. Skinner challenging for the lead early in this event, and now he's about to go a lap down. That is much more a reflection of the 20 car than Skinner.
There's your second place runner, Bobby Labonte, 2 1/10 of a second behind the race leader, Tony Stewart.
Eli, Mike Skinner right now has already reported that he cannot get the car to turn. He's pushing so very badly here. And one thing about push, you can't get back in the throttle because if you do, it makes it worse than it is. So it just makes the front end take up across the racetrack.
Third place now, a good distance back, 5 seconds further back, is that scramble with Earnhardt taking third away from Joe Nemechek in fourth. Nemechek's best finish of the year was fifth at Atlanta, so he's on pace to have his best finish of the year. You realize that Stewart, who's leading this race, and Nemechek here in the top 5, 2 of the guys who won last year, who have not yet won here in the year 2000. John Andretti, Terry Labonte being the others. So 2 of the guys who have yet to repeat from last year are certainly in a position to do so here today, though Nemechek, as well as he is running, is still not able to keep pace with Tony Stewart.
No, and no one else, but he is having a solid run, and who knows, the way everything's going right now, a good steady pace might be the cue.
And let's also keep in mind that Nemechek's car owner is Andy Petrie, who has twice won here at Dover, once with Harry Camp, once with Dale Earnhardt, when Petrie was crew chief for those 2 drivers.
And Glenn, speaking of Earnhardt, all of a sudden he's running a strong third. You can never count him out.
Oh, no, you certainly can, Eli. They had, as I said, the pit stop took a little longer because of that flat right front tire he had. Earnhardt's lap times right now are almost identical to both Bobby Labonte and leader Tony Stewart. So he's running the same lap times. He did lose a little extra time because of that flat right front tire. Now, I mentioned that also Ricky Rudd had a flat right front tire when he came in. He is only 5 seconds from being lapped, and Dale Jarrett also had a flat right front tire when he came into the pits to make this stop. DJ is only about 4 seconds from being lapped. A lot of these cars need a caution right now. They just hope that it's not them.
Now, there are the Yates cars going off into the corner together. Is that just dumb racing luck that 2 cars out of the same stable have the same problem, or is it just a way that they might be preparing things, or what?
Exactly. Right now you have first and second team cars. We have trouble on the front straightaway. A car is smoking very badly down in turn 1.
And caution is on the speedway as Mark Martin's Valvoline machine has gone up in smoke. Mark Martin, that's something you don't see very often. Lap number 268 brings out the 7th caution flag of the day. He just reaches up for all the kill switches and says, I believe my day is done. So that's going to be a break right there for Skinner and for Rudd and Jarrett, because they were about to be lapped by our race leader, Tony Stewart. And there you see Mark going right past everything. He's going to go right to the garage area and be the next retiree. Pit road is closed for all the other competitors. Mark has gone directly to the garage area. Yeah, that's one you don't see very often. The Roush team, very, very dependable. And Mark, of course, has had 17 top 10 finishes here in 27 visits. So, and he was in the position again. He was running 9th.
Yeah, and, you know, a steady run. He wasn't pushing the car that much. Just some little small part, I'm sure, in the motor just let go probably.
So now, all the teams on the lead lap are able to come in and make a pit stop here at lap 268. Stewart is in, Bobby Labonte, Nemechek and Kenseth in, Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace, Dale Jarrett, Ricky Rudd, and Skinner. Glenn?
And Earnhardt is in. They've already given him a drink of water. The right side tires are on. They're going to the left. Dale told him, but as the caution came out, got down and away. He got him about 16.5 on my clock. But all Earnhardt told him he was trying to do was to protect that right front. Here's Steve.
Well, Glenn, Tony Stewart just had his service, and I said for the last 3 pit stops they haven't touched the car except to change tires. Well, this time they did go down on air pressure in the left rear tire. As you might be able to see at home, it is now overcast, and Tony's car had tightened up. Let's go to Ralph Sheen.
Well, Steve, that was the best that Bobby Labonte's car has been all day. Since the most neutral it was the car that gave him the best feel he's had all day as well. So they didn't make any chassis adjustments to it, just changed tires and filled them up with fuel.
So those are the reports from the pit lane, as only the teams on the lead lap are able to pit on the first time around. Now the cars that are a lap or more down to the race leader will be able to come in for service. Getting down to it with 130 to go.
It's not just a new sign. It's a promise, a guarantee. It's a new Midas. You'll know it when you first drive in. You'll appreciate it for as long as you own your car. Expanded new services. A new lineup of genuine Midas parts, guaranteed for a lifetime nationwide. Even if the part wears out. We're more than mufflers. We're a new way to keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
Hi, I'm Smitty. I guess you could call me a plethora of information. For this, you're going to need a blower, maybe a vac. Customers look at me as the answer guy. If they've got a question, they need an answer, they come to me. All you need here is a cordless push mower. I'm going to give you everything you need to take care of your yard. Tractor, definitely the lawn tractor. We've got everything you could possibly imagine in power tools, all kinds of stuff. String trimmer. I'm basically here to make sure the customer gets what he needs for the job.
The Home Depot, where low prices are just for the getting.
There's something about that honey barbecue sauce. Hitting those 3 big strips of crispy chicken. And all that melted Monterey Jack cheese hitting that sauce. And every bite tastes better than the bite before. Oh, baby! Maybe I spend too much time thinking about that new sandwich from KFC. Maybe not.
Get over to KFC for the new Honey Barbecue Crunch Now. Hurry, it's only here for a short time.
It's that good.
In our family, men lose their hair early. Thank you. By the time we hit 30, we don't have to invest much in combs. So I started using Rogaine when I was like 28, at the first sign of fallout. Before I looked like I needed it, because I know I would. So here I am. I've been using Rogaine for about 2 years now, right at the source of the problem, and I don't see any difference. And that's the idea. You keep the hair you have. Look, I love my dad. I'm just not in a rush to look like him. Simple, safe, smart. Rogaine. It's stronger than heredity.
What?
Welcome back to Dover Downs Under Caution. Hey, folks, quick reminder about wrenchhead.com. With millions of brand name auto parts and accessories to choose from, it is easy to prove that you're a wrench head. Wrenchhead.com. Parts online all the time. Wrapping up the 7th caution flag of the afternoon. That will equal the most cautions we've had here at Dover in a 400-miler. We had 7 cautions back here in September of 1998. Oh, and by the way, with Mark Martin apparently done for the day, he is going to finish lower than 10th for the 4th straight race. That is the first time he has finished lower than 10th in 4 straight races since 1989. Wow. Is that something?
That's not going to help with the championship effort that they have got underway.
This is what Buddy talked about earlier. Have a tough day here. Really have yourself in a handful of point problems. Now let's see if Bobby Labonte can hang with Tony Stewart for a while, or maybe Dale Earnhardt.
Dale Earnhardt definitely in 3rd spot right now. Matt Kenseth in 4th there in the yellow car. These guys have turned it up a notch.
Bill Elliott there is not on the lead lap. He's a lap down in 18th.
Oh, yeah, Earnhardt's running. Keep an eye on that black number 3.
Now think about it, though. How many times have we seen Earnhardt start 30th or worse and have great races?
Doesn't matter where he starts, does he? He's just always there at the end.
I would bet that, though, he loosened that car up a little bit because he did have a problem with the tires earlier, but this shade that's come over the racetrack is going to help that condition. Also, they have more rubber on the racetrack, but I think he's going to watch that tire do another pit stop at least.
Oh, Dale back here in 94. Let's look it up. Finished 2nd after starting 37th. Here in 97 in the September race, he started 33rd and finished 2nd. And even last year, remember, in September, started 37th and finished 8th. So it's not always indicative of where you start. Although, we told you in the pre-race, the majority of the winners here started in the top 3. Certainly there is a statistical edge there, but Earnhardt doesn't bother with that.
Pardon me, watching all these guys go here, Matt Kenseth for some reason has dropped back. He was up there contending, now he's dropping back a little bit. He's falling in the clutches of some other cars that are moving up at the moment.
Meanwhile, in the garage area, Ralph is caught up with Mark Martin. Ralph?
Mark, obviously the engine let go. Did you have any idea it was coming?
Only for about a half a lap. You know, we were real lucky at Charlotte. We had the same thing happen, and we finished 12th there. We made it to the end, and that was really a lucky stroke of luck, but it only lost power for about a half a lap, and then came apart there today. The last set of tires we were running real well on, making up good time on the leaders and all, but you know, we'd worked on our car throughout the day, and I feel like that by the time the end of the race came around, we were, you know, hopefully going to be able to be competitive. But that's how it goes, I guess.
Oh, Mark Martin. Tough day for him as his day is done. Meanwhile, you've got Skinner, Rudd. They are battling for position 8 and 9. The 40 car, Sterling Marlin, not on the lead lap. I correct myself. Sterling is on the lead lap right now. Don't want to take him away out of that mix.
Exactly. He's had a good run all day long. Been very consistent. Rusty Wallace right now. Dale Jarrett going by him. Mike Skinner, they fixed that car a little bit. He's able to stay right on the bottom of the track at the moment, and he's picked the pace back up to what he was running earlier in the race.
120 laps remaining here at Dover. It really has become heavily overcast after a brilliantly bright, sunshiny start to the day. See over those big grandstands, some heavy cloud cover rolling in. Look back there and see it as well.
It doesn't affect the chassis as much here as it does the black asphalt tracks. Buddy explained earlier in the broadcast that just has to do with black versus white. Put your hand on a black car, put your hand on a white car, big difference. Plus, this racetrack never seeps any oil, no matter how much sun gets on it, because there's no oil in it.
Right, it's not a petroleum base like an asphalt racetrack is.
It's cement.
Cement. And it does not give. It does not give. This does not give. The blacktop does. The hotter it gets, the more sponge it feels in the handling of the car.
There's Kenny Schrader running in 28th as you see Mike Skinner. Rusty, and around goes Rusty. Around goes Rusty in the corner. Caution on the speedway.
Hit nothing.
Oh, he and Mike Skinner got together on big time down the back straightaway there, but he didn't hit anything on the outside wall or anything.
He's got flat tires, though.
And Scott Pruitt is now spun as well. So Scott Pruitt spins also. And here come problems for Mike Bliss.
Yeah, he's got a lot of problems with his car. It's all dinged up. You can see up there the roof flap is employed, so that means he's already been around backwards.
All right, that's that air deflector flap. That allows the air that's caught up in the chamber of the car and the compartment itself to escape, and that helps keep the car on the ground. Oh, Rusty. He and Skinner tangled, and then Rusty went round and round and didn't make contact with the wall. We've seen that a few times this weekend.
Left front tire is flat. See it right there.
So a new record for cautions in a 400-mile race here at Dover. The 8th.
You know, that might have been what I was looking at, is the left front was flat, and he might have been trying to get it back straight, and it looked like he made contact.
Could have been. Let's check in with Ralph. He's waiting for Rusty to stop.
Well, Rusty Wallace is getting set to make his pit stop. The crew is ready, waiting for him. Just waiting for him to come down pit road and make his stop. Billy Wilburn mounted up on the wall, ready to change the front tires. Here he comes into his pit stall, and the left front is flat to the ground. They go to work on the right side first. Rights come on. They'll swoop around the left side, taking a quick look at the car to make sure everything's okay. The crew has to get up underneath and pick the car up. Billy Wilburn was able to take a quick look inside as they changed that right front tire. He just radioed to Robin Pemberton, said everything's okay in the right front. Now they're good with the left. They take a quick look at it, and he's away.
A workmanlike stop for that Miller Lite machine. Let's take a look again at all that transpired here. We have a lot of different looks at the Skinner-Wallace deal. Let's watch.
Oh, yeah, it looks like they had a little contact there.
No doubt. I didn't see the cars wiggle any.
Now, that's when the left front blew out. You could see the smoke start. That means the tire went flat as he was spinning round and round.
See Terry Labonte get on the brakes and go high?
And Kyle Petty down low.
Watch it again.
Sure looks like
right
Skinner
into the
just
left front.
came
You
right
see
up
the
into
smoke
him.
fly there.
Yeah, like Skinner just came up on him.
Sure did. No question.
Oh, man, look at Ricky Rudd.
Ricky Rudd.
Oh, Ricky, good brakes.
Ricky was nose to nose with him.
Eyeball to eyeball, and that's not any fun when you're driving. They make contact right there. Rudd hard on the brakes, and he's looking directly straight into the windshield of the two cars.
That's incredible Rudd didn't hit him, because usually when a car is spinning around like that, it's scrubbing off a tremendous amount of speed. And Rudd was just going straight forward.
Still trying to see what happened to Scott Pruitt and Mike Bliss. Let's see if we can tell from this angle here. Well, there was the first contact, Skinner and Rusty. Look at Ricky, nose to nose with him.
Now, that wouldn't have been a big hit if it had been another foot back, but they hit right in the left front tire and got it down.
Now, let's see if we see the Tide machine and the Viagra car coming by here. Well, not
As Dale Earnhardt would think, no.
We'll try and find out. Watch what Ricky Rudd has to see here.
Oh, boy.
Round and round she goes.
So working caution for the 8th time. Not a whole lot left to that good year. Back after this.
When it comes to getting the right parts fast and easy, guys who know their way around under the hood always turn to their best friend, wrenchhead.com, the place to buy auto parts online. Go to wrenchhead.com now to enter the Father's Day 400 sweepstakes and win Dad a trip or two to the big race in Daytona July 1st. Plus, lots more. With wrenchhead.com, getting the right part is a snack. Wrenchhead.com. Are you a wrenchhead?
Polaris has sold more automatic ATVs than everyone else combined. And to celebrate building their 1 millionth automatic, they're giving $1 million to someone who buys a new Polaris ATV this year. It could be you.
Buy a new Polaris ATV now with 0 down and payments as low as $48 a month. See your Polaris dealer for contest and finance offer details.
Thanks for your time.
Say hello to French fries in a can.
Some people want Dave to change Wendy's Super Value menu, but no matter what they come up with...
Our newest idea? Hamburgers on a roll.
That's not going to happen. Because for 11 years, Wendy's has given you great food for just 99 cents. Fresh salads, hot and juicy junior bacon cheeseburgers, and biggie fries.
Here's the clincher.
And you can count on
This is going very well.
Wendy's 99-cent Super Value menu. And remember, Wendy's pickup windows open late, so you can eat great.
Thanks for stopping.
Even late.
Whether you drive your family around the neighborhood or the number 21 Citgo Taurus around the NASCAR circuit, you make a lot of pit stops along the way. So from Darlington to Detroit, Bristol to Boston, and just about every place in between, you can count on your local Citgo to keep you going. Gas, food, and conversation. Just what you'd expect from a neighbor.
Saturday nights in June, TNN is going to take you to the races. You'll see the stars shine bright when they battle under the lights, featuring the NASCAR Bushman National Series, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws, and the American Speed Association. It's fireworks that'll last till July. Don't miss Saturday night at the races, a prime-time race every Saturday night in June. It all starts June 10th on TNN Sports.
Well, we have had ourselves a wild afternoon here at Dover, but if you want wild, check out this evening. That's when you'll see professional rodeo riders experience the longest 8 seconds in sports. Don't miss PRCA Championship Rodeo from Lufkin, Texas, this evening at 9 Eastern and Pacific right here on TNN. Well, pit stops having taken place over the course of the last moment or so, and all seem to be fairly routine among the leaders.
You know, elite lap cars came in the first time. Watch Stewart and Earnhardt doing a modified drag race off the pit lane at 35 miles an hour.
Call it and glass side by side as they come for the line. No, too close to call.
Close to call. You need the computer to tell you who's out in front. And the computer right now is showing Tony Stewart as the race leader here at Dover Downs. It's become an overcast afternoon, but it's sunny for Tony Stewart.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
You've been a burger lover your whole life, but you're about to stray. Take a look at this new spicy chicken sandwich from Burger King. Spicy marinated chicken with a crispy, spicy coating, topped with a very spicy mayo. Feeling guilty? It's not really cheating, if the burger never finds out. Got the urge?
Buy any large sandwich value meal and get a free medium frozen Coca-Cola. Brains, guts, heart.
We get them checked by a doctor regularly. Shouldn't you? Hi, I'm Bobby Labonte. Rusty Wallace. And I'm Mark Martin. And we've teamed up with Pfizer to promote men's health.
Guys, you got to take care of your cardiovascular health, your mental health, and even your sexual health.
So get to your doctor, or get a free health screening at a race this season. And fellas, tune up for life.
Still got athlete's foot, wincing from the itching, yearning to stop the burning?
Don't take it anymore.
Cure it to the max. New Desenex Max. It's got a powerful new ingredient others don't have, so it takes fewer applications to cure your athlete's foot. In fact, one tube of Desenex Max has more curing power than 3 of these guys. Or these guys.
Athlete's foot, don't take it anymore.
Cure it to the max. New Desenex Max.
We are back. That is the enclosed grandstand that they use for the horse races at Dover Downs International Speedway. That grandstand is on the NASCAR backstretch, but that is also the front stretch when they have the horse races that are occupying the internal dirt track that they have here at Dover. You see that they have changed the order of the cars on the racetrack. NASCAR did go to their video to confirm without the benefit of the naked eye. They used the video to see who did leave the pit lane first. We showed you our videotape head-on a few seconds ago where Earnhardt and Tony Stewart at the pit road speed of 35 miles an hour went down the pit lane. NASCAR does not use our video to determine this. They do it themselves with their own equipment, but going frame by frame, they show that the nose of the number 3 does indeed beat the nose of the number 20 car. So lap 288, if you happen to be keeping tabs with us at home, lap 288, Dale Earnhardt takes the lead here at Dover. We're 291 laps in. We're getting close to the window of opportunity where they may not need to pit again. We'll talk about it next.
Hey, boys, I'm lost. I'm looking for Franklin Street exit. I'm going around for an hour. Come on.
Want more power? Try Valvoline SymPower Complete Fuel System Treatment. Cleans your entire fuel system with advanced synthetic technology.
I don't know.
I got no idea.
Oh, you got me on that one. Not a clue. Beats me, buddy. Will? Search me. You're asking me?
Let's face it, nobody knows who's going to win in the NASCAR Busch Series. You won't find more unpredictable, more exciting racing anywhere. The NASCAR Busch Series. This is NASCAR.
No.
everybody knows.
This week on Saturday night at the races, the Pennzoil World of Outlaws challenge the famed half mile at Bristol. It's the Channel Lock Challenge at Bristol. Saturday at 9 Eastern on TNN, Saturday night at the races.
Endless Summer RV, the only family-owned and operated RV dealership in the area, invites you to visit our expanded showroom. Come in and see our enormous selection of new and used RVs. While you're here, take a walk through our newly remodeled parts and accessory store. We've also added service and free delivery bays for you, our customers. So stop by and visit with our friendly staff. Ask them questions. Many of them enjoy the outdoors just like you. We're located just 5 miles north of Frederick on Route 15. Camping families, serving families that camp.
Weaverville Tire and Auto can do a whole lot more than sell you a great set of tires for your car. And if you don't bring it to a shop with certified mechanics and over 60 years combined experience like us, well, it could change everything. Because we're an authorized Napa Car Care Center and an American Car Care Center with coast-to-coast warranty protection. So when you bring your car, truck, or van to us, it changes everything. Not to mention the tires you'll drive away on.
Hey, nice tire.
Big Weaverville Tire and Auto, just like the name says.
Anthony Wise puts the green flag out at lap number 294. Dale Earnhardt is the race leader with Matt Kenseth, Joe Nemechek, Mike Skinner. You wonder what happened to Tony Stewart? Well, Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte, Dale Jarrett, and Ricky Rudd all came in to top off their fuel tanks at lap 292, 108 miles from the finish. Looking back on some of our notes from previous races here, we have seen guys go 107 and 108 miles. So they're rolling the dice, saying that could have been their final pit stop of the day.
And one of the interesting questions is, when we go back and we look at history that way, the engines weren't quite as powerful as they are now. More power generally means more fuel is required. Not always, but generally speaking.
Now, Glenn Jarrett, our race leader, Dale Earnhardt, did not come in to top off. He came in at 287 and stayed out. Watch the strategy.
Well, Eli, a great pit stop, put him out front. Richard Childers said that they could not, they weren't even close, and they had that flat right front tire earlier on. They would not push the tire to try to go that far on the gasoline, so therefore they weren't even going to try it. They will probably short him.
Well, Bobby Labonte came in and topped off. Last year, he ran at the fuel mileage way to win, and he did 107 laps of conservative driving. Today, of course, Eli, as you said, it would be 108 laps to win it. And don't forget, Dick, as you said, they have increased the horsepower. The team for Bobby Labonte tells me they've increased about 25 horsepower from last year's race here. But however, Steve, if there is anybody in the garage area who's better than fuel economy, I don't know who it is when it comes to driving lightly with your foot than Bobby Labonte.
And Eli, as you said, Tony Stewart also came in, topped off on gas. I just asked the team if they could make it, and they said they honestly don't know. They think they can, but they are not positive by any means.
Well, again, going back on our old notes, it is rare that guys have gone 108 and 109. A number of teams over the years have gone 107. And a mile, one time around the track, doesn't sound like a whole heck of a lot, but if it runs short, it's a long way.
Well, I've seen some tires that run very short of that distance, so that's going to be something to think about.
That's the other equalizer in this whole deal.
And remember New Hampshire last year when Tony Stewart kept going and going and going in the lead, and then all of a sudden, boom, he wasn't going anymore because he was out of gas.
And obviously, we've also had a record number of cautions already today for a 400-miler here at Dover. So if we have another one, then all of our calculating here, or all of our ciphering will go out the window.
All right, to sum up, we got no idea what's going to happen.
So stick around with us. Stick around with us for the next hour. We'll all find out together.
Well, these two cars right now are on economy mode right now. They're running right together, teammates. They're not making a run towards the front like they have so many times today. I think right now they're conserving just a little bit. The cars are so good. They're running right on the bottom of the racetrack. They're not using any more fuel than they have to right at the moment.
Boy, they handle well.
Listen to Bobby Labonte get back in the throttle there. You could barely tell when he got back in the accelerator. It wasn't just down to the bottom. Listen now.
Very smooth there.
That's how you save fuel.
Exactly. You jump in it, it opens the butterflies up, and the fuel just pours down in the motor.
Now, it's interesting, at this racetrack, ordinarily by this point in a 400-mile event, we've seen people make a lot of time by running a middle groove, by running up high. Today, these two cars, especially the 20 of Tony Stewart, have managed to stay on the bottom, and they have kept that bottom lane the only groove to run in if you're going to be really, really fast.
And the other thing I'm noticing is they're so smooth back in the throttle, but they're also able to run lower, and as it goes along and the tires start giving up on the other bike, they're going to go right on by them.
Let's see what Joe Nemechek is doing now. As far as pit stops are concerned, Joe did not top off. He came in at lap 287, but well, he's still turning 8,800 RPM, still standing on it real well.
Well, tires may well be the whole story on this deal.
Yeah, they might have enough fuel, the tires can't go.
Yep.
Look at that. Joe's the quickest on the racetrack right now, at least the last time by. This is his 13th race here at Dover for Joe Nemechek. First time out here, though, in the number 33 car for Andy Petrie. He always likes this time of the year, too. Joe always likes this race. He likes Charlotte. This track loves Pocono, Michigan. This is the time of the year I always look forward to.
I had no idea he had as many starts as he has in Western Cup. This is his 201st start.
Yep.
So he's been around a little while. It's time for him to start winning.
Yeah, it's time for him to have some more top fives, too. He's a better driver than his record would reflect in all those 200 starts. He's only got 5 career top fives. Last year, just one, but it was a good one. It was the win.
All right, the win in New Hampshire. Only has one top 5 finish here. Finished 4th here back in September of 1995. Well, everybody watching the fuel and the scoreboard and the tire wear. Which one will run out first?
The family has always put in the forefront to protect the quality and the standards set by Adolphus Busch.
The deep sense of pride that my grandfather taught me, that my father continues to teach me.
I think he would be very happy that the generations of his family have practiced what he taught us.
On Monday, it was an eternity away. By Thursday, you could almost taste it. The weekend, filled with possibilities and, oh yeah, projects. Nobody knows where you'd rather be more than True Value. We get you in and out fast with just what you need. Because the sooner you get done, the sooner you can get back to this thing called your life. True Value. Health is just around the corner.
Whatever life throws your way, you gotta be ready. No sweat. You've got new Speed Stick Clear Stick Antiperspirant. Unlike gels, new Clear Stick goes on dry to keep you dry. And dry, clearly, is the whole idea. New Speed Stick Clear Stick.
Celebrating by Team Monte Carlo.
Now, the first thing you've got to do is jump up here and scream and yell, woo! Make sure your hat guy forms them first, so you don't end up looking like a dork. Now, when somebody hands you one of these babies, make sure you say thanks. Thank you. Oh, man, don't eat the check.
Want to be like Jeff Gordon? Drive the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there.
TNN Sports live coverage of the MBNA Platinum 400 is being brought to you by Castrol Syntec, the active lubricant. And by Team Monte Carlo, the cars more champions depend on. Chevy, we'll be there. Dale Earnhardt, before he became the Intimidator, he was a boy who dreamed of being just like his dad, following him into a sport in which he had made an indelible mark. 3 wins in the Winston, 7 Winston Cup championships, a Daytona 500 win. Dale Earnhardt has truly done it all, and he's doing it all again today by 1/10 of a second. He is leading Matt Kenseth, who yesterday finished 3rd, Kenseth did, in the NASCAR Busch Series race here. And then you see the scramble behind them for 5th, 6th, and 7th. That battle 3 seconds back. Stewart, Bobby Labonte.
And Bobby Labonte just pulled over and let Stewart go right by them. Just moved right up out of the groove and said, go ahead if you want to run harder. I think I'm going to go all the way on my fuel.
And as we watch Earnhardt lead this thing at age 49, let me tell you what, he came into this race in 4th spot in the points, just 83 out of 1st place. Do not doubt Dale Earnhardt's ability to win a record 8th Winston Cup championship.
We had talked about consistency on the pre-race show. Dale has 9 top 10 finishes in the 12 races already this year, and this is race number 13, and here he is leading it. So those are the numbers, and there was what you were talking about there.
Look at this. 58 out.
That's how they run right now. Ward Burton is a lap down in 12th spot.
And we still got 21 races to go altogether. So it's a long road, but that's really where Earnhardt is best, is in the long haul. He knows how to play this game very, very well. He knows how to keep his car together, how to finish races, how to run up front. He's done it all. He's been there. Oh, boy, can you imagine if he were to win another one?
Now, remember, though, as this race unfolds here, Glenn told us Dale Earnhardt did not come in for that extra splash of fuel at lap 292. And he said that, Glenn said that Richard Childress said, we're not going. They're going to try to go. And they're leading, but cannot make it the distance. Matt Kenseth running in the 2nd spot. He, too, did not come in. As a matter of fact, only Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte, Dale Jarrett, and Ricky Rudd were those who chose to come in. There's Joe Nemechek. He pitted with all the other leaders at lap number 287. Conventional wisdom says you're not going to go 113 miles.
And if we get a caution flag, what do you figure? They're all going to come in.
Yeah.
Further back, there's Mike Skinner.
And just behind him, Tony Stewart just left Bobby Labonte in the dust, and he is moving up now. He's trying to go back to the lead right now. He must think that he has enough fuel. He's turned it up a notch. He's the quickest car out there right now.
He is one of those who did pit to top off the fuel tank. Again, how much fuel can you use between lap 287 and 292? Well, whatever little bit. Come and replenish it. There's Bobby Labonte. He is 3 8/10 seconds. You see right there behind our race leader, Dale Earnhardt.
Oliver's 2nd behind his teammate already. Tony Stewart opened a big gap.
There's the spread right there. Earnhardt pulling away from that 2nd place battle.
Nemechek is able to worry the 17 of Matt Kenseth, but until now he hasn't been able to do anything with him, but he got it done.
Well, Kenseth's car just ran straight up the racetrack there. He turned the wheel, but nothing happened. It went up the hill on him, not able to run the lower line right now. Nemechek's car, on the other hand, and we have a change there. Nemechek's car is doing anything he wants it to, and it better because here comes Stewart.
That'll be for 4th spot, and he gets it. So Tony Stewart grabs 4th spot away from Mike Skinner. On the clocks, there's still 2 seconds down to Dale Earnhardt. You know, you look up there, Earnhardt, part of the multi-car team. Nemechek with Kenny Wallace, part of the multi-car team. Kenseth, Stewart, Skinner, Bobby Labonte, Jarrett, Rudd. You go all the way back, all these multi-car teams. And you got to go back a number of years anywhere to when we had Morgan McClure Racing winning in 1995. You realize it's the last time a single-car Chevrolet team won a NASCAR Winston Cup race? 1995.
Eli, as smart as you are, 2 heads are better than 1. Anytime when you have notes to compare, and you go out and you practice and you tell your teammate, okay, that right front really helped the car. That's what's happening right now. Just the communication between the teams.
We're basically looking at the top 18 or so today, who are all parts of multi-car operations.
See, I was going to explain, you have the doctor over here to depend on.
Yeah. But that is a long time, 1995. Lap 327. Everybody just settling in and waiting. And then that's really the right term right now. There you see Kyle Petty took over early for John Andretti. Kyle having a solid run in the 16th position. Sterling Marlin in the 40. He's a lap down. Saw him in the picture there.
We're talking about people that come from behind to do well here at Dover. No one has come from further behind to win a race here at Dover than Kyle Petty. 37th to 1st. On a hot, hot summer afternoon.
That was when he and Barry Dotson were working together.
Yep. Dale Earnhardt continues to lead. Some of those fans love it. Some not quite as enthusiastic. Back after this.
Volunteers, we all have regular jobs. We can be coming from anywhere. We get a call. We need to get to the fire right now.
Things that are going through our mind are the hazards we might face so that when we get on scene, we're ready to act.
We need a truck that can handle anything we throw at it.
4 full-size doors gets us in and out quickly.
There's 6 people in the cab and there's a ton of room for cargo.
Great truck.
Give me 4 Fram short grip oil filters.
Excellent choice. Why 4?
Year supply.
No air filter?
Huh?
Hello? Check it with every oil change. Yours probably looks like this. Here, the Fram air filter with triad fiber technology. Holds up to 48% more dirt than any leading competitor.
Thanks.
Slacker.
Fram filters. Pay a little more now. Or pay a lot later.
Come on, girl, it's time to shake things up. Get a good groove, get out of this rut. Talking woman to woman, friend to friend, we've come a mighty long way. Let's do it again, chasing for the better. Like we knew we could, doing it together. And it just feels good. Change, 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 yeah, for the better.
Coming in, guys. Look, Bill's in trouble.
Don't worry, Bill. We'll take it from here.
Here. Where can you always find a fast and friendly drive-thru crew? Did somebody say McDonald's?
ECW Wrestling in the Thrill Zone on TNN. Cyrus and the network back a new man, Scotty Antone.
You people will know who this man is.
Tajiri takes on ECW powerhouse, Jerry Lynn. And Rob Van Dam starts to clean house. Wrestling like you've never seen. ECW Wrestling, Friday at 8 Eastern, part of Thrill Zone Friday on TNN.
Mack Trucks are furnished by Clement Chevy Mack Sales. For all your truck and tractor needs, call Clement at 1-800-369-MACK. And by Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR, CART, IRL, NHRA, ASA, and World of Outlaws. Remember to call Featherlight for all your trailer and motor coach needs at 800-800-1230.
Well, as much as things change, so too they remain the same. The leader has changed, and we're back to where we were earlier. Tony Stewart just ate up the real estate. Folks, he was gaining 5 car lanes in the corners on Dale Earnhardt, just eating up the real estate. And Tony Stewart, at lap 337, has taken over the top spot here at the Monster Mile. Remember that Tony did
stop to top off the fuel cell.
Let's take a look at it. He comes up on the back of Earnhardt. Earnhart just pulls over. He says, I got to stop anyhow for fuel. No need in fighting you now.
Now, is Tony conserving fuel, or what is he doing here?
Well, I can tell you if that was David Pearson years back, he'd run just fast enough to aggravate you and stay in front of you, and he'd be taking care of that race car right now because he has the car to beat. All he has to do is mirror drive right now.
Stewart's definitely the class of the field right now. Nobody else is able to keep up with him this afternoon at Dover. He's been fast virtually from the drop of the green flag, but he seems to go even better on long runs. He did radio back to the crew just before the last stop, and he was a little aggravated. He had to make another pit stop because he said the longer this thing goes, the better it goes.
I wouldn't see that, and I tell you, I don't think he's mirror driving. I think he's got his foot in the carburetor. And one thing about it, when you have a race car that's that good and a driver that works that well, sometimes you get a rhythm, and if you break it, you make mistakes. And it's better to just, whatever brought you to the dance, stick with it.
You know, we got to give a tip of the hat to is that guy right there. We've not talked about Johnny Benson much today. We better start because he started in 34th. And look, he's all the way up to 10th spot right now. Of course, he actually started 32nd physically. It was qualified 34th, and then everybody moved up 2 spots when you had both Blaney and Elliott going to the backup machines. But nevertheless, here's a guy who was 7th here last year. Runs well at this racetrack.
Here and everywhere else on long runs. In Daytona, he almost pulled the upset of the year off by leading the Daytona 500 right down to the very end. Yeah. And several races this year, as it goes along, he gets stronger and stronger. So you never count him out anymore.
That's the same car he ran at Bristol, almost won that race at Bristol, finally wound up finishing second despite having to pit on the backstretch. A Herculean feat to wind up even in the top 10 at Bristol when you have to pit on the backstretch. He started 33rd in that event.
So while Johnny Benson runs in 10th, Tony Stewart continues his march through the field, putting Robert Presley and Kenny Irwin.
And there's his best friend just in front of him, Kenny Irwin Jr. They've had a few contests over the years. Last year ended up with throwing heat shields at each other.
Yeah, they don't like each other at all. Which is good.
Hey, Steve, any more word from Greg Zipadelli about the fuel and the tires going the distance?
Eli, I just spoke to Scott Deal, who works here in the crew, and I said, are you okay on gas? And he shook his head no. So this race is not over. He said somewhere inside 10 to go, we're going to have to stop.
Wow.
Okay, that's why he's driving.
Now you know why he's driving like he is. Build up as much of a lead as possible, so you'll have that kind of pad to work with when you come down. Now, are we to assume then that because he has to stop, so too will Labonte and Jarrett and Ricky Rudd? You just wonder.
I just wonder, though, there's quite a difference in the pace that the 18 car Bobby Labonte's running and the 20 car. And they tell me that Tony Stewart is not a good conserver of fuel. They said he's either on the throttle or dead wide open.
Glenn, it's going to be real interesting to see what kind of a lead he can build up here.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to do. And I also wonder if he will wait until the very end or whether they would kind of short pit like Dale Earnhardt and them were talking about doing when they come in. Now, JR, the publicity guy with Earnhardt, just came up and told me that they may do right side tires as well. So, you know, there's just a lot of mental games being played right now. So I just can't see, with the kind of tire wear that they're having today, running that thing all the way down to the end and taking a chance on maybe, you know, puncturing the tire, cutting the tire, having the tire go down. There's no point in doing that. If you got to stop, go ahead and stop, put fresh rubber on it, and go like gangbusters.
Of course, you don't want to stop too early because if you come in, everybody else stays out, then there's a caution. You get yourself, you're a lap or two down.
Okay, you're talking 7 seconds to dump a can of fuel. And it does not take that much longer to change the right side. So the little bit that you'd lose, you'd make up on the run.
The tires here do make a difference. The fresh tires are worth at least a full second a lap over stale tires and make a big difference to be able to have some fresh ones toward the end of this race.
A lot of strategies to play out. a lot of fun here, and we're not quite done yet. 50 laps to go, and most folks know that this one is still very much up for grabs.
Cool car. Cool boot.
Introducing the next generation of Red Wings with Comfort Force. Red Wing Shoes, proud sponsor of Petty Enterprises Racing.
CNN looks at NASCAR 2000 and car ownership. The king himself, Richard Petty, was the last of the great driver owners. Today, $3 million is the least it takes just to try to qualify for every Winston Cup event. Even owners have a full-time job.
They're having to worry about the race team and the driver and the crew and all those things, but yet they're trying to worry about the sponsors too. Richard Childress here at Richard Childress Racing, he has over 30-something sponsors that he has to answer to with these 4 race teams.
Those multi-car teams have helped the owners make the most of their investment at the expense of the independents.
I think it's something to be somewhat concerned about. We don't want to end up with just 3 or 4 car owners in NASCAR, and that could happen.
For more on NASCAR 2000, log on to country.com, your personal source for all things country.
Brought to you by Pep Boys. Cars like us, people love us.
Pep Boys announces the Get Your Motor Running savings event with store-wide savings, especially at truck headquarters, where you can accessorize with step bars, drill guards, hitches, even Baja wheels. And find great deals on bug shields for $34.88. Well, right now, all these name brand products just 88 cents each. So put your pedal to the metal because deals like this won't last forever. The Pep Boys Get Your Motor Running savings event. Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
Don't forget, folks, Friday night on TNN, the Monsters will be out. That's the most car-crushing, hard-charging monster trucks. Let it all hang out. Check out the action on TNN's Motor Madness. Friday night at 10 Eastern and Pacific, a part of TNN's Thrill Zone Friday. Eli Gold, Dick Berggren, Buddy Baker, Glenn Jarrett, Steve Burns, Ralph Shaheen, the whole crew on hand watching Tony Stewart. Now close in to within a few miles of the finish, but word is that he cannot go the distance and will need fuel. Others who topped off have yet to say whether they can go the distance, and clearly many of them will not be able to. A lot of intrigue.
Must be very frustrating for these guys right now. They know it's got to stop, but look, he just pulled away from everyone.
His lead is now 4.2 seconds. So we talked earlier about what Tony's going to do now, knowing he has to stop, is just stand on it and build up whatever kind of a lead he can, because that's just extra pad he will have with which to work on pit road. And that's the strategy here. Of course, it all goes out the window if there's a late caution. And we are at lap 359 as he works around Kyle Petty, driving John Andretti's car in 15.
And Kyle just pulled over and let him go. I'm sure he was looking straight in the mirror, and also the spotters tell you when the leader's coming.
Now, from the leader, Stewart, 4.2 seconds back is that man, Dale Earnhardt.
Who has to stop, too, so...
And so does Joe Nemechek behind him. Nemechek also did not come in and take fuel in that last round.
Nor did Matt Kenseth.
That takes care of the first 4. They're all coming in.
Look at the speeds at the line there.
Yeah, Tony Stewart quick by a full mile an hour. Look at that.
But you know, the definition of anxiety is concern about uncertainty, and that's got to be what Tony Stewart's going through, because he just doesn't know how long those tires are going to go. He's really counting on pushing them further than maybe they should be pushed. And he certainly had the uncomfortable feeling of being in the lead, and all of a sudden that engine just quits because it runs out of gas. And he's got to feel a good bit of anxiety right now.
You're exactly right. When you get in that position, you have one out on the racetrack and one on the fuel gauge.
Here comes Dave Blaney. He will come in for a splash of fuel and right side tires at lap 362.
run a nice clean race all afternoon after crashing 2 cars in practice. Just 2 tires for Blaney.
Finished 8th here yesterday in the NASCAR Busch Series race. Dave Blaney did. The lead is up to 5.3. He's gone from 4.1 seconds to 5.3 seconds.
Eli, they call him Tony the Tiger, and you know why now. Because he lets it all hang out. When he gets out front, same way in the open wheel cars.
And on the radio just now, Tony Stewart said, tell me, guys, what is it? What are we going to do? And the crew just said, we're going to have to stop for a splash and go. That is their strategy at the moment. They didn't say when.
I bet. What do you guys think? If you were crew chief and now, do you come in soon and short it, or do you wait for that final 10 laps?
Eli, I'd hold off for a while because a caution could come out. If you make that stop and get behind and caution comes out, you're in trouble. There's so many things that you have to think about. That's why crew chiefs make the money they make. They have to make those decisions. Certainly not the driver. You can tell I don't know.
You know what else we got to consider here? Just talk about all the variables. Bill Sloboda, who handles stats here behind us, just points out that our longest run of green flag racing today was 90 laps. So we have seen some tire wear, and you know, how much farther do you want to push it? So a lot of things to consider. Let's get an update on Bobby Labonte.
Well, Eli, when you're the head engine builder for Joe Gibbs Racing and you have one car leading you know is going to run out of fuel and one car that's running in 5th that you're not sure what it's going to do, you get very nervous, like Mark Strunkowitz right here. What's he been doing? He's been walking back and forth from the 2-pitch back to the hauler, cleaning the rig. We asked him earlier, Mark, where you been? He says, I went back to the rig to throw up.
I can bet on that one.
He is from the state of Alaska, Mark Cronquist is.
Cool.
Oh, maybe enough. That was good. Took me a second to think of that. Tony Stewart leading, but pit stops are yet to come.
Mark, they're professionals. They will take care of her.
I know, but she's my baby. What if they can't help her?
Mr. Stevenson, we've got that new starter in your car. She's ready.
Auto Value. We've got what you need.
Natural, real, the new man's way to lose the gray. Quick, just like that. It's like my natural color's back.
For everyone who'd rather do it themselves, we make the rugged, dependable Wagner Power Painter with power, control, and versatility like never before. If it needs painting, staining, or sealing, the choice is easy. Get a Wagner and get it done.
This is the spicy chicken sandwich from Burger King. A chicken sandwich so undeniably spicy, to give you a closer look would be a cruel tease. Oops. Got the urge.
They're two of this year's most beautiful people. But will you name Faith Hill or Shania Twain Entertainer of the Year? Find out when Country Weekly presents the TNN Music Awards. Live June 15th at 8 Eastern, only on TNN.
He has 2 passions.
You're like the ultimate guy.
The game he's always loved. You're in the zone. And the woman whose love he needs.
How do you like to be kissed?
Can he keep them both from slipping away?
I don't know if I have anything left.
A film that hits a grand slam is in demand.
Haven't you ever loved anything that much?
Kevin Costner, Kelly Preston.
You don't need me.
Don't go.
For Love of the Game is in demand. Pay-per-view for the demanding viewer. You rule.
At Gene Latta Ford, it's easy to see that we're Southern PA and Northern Maryland's truck headquarters.
If you want a sporty, easy-to-handle truck, we've got it. Or if you need something tough and rugged, you'll find it here, too. Choose from over 100 trucks in stock. No one sells trucks with bigger savings and better service than Gene Latta Ford Buick.
Completely satisfied customers are our trademark.
We guarantee it.
Speed is now 8 4/10 seconds. So he is giving his team more and more pad with which to work when they come in to take the splash of fuel. One would not assume we'll see tires from what Dick heard before, just a splash and go.
Yeah, he's within about 2 seconds right now of being able to take on those tires and still maintain the lead if everybody stops on the green flag.
Tony Stewart, 26 laps to go. We're getting close. Now, one guy we've not talked about, actually two fellows we've not talked about, are Dale Jarrett and Ricky Rudd. Jarrett is running in 7th. Rudd is running in 9th. There's Dale. Glenn, we have not talked about the Yates team. Can they potentially go the distance?
You know, I don't think so. Both those race cars have been reporting tight, both 88 and 28. And when a race car is tight, it uses more fuel and also wears the tires more. So I just think that they were just doing it just to see if maybe they, you know, if they ran longer caution periods before they went back to green a while ago, they might be able to do it. I don't think they can do it. Here comes Earnhardt right now. They are going to change right side tires as well as put fuel in it. So they'll put enough fuel in it just in time enough to change those right side tires. He is down and away. I got him in just a little over 7 seconds. That's a great stop.
Now, Steve Park, you see him just ahead of Dale. Also, Wally Dallenbach has been in. Johnny Benson was in. They came in at 376. Dale's in at 377.
Mike Skinner just missed the opening to the pits there, slid right on by it, so he's got to go back around. He wanted to come in on that lap.
I've been running in 5th spot. Mike Skinner just plain missed going in.
Larry McReynolds, our broadcasting buddy from yesterday.
Nemechek's in.
A little upset there. Here comes Nemechek.
That's Skinner.
Lap 378, and Skinner does make the clean entrance to the pit lane. This is 22 laps from the finish. Stewart is now the leader over Matt Kenseth. And, of course, the lead is a huge one of 11.6 seconds. Let's go to Ralph.
Well, Mike Skinner again. Larry McReynolds not happy at all with the fact that Mike Skinner missed the call from pit lane last time by. They fuel him up, and he is away.
Other teams making their stops as Skinner comes back up to speed. If you're a Kenny Wallace fan, he is just pulled off the banking. Meanwhile, Kevin LePage comes in. Sterling Marlin comes in while you folks continue to watch. Oh, and Gordon's in the wall. Jeff Gordon just bounced off the wall in turn number 4. And look at the damage to the right front of the DuPont machine.
Boy, if the caution comes out now.
And all he needs to do is spread enough to debris, and he will get a caution.
Caution is on the speedway as Jeff Gordon is putting down all sorts of debris from behind the DuPont Chevrolet. Caution 19 miles from the finish.
Rusty Wallace had been coming down pit road, saw the caution, went right through the pits and right back out again.
Eli Gordon was being lapped then by Tony Stewart, moved up, and I think he got in the loose stuff, and the car took off and went right straight up into the wall.
They did not make any contact. Let's make that clear. It looked like Jeff was actually giving him a little room.
That's what I think happened.
Jeff went high to give Stewart all the racing room he needed, and then it just kind of got away from Jeff Gordon, and he slapped the wall. Watch it again up there between turns 3 and 4. There goes Gordon.
I think he had a tire go down.
You know, I'd have to see earlier shots of that because he went straight up. It didn't look like he was just in loose stuff to me. Okay, right there, you can see down in the corner. They both start turning in.
No touching. Wait,
No, he just goes right up.
Yeah.
Something happened there.
Yeah.
Something happened, whether a tire went down or something went wrong.
But you can see the trailing dust just behind him there. There's also a lot of debris on the high side.
Here comes Stewart.
Stewart's in, and so is Jeff Gordon. Glenn?
Yep, here comes Tony Stewart. And, guys, you're talking about Gordon there with possible right front tire going flat. That's the problem we've seen all day. The 10 car, Johnny Benson, had just pitted a couple laps before that with a flat right front. Right now, Matt Kenseth is coming in, the 17. This will be the 2 tire. They make a chassis adjustment on the car. And let's go down. It's 2 tires. They're going to do 4 on Kenseth. Let's go to Steve Burns.
Well, Glenn, they're going to change 4 tires on Tony Stewart's car and fill it with some gasoline and no other changes. When Jeff Gordon hit the wall, this entire crew cheered, not because Gordon hit the wall, but because they could get some gas. Ralph? Well, Bobby Labonte's taking 4 tires and fuel. Crew has already completed the right side of the car. They will finish in 15.657 seconds. Another good stop for the the Joe Gibbs 18 crew.
Eli,
You never know in this business,
yeah,
do you?
you can speculate, but you never know what might happen in racing. That's why it's so exciting.
Of course, the loser in all of that will be the guy who came in to pit at lap number 378. Dale Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek also, Steve Park. They will find themselves laps down here at Dover.
You know, NASCAR's been a part of my family for almost 30 years. First of all, I got in this business because I'm a race fan. I went to race as a little kid. I'm going to miss the people. I'm going to miss hanging out in the garage with the guys, the camaraderie, that bumping and grinding that we do on Sunday. The fans, the drivers, the crews, it's just a way of life. For 40 years, I've gotten up on Sunday, put my helmet on, and raced. I'm really going to miss it.
During Napa's Win a Free Ride for Life sweepstakes, you can win a one-year lease each year for the rest of your life. And thousands will win a one-year AAA membership in Trip Wizard, plus save on hundreds of items. Enter at a participating Napa Auto Parts store today.
Well done, Demetrius. You have passed the test of fire and the test of great strength. Now, the final test. You must eat a Wendy's Classic Triple with cheese, biggie fries, and a drink. Only the most heroic can finish such a large meal. Nikos, it is too big.
Yes, what model can make such a feat?
A great man. His name is Dave Thomas. Man? No. He must be a god. Wendy's Classic Triple, as close to bliss as a mortal can get.
And remember, Wendy's pickup window is open late, so you can eat great even late.
For cars with over 75,000 miles, life has just begun. Introducing Valvoline Max Life Motor Oil.
When you combine Reese's Peanut Butter Cups and crispy wafers, the combination is irresistible. Reese Sticks, the crisp you can't resist.
Well, the official flag man up ahead, up above, and the young man who has been flagging here as a hobby at Dover for years, giving the field a one-to-go signal. Now, here's the rule. Inside of 25 laps of racing, and that's what we have now, 16 to go, only the lead lap cars can restart in the outside lane. Then you've got the cars to the inside that are a lap or more down. That is what happens inside the final 25 laps of any event. That includes Earnhardt and Wallace, who came in again. Now, they can fall in behind the race leaders and are doing so, being one lap down. But only the lead lap machines can start up front on the outside lane of traffic.
Boy, I'm looking Jarrett and Rudd now, 4th and 5th as the restart here. It's going to be muscle time now. No reason to hold back.
Green flag is out. I'd be shocked if anyone can hang with Tony Stewart, but you just never know. But from what we've seen today, look at Matt Kenseth.
He's the guy. Look at him. He's right on him.
Well, the carrot's there, and he certainly went after it.
Well, that's youth. Leading the field.
Remember how well Matt did when he stepped in here and took over for Bill Elliott. Finished 6th when he subbed for Bill, and also finished 4th for Jack Roush here a year ago. He's one of the guys who's taken to the place.
See, now Bobby Labonte is now in 3rd, and he is just coming like a freight train in that green car right there, too.
That was Robbie Reiser, you saw, calling the shots for Matt Kenseth.
Well, it's going to be tough to make a pass on Stewart, him running that low on the racetrack and as fast as he is. Looks like Kenseth on fresh tires can make a move. But the rest of the time, it looks like he has the car to beat, period.
It will be 10 laps to go when they get back to the start-finish line. That's 16th place on back in that pack of machines.
The positions many of those people are running in do not reflect how well they have run today. That caution flag when the 24 car, Jeff Gordon, hit the wall just plain.
Sterling!
Big crash.
Caution on the speedway.
Sterling Marlin.
There should be plenty of time to clean up and get a restart going. And inside the final 10 laps, you will have only the lead lap cars in single file up front as Stewart comes back to the stripe and takes the caution.
And also, you can see Sterling Marlin trying to make the car. As a matter of fact, he's off the racetrack now. He got it out of the way.
So it should be a fairly brief caution period.
I'm surprised Sterling Marlin was able to drive that thing. He whacked the wall a good one.
So Sterling Marlin goes to the garage. Robbie Reiser says, all right, we got another chance. Back in a minute.
I was watching to see what he did.
Yeah. Loose, and they did air pressure and bike.
Welcome back, everybody.
You know who got killed?
What's the 88 back in for?
He's got a flat tire. I think the right front.
Lap 391 here at Dover Downs International Speedway. Dale Jarrett coming in for left side tires. There he is, obviously unscheduled, with just 8 laps now remaining. See Jeff Gordon's team still repairing the DuPont Chevy.
Eli, they changed all 4 tires. He must have had some kind of equalized tire or something and couldn't tell which one it was.
But you know, there's only 5 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah.
So he's really not losing anything firing 4 at the car right now.
Good point.
Let's go to Glenn.
Guys, from where I was looking on the racetrack, looking at him on the racetrack, the car appeared to be very, very tight. And a couple of times, Ricky Rudd, his teammate, had gotten under him and looked like was going to take that 4th position from him. I think they felt like that, you know, once those tires cooled off, it was going to get even tighter, and their only option was to try to change tires.
Field will get the 1-to-go signal when they come back at lap 393. We'll go green at 394. See what happened with old Sterling there.
Okay, that's Sterling Marlin right there.
Wonder if Kyle might have nudged him a little bit there. Kyle Petty driving the 43. Close quarters racing. If there was any contact, let's see again. Yeah, probably was.
Boy, that really hurts me. That close to the end of the race. Looks like there might have been a little contact there between the two.
Yeah, Kyle Whittle, too.
So Sterling goes to the garage, joining Rick Mast and Ed Berrier, Jerry Nadeau, Jeffrey Bodine, Michael Waltrip, Jeremy Mayfield, Mark Martin, Scott Pruitt's in the garage, so is Mike Bliss, and now the Coors team. Old Sterling's had a tough time there.
Oh, not had a good year at all.
No, not been a good season.
Just had such a great time when he was driving the 4 car and won quite a few races. Right there, they were very close, and it was just a nudge, but just enough to send him away.
If you're just tuning in, the pit stop saga has been the story here in the final 107, 108 miles. Dale Earnhardt pitted at lap 385. First man to come in down the stretch. But then, when Jeff Gordon went up and banged the wall, Earnhardt found himself a lap down. Rusty Wallace had to shoot through the pit lane. He was coming in, and everybody else made their stops. That's why Stewart, Kenseth, Bobby Labonte, Rudd, and Jarrett are the only cars. Those guys right there, the only ones on the lead lap. Earnhardt and Wallace are each a lap down. Then Nemechek, Skinner, Wartburg, Earnhardt Jr., Labonte, that's Terry Labonte, and Bill Elliott are each a couple of laps down. look at the restart again for Tony Stewart.
Matt Kenseth from Bobby Labonte all the way down. Bobby Labonte keeps the throttle on. They're side by side as they come off. Kenseth gets a little bit better run on turn 2.
It'll be 5 laps to go when they get back to the straight.
Look at the lead Tony Stewart has already.
Five to go now.
I don't think Matt got a real clean start there if they started off, because Bobby Labonte shot right up the side of him.
Almost looked like it bogged down on him.
I bet Tony Stewart don't care.
Well, Tony's spotter has told him he's going to be quiet for these last few laps. He said, it's up to you, boy.
You realize that Tony hangs on. He'll be the 12th winner in 13 races this year. That's amazing.
Something about parity.
That's 8th place right there. Skinner in the 31, Ward Burton in the 22. The Ward is second in NASCAR Winston Cup points. So in light of being down a couple, 3 laps, he might just grab that and run like the Dickens.
Yeah. Rusty Wallace on pit road, crawling down.
Yeah, he got black flagged just a few laps back.
Stop and go penalty being handed out for Rusty because of the restart.
The 2 penalties last week for speeding, and another one today.
Speeding on pit road, I might say.
Yeah, he can go as fast as you want on the racetrack. Pit road.
White flag next time by for that man.
Eli, if there's such a thing as total dominant, that car has been there all day long.
And so is the driver. Tony Stewart has done a brilliant job today behind the wheel. And she loves it.
There's a Tony Stewart fan. 1 more mile around Dover. And Tony will have his 4th career NASCAR Winston Cup win. It will be the 3rd win of the season for Pontiac. And as we said, the 12th winner in 13 races. Tony Stewart wins. He led 242 laps. The battle at the stripe goes to Burton over Skinner. We also saw Labonte and Jarrett with Bobby Labonte by a nose. So Stewart wins. You did good, Tony.
Oh, great. Yes.
First win of the year. First win at Dover Downs. And Greg Zipadelli is once again a winning crew chief. Steve?
And Greg's getting congratulated by the rest of the team. I think the guys in the booth said it best. It was a dominant team performance.
You guys did an awesome job. Pit stops have been just getting awesome week after week. Tony did a great job. And I don't know, this one means a lot after all we've gone through this year. I think a lot of people are starting to get a little doubt in all of us, including ourselves, and we just kind of rallied back.
All right, a lot of emotion for Greg Zipadelli.
Big, big win as Coach Joe Gibbs comes on over with the hug and the high five. And there you see the Red Wing Shoes hard work pit crew of the race. Red Wing Shoe Company honoring Greg Zipadelli and the entire Home Depot team. Red Wing Shoes, America's best choice for durable, comfortable footwear.
This is me, and Mom, and Dad, and Sparky. And here's how hot our house was last summer. Until a nice man called Brian came with an air conditioner. He said it has Puron, which will make the planet happy. And soon they're going to stop making the old air conditioners, so it'll save us money, which means more toys for Sparky, and maybe a trip around the happy planet.
To see how you can save money, call Bryant to the rescue.
Wherever you go, there's a neighbor close by who can fill you up when you're running a little low. Just look for the sign. Gas, food, and conversation. Citgo. See you around.
Whatever life throws your way, you gotta be ready. No sweat. You've got new Speed Stick Clear Stick Antiperspirant. Unlike gels, new Clear Stick goes on dry to keep you dry. And dry, clearly, is the whole idea. New Speed Stick Clear Stick.
What do you guys want to do?
Ask the guy with the big hand. He was right last time.
Try the double reverse option pass. You can't miss. All right, thanks. Yeah. What do you guys think?
I tell you, hey. Let's ask my wife. Hey, baby.
think you guys make a good decision? Hey, easy. My kid is right there.
Close, real close. Houston and Iowa, Thursday at 8 on TNN.
Tony Stewart has just now made it to Victory Lane. Let us go down there and enjoy the celebration with him. Glenn?
There's going to be a big celebration when he climbs out of this thing, guys. These, like Greg Zippodelli said, they've been through a little bit of a rough time this year. Tony's first win, and they're getting the Gatorade bath. Oh, wow, he bonked somebody in the head with that can of Gatorade. And now we're getting the Gatorade bath. All right, before he gets another bottle of Gatorade, I'm going to grab him and jerk him down here. Tony, we nicknamed you Tony the Tiger on the telecast today. You got hold of that racetrack, never would let go. That race car was awesome.
It's this guy right here. I mean, that thing drove good all day long, and we never touched a jack screw. All we did was air pressure all day. It was just like a car at Richmond. I mean, it was unbelievable today. Just was really scared of these last couple restarts, not knowing whether we had enough fuel, and just wondering if we could hold Matt off. Matt was real strong on the restarts. We just hoping we could hold him off.
Well, I watched your car in practice yesterday and watched how it stuck right to the bottom of the racetrack. You guys had to know you had something pretty good then.
Yeah, but so did the 6 car and 18 car, and there were about 3 or 4 guys that were really tough in happy hour, and I'm just really glad. I mean, Lord was with us today, and we've needed this. I mean, we had a couple media guys that threw us under the bus in some papers, and really hurt our fan support, and hopefully this will help out a little bit. The fans know that it wasn't true. I mean, a lot of things were said that weren't right, but Joe Gibbs stood behind me, Home Depot stood behind me, and all these guys behind me, and we really needed this one.
Congratulations on a well-deserved victory, and he threw the rest of them guys under the bus today.
He did that. Quite a dominating performance by the man who's been voted the Bryant Cool Driver of the Race Award winner. Hey, folks, are you burning hot? Call Bryant to the rescue at 1-888-999-BRYANT. Back to put a capper on it right after this.
You worry about your car lasting? Imagine going 500 miles in one stretch at 200 miles an hour. That can stop the life right out of your car. That's why my team has always used Havoline motor oil. The same unique formulation you can get for your car. Technically speaking, Havoline... That's the kind of protection I'm talking about. Where's you guys working?
Make your move, Tony.
Got it, Joe. Times like these, I'm glad I'm driving the White Track Grand Prix. With handling like this and this, I can really turn a race around. On the way to the winner's circle, wider is better. The White Track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
They're calling you. The places you want to be. The things you want to do. But you're not going to get there until you finish this stuff. That's why there's True Value. We get you in and out fast with just what you need for the job. Because the sooner you get done, the sooner you can get back to this thing called your life. True Value. Health is just around the corner.
I don't know. I got no idea. Oh, you got me on that one.
Not a clue.
Beats me, buddy. Will? Search me. You're asking me?
Let's face it, nobody knows who's going to win in the NASCAR Busch Series. You won't find more unpredictable, more exciting racing anywhere. The NASCAR Busch Series. This is NASCAR.
Nobody knows.
TNN Sports live coverage of the MBNA Platinum 400 has been brought to you by Havoline Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. And by Wide Track Pontiac Grand Prix, proud sponsor of the U.S. Olympic team. Well, the youngsters just continuing to dominate. Buddy was just talking about it up here. Ever since Jeremy Mayfield won at California in late April, everybody's been under 31 years of age that's won on the NASCAR Winston Cup Series.
The best of two worlds right now. We have the people that's been winning. We have new people in there. They're blowing the horn saying, we're here.
Johnny Benson came down in the 15th spot, but good day for him overall. Didn't talk much about Jimmy Spencer today. 22nd spot for him. Wally Dallenbach ran well early. There you see some of the fellows who had problems. Points are going to shuffle up just a little bit.
Yeah, Mark Martin, 36.
Jeremy Mayfield back there in 37th spot. And Rick Mast, first driver out of the event. And that's how the points look. Still Ward in second, but
2 weeks in a row, he's dropped.
Things mixing up just a bit. Stick around, race day coming up. That'll be next here on TNN. For those of you on the West Coast, those of you on the East Coast will be seeing your normally scheduled programming, so hope you can stick around for all of that. We'll see you next weekend in South Boston, Virginia for the NASCAR Busch Series. Hope you can join us then. Congratulations to Tony Stewart. Great job today, a solid win. For Buddy Baker and Dick Bergman, Glenn Jarrett, Ralph Shaheen, Steve Burns, I'm Eli Gold. Thanks for your time as we bid you good afternoon from Dover, Delaware.